Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2. It is Gloucestershire versus Sussex. Welcome to an overcast Bristol this morning, but I think that the forecast is still pretty good for a full day's play and that the sun should make its way out later on. Still expecting it to be a pretty warm one as well, as Sussex prepare to resume their innings on 149 for 4, with James Coles walking out to the middle with the night watchman Henry Crocombe, who did his job last night, negotiating the 6 deliveries that he had to face. And Sussex lead by 40 runs after skittling Gloucestershire for just 109. Gloucestershire having won the toss yesterday and decided to bat first, but Jaydev Unadkat and Ollie Robinson bowled beautifully. They got plenty out of the pitch. Unadkat taking 4 wickets and Ollie Robinson 3. Tom Clark with the other 3 wickets to fall got some swing as well, 3 for 17 he picked up. And for Sussex, some steady contributions so far. I think if they were being hypercritical of themselves, they probably could be in an even better position, because if you look at the dismissals, they weren't exactly magnificent dismissals, with the exception of Ollie Carter, who got a very good one from Zaman Akhtar. But Sussex are still in pole position in the match and pole position in Division 2, just, what is it now, 3 points away from doing what they need to do. Zafar Gohar will bowl the first ball of the morning. He'll do it from the Bristol Pavilion end. James Coles is on strike, and the first delivery is dug out by Coles towards where a short leg would be, but there isn't one first thing this morning. Ed Seaborn and Andrew Rayburn, your commentary team on the BBC Sport website and the app, and on the Gloucestershire live stream as well. Good morning to you wherever you're joining us. And Zafar is preparing to bowl again as Coles is forward to defend back up the pitch. So very much a day for Sussex yesterday, and it's hard to see a route back into the game for Gloucestershire. Not impossible, but certainly would involve them having an excellent morning here as Coles is forward to defend this one. And it's a difficult one, because if you're Gloucestershire, you want the pitch to be turning. Obviously, you've opened the bowling with Zafar and a couple of wickets to spin yesterday and Ollie Price. But if it turns, then Sussex will have a sizable lead, and they've got Jack Carson, as Coles again blocks this one out. Jack Carson, who is, I think we were saying, has been usurped at the top of the Division 2 wicket takers list, but still right up there in terms of wickets taken this year, as Zafar bowls on leg stump, and Coles, they're going to go for a single here. That's tight. The throw goes into the non-striker's end, and Coles, I think, maybe just about making it, but I'm not sure there really was a single there, but they still decided to go through with it anyway. And Zaman Akhtar, whether he was almost actually a little bit surprised that they did go through with that single. But the 150 has come up with that single, and Coles moves on to 37, and Henry Crocombe will face his first ball of the morning, with short leg coming in place for him, and the fielder from deep mid-wicket is coming in by the looks of things. So in fact everybody coming into the circle, so deep cover comes up, deep mid-wicket goes to backward square, and there'll be 2 slips as well as a short leg as Zafar completes the first over of the morning. Crocombe defends 2 short leg, there's no run, and 150 for 4 is the score. Morning, Andrew.
Good morning, Ed.
I don't know whether you've been able to follow along with a huge amount of yesterday, but
yes, I was also travelling for part of it as well, but no, kept across the first day. And as you say, yeah, Sussex on top very early on with regular burst of wickets, and Gloucestershire chipping away, but Sussex have managed to get their noses in front by 41 as it stands. And you're absolutely right, I'm not sure that was a run on for Coles, but one of those early morning decisions, I think, that you just it's like crossing the road. You've got to go. Once you've started, you've got to complete it.
Well, that's true, isn't it? I mean, the number of times you see the start and then the hesitate in the middle of the pitch, at least go through with it. If you're
that's
the
go hesitation
for it, yeah.
that tends to be the problem.
Dom Goodman it is.
So Goodman comes in then and bowls, and it's allowed through by Coles. He's on 37. from 59 deliveries. Sussex, as I said, 150 for 4, so a lead of 41. But as you rightly say, Ed, Gloucestershire are going to need a very good morning from here. But if they do, then this match is still finely poised. And of course, Sussex will be keeping an eye on events involving Middlesex to see if they can clinch promotion in Bristol, as Goodman comes in again and bowls, and there's a leading edge down into the ground, into the gully region from Coles, who rehearses a defensive shot, a straight batted defensive shot.
Yeah, he does like to do that, doesn't he? He's got that. There was one shot yesterday which was particularly Peterson-esque. Two short mid-wickets in, ball on outside off stump, and he stepped across his stumps and whipped it away over the short mid-wickets, just ignored them. They're irrelevant. The ball is not going to go to them. 2
slips, a gully. Backward point as Goodman comes in and bowls, and that is flicked on the pads down through backward square leg. It's going to go out to the boundary and hauled in. So a couple of runs there to add to Coles' tally and to Sussex's, who move on to 152 for 4.
But it's a confident move from Coles, and I'm sure he would say it's, just want to feel on top of the bowling early to get that far across your stumps and work a ball on off stump to leg. But the previous one was a leading edge. That one was just too far down leg from Goodman.
Goodman with figures of 1 for 23 comes in and bowls, and a straight batted defensive shot up the pitch from Coles.
There's obviously something in particular that they're teaching them at that particular school in Oxford, because Ollie Price likes to do something like that as well. He didn't do it when he first started, but particularly in one-day cricket, it's basically his trigger move is to go down and across and then look to flick to leg. Man at mid-wicket. Who's coached them there, but...
Yeah, well, quite, yeah. Man at mid-wicket has now gone out onto the boundary as this one comes in, and again, an attempted shot through mid-wicket. It gets a leading edge, but again, it dies before it reaches gully. So a couple of slightly fortunate ones for Coles, who remains there on 39.
Yeah, I thought he was a bit unfortunate yesterday, Goodman. He bowled a really tight new ball spell, but it was probably his second spell from that Ashley Down road end that was his more probing one. And he did pick up the 1 wicket of Haynes, but he certainly bowled well.
Goodman comes in and bowls, and that one is left alone, but it came back in, off short of a length, back into Coles, taken by the wicketkeeper Bracey, and at the end of that over, 52nd of the Sussex innings, the second of the morning on this, as Ed said, overcast, but a little bit of blue sky actually poking through now, Ed. It might burn away,
Yes, I think the forecast is that it is meant to clear eventually. In fact, as I woke up, it was pretty gloomy outside, but on the walk in it looked like it was clearing, and then it's just clouded over again. So whether that will assist Dom Goodman at all, I don't know, but you would think Duke's ball warm enough, cloud cover. I know it's not necessarily the cloud cover per se that does it, but the general atmospheric conditions you'd have thought might lend to some swing bowling as Zafar bowls and strikes Crocombe on the pad, and Zafar is now standing far closer to Crocombe than umpire Bainton in absolute dismay that hasn't been given out. I must say it didn't look right to me. I thought it turned and I thought it bounced.
I was going to say height may be the issue,
but anyway, maybe at the end of the over or something we might get another look, or not. Zafar bowls and this is flicked away into the onside wide of mid-on as Crocombe gets his first run of the morning. That face led me to believe that no. Here we go. We're going to get some sort of...
This makes a great radio.
Some sort of an angle here. Yeah. Well, it looks quite close from behind, but I'm not sure that that's really telling me a great deal. Ah, well. Anyway, Zaffa
Umpire Seaborn says no then, yeah?
Zaffa bowls, and this is tickled down the leg side by Coles, and that will run away for 4. It's not actually been the quickest that this Bristol outfield has been all season. It's looking a little bit greener than at times, but it always runs quickly down to the Ashley Down road end because it is a very short boundary, and Zaffa just straying in line, and Coles with a little fine glance round the corner. No leg slip in, so absolutely no risk to that shot. And Coles to 43, so the top scorer now in this innings for Sussex, 157 for 4. Zaffa bowls, and Coles is well forward to defend. At least you've got bowls to Coles, or Coles bowls, but you don't have all for 4 anymore in this Sussex side. I'm sorry to rub that one in anymore. I know that there's
it would be lovely to have Ali Orr still
down the pitch comes Coles and just plays defensively and then back to the bowler.
But no, it's the Sussex side, despite the many outs over the last few years, has started to gel into a very, very good unit in this division.
Zaffa bowls, and again Coles plays an immaculate forward defence, which completes the over with 5 runs coming from it. He's bowled well, has Zaffa. It's not exactly been turning square out there, but it's doing enough for him that he's been able to extract something out of the pitch. He just has yet to find himself in the wickets column. Ollie Price, in his words, bought himself a couple of wickets yesterday. Speaking to him last night, got rid of Tom Clark and Tom Alsop, both of whom I don't think will look back with a great deal of fondness in either of their dismissals. Clark dancing down to, I think, the 3rd ball after tea and picking out mid-on, which I'm sure is an option that he rather regrets. And then Tom Alsop got a short wide ball and cut a shot straight to Zafar Gohar right at the end of the day, just to give Gloucestershire at least a 4th wicket to take into the dressing room.
Dom Goodman coming into bowl now to Henry Crocombe, who gets flicks that away down to deep backward square leg. That's going to come through for a single. Frustrating at the moment for Gloucestershire to not be able to get a consistent run of deliveries at the night watchman Crocombe, although he's coming into this match off the back of a half century, Henry Crocombe, so he'll be feeling in buoyant mood with the bat, but currently only faced 10 deliveries and has 4 runs to his name. Goodman accounted for Tom Haynes yesterday. That man at deep square leg now coming into an orthodox square leg as Goodman comes in and bowls, and Coles covers up. Flat bats down the pitch, and it's all very serene at the moment for the Sussex pair. One big LBW shout turned down, a couple of leading edges that were nowhere near carrying, but Gloucestershire are going to want to make an early breakthrough. Of course, sure, we've all got used to the 10:30 starts in September, but that's what we've got, 10:30 till 12:30 this opening session as Goodman comes in and bowls. That one shorter, and back goes Coles, again defensively up the pitch for no run.
I still think that we should probably start at 10:30 regardless, even throughout the midsummer, partly just just you get away from the ground early. No, it's not.
Get to the pub earlier.
It's just
I know where you're going.
I don't know. I just find it works a bit better.
Goodman now up to the wicket and bowls, and that's short again outside the off stump and let through by Coles.
Because the other thing is, how often have you seen a general emptying of the ground about half an hour, 45 minutes before the end, as people want to get back for their evening meals? So I don't know. I think that's one reason, and also, you know, it's still more likely that you're going to have to go off for bad light at 6:30 than it is at 5:30 to 6. Just buy yourself an extra half hour.
2 slips and a gully wait, and this one is driven through mid-wicket area, slightly uppishly, but not for very long, and they're going to pick up a couple of runs. Sussex, they're going to think about a third. There's hesitation, and now they are going to come back for a third, and there's a chance for a run out, but they threw to the wrong end, and that's a big opportunity missed, I feel, there for Gloucestershire. In a throw into the wicket-keeper's end, okay, a little bit further, but Crocombe would have been struggling, I think, there, because there was lots of hesitation. I don't think Crocombe was that keen on the third. Coles really was. It's coming towards the end of the over. Coles wants to get back onto strike. Again, was there a third run there? They got there, but a big opportunity possibly.
I think there would have been if they'd just gone for it, but there was that hesitation, and that time Crocombe didn't just go and stop.
I think he stopped twice, virtually.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was just craning my neck round the monitor, so I couldn't see. I think Zafar got the throw in quickly, trying to stop them from coming back for the third.
Goodman now comes in and bowls, and Crocombe's up and in behind that one. End of the over, 161 for 4. Sussex and the overnight batters, James Coles and Henry Crocombe, remain in place.
But I think it was one of those things where Zafar basically threw blind because he thought, if I can just get this in the air, they won't come back for the third. So I don't know that he had time to think about which end he was going to go for. And I think if he could do it again, then obviously he would take the time and then really fire one into the keeper's end. But I think it was just, again, wasn't really expecting them to come back for that third run in the first place. So, yeah, I don't know. Just unfortunately, one of those things, and in the end, that saved Sussex coming back for that third. Coles continues his battle with Zafar and goes back to a full delivery, but it never really looked like getting past that defensive blade of James Coles, within 4 runs now of a half-century. Zafar bowls, and Coles reverse sweeps. He's bowled. He will not get to that half-century. He played that shot a couple of times to good effect early on in his innings, but it always did feel like a bit of a risk to the left-arm spinner because he's not really getting that front pad outside the line of the off-stump, and it's clearly a premeditated shot, and he just got a difficult ball to reverse sweep. He had to get it from middle and leg sort of line. Might have just got a bit of either bat or pad on it, but it didn't deviate it enough from its path to rattle into the stumps, and Gloucestershire have their first wicket of the morning. And how often does that happen? It's not the night watchman who's first out, it's the established batter. James Coles goes for 46. Zafar has his first wicket. Sussex lead by 52, but are 5 down.
Yep, and James Coles joins, Tom Haynes made 40, Tom Alsop 37, so he joins the ranks of Sussex batters who made good starts and haven't gone on in this innings. Just watching the replay again, and you'll see it on the stream as well with that reverse. Yeah, he played it off the bat into the ground and back onto the stumps, and yeah, just furious with himself. Saw the opportunity, saw the gap in the field, saw the half century, saw the stumps fly.
Yeah, and again, I don't know. I having heard enough of Paul Farbrace on air, and I've actually interviewed him a couple of times when I was covering for Harmsy. He's not somebody that is afraid to tell it exactly as it is, and more's the credit to him for doing that.
Are you suggesting he may not appreciate that shot at that time?
I'm suggesting that there are quite a few shots in this Sussex innings that he might not have appreciated, and it probably, in the grand scheme of things, it probably won't matter, especially if John Simpson continues on the absolute tear of form that he's been on all season as he's come out to the middle now. But just, I think there's only been still one of these 5 wickets that have really been down to solely to an excellent piece of bowling. Like I say, I don't want to take credit away from Dom Goodman because he put it in the right area for Tom Haynes, but he still dabbled at a ball, like, sort of trying to run it down almost for a single rather than either decisively leaving or defending or driving. And really, a lot of these dismissals, Gloucestershire have been gifted some wickets. Zafar bowls to Simpson, who's forward and confidently defending his first ball away, back up the pitch. And Joe Phillips was provided with a nice excuse just to have a bit of a wander over the middle of the pitch there. I mean, right in the landing area for Zaffer there. Make the most of that. No, Zaffer bowls, and on the back foot this time Simpson able to play it down to Phillips, who's under the helmet now, and I suspect will be under the helmet for at least the next period until John Simpson has established himself at the crease. There is a deep mid-wicket but no deep cover, as Simpson again blocks this one down to the ground, makes sure with a ready bat that it wasn't going to spin back on towards the stumps. You can use your bat to defend your wicket. And Zaffer will be completing a wicket maiden if he can finish this off with a dot, or even better, in and bowls, and striking Simpson on the pad, but surely going down the leg side. It'll go to backward square leg, so it will be a wicket maiden for Zafar Gohar with a leg bye off the final delivery, meaning that once again Crocombe is away from the strike. But Zafar, he didn't have the best of luck yesterday. I think he had those two one-handed chances, one off Allsop and one off Coles when he was on 6, down off his bowling, and then one delivery that went absolutely right through. I think it was Tom Haynes, turned through his gate and beat pretty much everything apart from taking a little flick of pad. So he's looked as though he might pick up wickets, but until now he's not done so. But there is his first wicket, 1 for 36 now his figures.
John Simpson limbering up, Sussex captain, who has made a big impact at Hove. And he's going to get some round the wicket fun as Goodman comes in and bowls, and it's played out into the offside by Simpson for no run. Simpson 1,049 championship runs this year. Only Ryan Higgins of Middlesex and Colin Ingram of Glamorgan have more in Div 2 this season. And he recently passed 10,000 first-class runs for his career, which of course many years at Middlesex, and that one is over the top of the stumps, well over the top of the stumps I think, as Simpson left that one on length.
I'd be pleased to see that movement still though, Sussex, even though I'm not sure that Simpson would be feeling magnificent after seeing the ball go that much, but Sussex are the ones with the lead, and they're the ones with Robinson and Anadkat in their ranks. So, and
they are, of course, as you say, they are 5 down, Sussex, but they do lead by 53. Yeah, so
at this stage, they're the happier of the two sides still to see the ball sit. I mean, this is a 56th over old ball.
Goodman comes in. That one doesn't really deviate too much, as Simpson again leaves that one both on length and line.
But I mean, thinking back to the reverse fixture as well, it was Pujara got some runs at the top. Allsop got 84 as well, but it was the lower order that really hammered home Sussex's advantage in that game. Simpson 78, Danny Lamb made 83.
Yeah, Lamb of course injured at the moment, and Simpson tries to drive, gets an inside edge through mid-wicket region. No run. What I do think, of course, is that we may well see some lower order runs again, because there will come a point with Sussex's position where they will just want to tee off towards the end to try and obviously they're nowhere near the 110th over, for example, but they'll want to just try and get as many batting points as possible, and obviously the win guarantees them promotion, whatever Middlesex do against Sussex at Hove next time, as Goodman comes in and bowls, and that's much more maker's name from Simpson. Gets that out into the offside. Again, quite a close infield for the new batter. Not sure the man at fine leg, and that's about the size of it. Everybody else basically forming the white ball ring as Goodman round the wicket to Simpson, comes in and bowls, and again Simpson leaves that watchfully, and that's the end of that over. Goodman, 14 overs, 1 for 27 for him, maiden. Simpson yet to get off the mark, 10 balls he's faced. Sussex 162 for 5, Ed.
I don't think Gloucestershire are bowled too badly. I think Sussex, if Gloucestershire could finish off the innings from here, and it is a big if, but I don't think it's an easy pitch to bat on. I think it's also a pitch where it's possible to score your runs, and if you had to push me on maybe what an average score might be on this at the moment, I would have said maybe, that's sort of 250, 270, maybe something like that. And clearly Gloucestershire were well short of that, and did rightly give credit to Robinson and Adcat, as there's a big shout again against Crocombe from Zafar, although this one wasn't quite as convinced as the one in the previous over, and Zafar there just signals, was it going down the leg side? And I think Neil Bainton has said yes, it was. It wasn't far off. It has straightened a touch, but probably not quite enough. Zafar bowls Crocombe down the pitch and smacking the ball up in the air, and he's got plenty of this. It's going to go one bounce and for 4, just inside the ropes. So Crocombe had enough of padding up to Zafar and decided it was time to take him down, and the run of dot deliveries is broken with a handsome strike from Henry Crocombe.
Yeah, again with that field up, it's there if you can get a good piece of it, and as you say, he got plenty of it, Crocombe. It's well worth the risk if you can pull it off.
Zafar to Crocombe, who's forward and running this one out to a backward point. We'll call it a dab. I don't think it was a thick outside edge. I think we give Crocombe the benefit there for sure. Zafar in and bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump and cut away, and he'll get away with that. Will Zafar, as Tom Price doesn't pick the ball up. Thought he was going to completely get away with it, and then all of a sudden the ball just threatened to leak away from Tom Price, but there is no run. Ed Middleton at a fairly shortish mid-wickets. Again, it's a little bit short from Zafar, allowing Crocombe to drive off the back foot, but again for no run. Glamorgan not off to a good start, by the way, at Cardiff. They're 28 for 3 against Yorkshire. Zafar bowls down leg side, and that has been really beautifully taken by James Bracey. He did that so calmly, I thought that he must have missed it. I was looking for the ball behind him, heading down to the boundary for some byes, but not an ideal 3 deliveries to finish that over from Zafar. He's probably bowled his 3 worst balls of the morning. They're all to finish with, but that is, dare I say it, Russell-esque from James Bracey. That take, the sort of the blind take down the leg side, where you just seem to have the clairvoyance to know exactly where the ball is going to be, and it just finds the gloves and whipped the bails off for good measure as well. But Crocombe, despite the fact that he threatened to overbalance, the back foot stayed grounded. 166 for 5. So the lead sits at 57. And Goodman continuing.
Sorry, I was just checking the Middlesex score there, because that's obviously a very important one. Middlesex 138 for 1, so they've not lost any wickets so far.
Matthew Fisher is on a hat-trick, by the way, for Yorkshire. He removed Asa Tribe and Kieran Carlson in back-to-back deliveries, so a good start for Yorkshire. Yorkshire made 361 yesterday, and Glamorgan have gone from 16 for 1 to 28 for 3.
Goodman round the wicket to Sussex captain Simpson, who's cutting that away through point for 4 runs, so that will get him off the mark. Fantastic shot off the back foot from the former Middlesex man, and Sussex to 170 for 5, the lead of 61.
That has never been and will never be the place to bowl to John Simpson. Those back foot drives and cuts, pretty much every wicketkeeper seems to love it there. Simpson's certainly no exception.
Goodman up to the wicket now, and he bowls to Simpson, and I think he's overcorrected slightly there, because that's full and drivable by Simpson, but straight to the man at extra cover. So had there been the gap there, he may not have bowled it like that, of course, but he's bowling to his field. But yeah, that one was definitely up there in the slot, ready to be driven. Possible overcorrection, do you think, from the slightly shorter one that was cut away?
It was a good crowd catch as well, but this is the championship.
That one's very similar. That one does beat the man at extra cover. Nicely timed, nicely placed. That will run away for 4. And so 2 boundaries in the over for John Simpson. He moves to 8. Sussex 174 for 5.
They've just lost it a little bit in the last few overs. They had a good bowling partnership going, a stranglehold. I mean, that is a good shot from John Simpson.
There's a bit of movement on that ball as well.
Yeah, that one, I think the previous one was a genuine half volley. That one, it was still on the drive length, but like you say, there was a bit of movement on it. And I think the odd one like that you don't mind so much as a bowler, maybe bringing the slips into play.
Goodman is in now and bowls, and that's one's well wide, and Simpson has nothing to do with that one.
But no, I mean, in the last, what is it now, about 8 deliveries or so, having bowled some maidens, having got that first wicket, and they have bowled pretty well. There's not been many periods like this, but they've, I think Zafar and Goodman have formed a good partnership with the ball so far today, but a few just lapses have maybe released the pressure a fraction now.
Last ball of this over as Goodman comes in around the wicket. That one's slightly closer into Simpson, but he leaves and lets it go through to Bracey, and there's no run. Obviously, Sussex 174 for 5 at the end of that over. But yes, so it's 12 runs from the last 11 balls.
Yeah, and even some of the dots haven't been quite on the mark. That cut shot from Crocombe, I suspect, had such a delivery been bowled equivalently to Simpson, that would have been crashed for 4, and then James Bracey saving a set of 4 byes as well. Plenty of action elsewhere, not just in Division 2 but Division 1, where Somerset have removed Lancashire's night watchman Will Williams, trapped LBW by Craig Overton for 7. Harry Singh and Josh Bohannon are in the middle, with Lancashire seemingly batting for day 4. 31 for 2 in the 20th over. They lead by 25. Try to set Somerset something testing and maybe just keep hopes alive of keeping their spot in Division 1 as well. Zafar bowls. This is a cut and a miss from Crocombe. It was short enough, but it wasn't really quite wide enough, and so he's missed it, and it's gone through to the keeper. Nottinghamshire, speaking of that relegation battle, they are pushing for maximum batting points at Canterbury as Crocombe drives, and they thought about a single there as Hammond's relatively deep at mid-off, but they don't go through with it. At Nottinghamshire, 426 for 7, so they need 24 more runs from 7 overs, so the run rate's not exactly taxing, but 7 down now, as they've lost the soon-to-be former Nottinghamshire player Luke Fletcher for 22. So another night watchman departs as Crocombe finds extra cover this time with this drive. But it didn't say that Luke Fletcher was retiring, so it'll be quite interesting to see what happens there, whether another county comes calling. Zafar bowls, and Crocombe with a little wristy flick, but won't get a run up to mid-on.
Well, that was similar, wasn't it, to Darren Stevens when he left Kent?
Yes.
Kent said he was, and Darren Stevens said, "Well, I'm not planning on."
No, exactly.
giving it up.
And this is what you wonder: has it? Because he's such a Nottinghamshire stalwart and legend that you would want it to be bye Luke Fletcher, and then later on he's signed for ... Or is it like that because he's not got a new county and is sort of saying, that's edged. Oh, it's been again dropped
It would
off
have been some catch,
one hand by Ollie Price. He's done incredibly, I think, even to get a hand on that. It was a shortish delivery, and Crocombe cut it really sharp edge. And for the 3rd time in this innings, poor Ollie Price has had a one-handed catch go down. But that was the hardest even of the 3. well, actually, sorry, technically Ollie Price was 2 of the one-handers, and he dropped a two-handed catch off Haynes. But I'm amazed he even got a hand to that one. Zafar bowls, and this is... no idea why Zafar Gohar has got his arms up in the air looking at Neil Bainton there. It's come straight off the bat and down into the ground to short leg, but Zafar saw something in that anyway. But another eventful over, 175 for 5. Just a real reaction sort of jab of the right hand. It was one of those where you were almost maybe more likely just to pat it up in the air and maybe have a chance of taking it on the rebound rather than having that stick. It was cat-like from Ollie Price to get something on it, but anyway.
I tell you what, if it had stuck, we'd be talking about it for
yeah.
certainly the rest of this match, if not next season as well. So, Goodman continues from the Ashley Down Road end and bowls to Crocombe, who flicks that off his hip down towards fine leg, and he'll pick up a single. So again, not able to... I know Crocombe's a handy player with the bat, but they're not able to get a consistent run of deliveries at him that they would like to. The Night Watchman moving on to 10 from 23. Sussex to 176 for 5, the lead 67.
I mean, Simpson's already faced nearly as many deliveries as Crocombe, and he didn't start the day. No, back to Fletcher for a moment, though. I mean, there was the Michael Hogan situation as well, where he went off and played one season with Kent in Division 1, just 1 year of Div 1 cricket.
It's Goodman round the wicket, bowls to Simpson, and there's a little bit of shape on that as well as Simpson lets it go. And Bracey takes it almost in front of first slip. And... yeah, so as you say, Simpson faced 18 balls, Crocombe's faced 23. But they'd love to try and get Crocombe more on strike. Gloucestershire, I think.
Yeah, they've certainly had their half chances to get him out in the deliveries that he's faced, but it's just not been that many. He's been on strike 4.
And this one is played away by Simpson out through the offside, and it's going to go to the boundary for 4 through the cover region. Off the back foot and punched away, and the Sussex skipper is continuing to add to his mountain of runs in 2024. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, just punched.
Again,
short, wide.
Yeah, it's just short enough and wide enough that somebody like Simpson, and he won't flash the cut shot. It's a much lower risk shot to play that back foot drive that he so often does.
As Goodman comes in and bowls, this one is into the body of Simpson, plays that down into the leg side, no run. We are getting more and more blue sky. I'm going to be a weather reporter for the day. I'm being optimistic.
Well, we could use the floodlights, could we not? No, I was thinking because he didn't end up using them for that Northamptonshire game where they were available. So, in theory, I thought they might be available.
Goodman tight into the umpire, bowls and bouncer to Simpson, who ducks underneath that.
I mean, you might as well use up our, whatever it is, for 15 days, is it? Or 14 days, something, 15 days allocation. You might as well use them up. So why not? Let's get the floodlights on.
Let's play till 10 o'clock.
Who cares about the burning planet? Let's get the floodlights on.
Those are the remarks of Ed Seaborn and not BBC Radio Bristol. Sussex, of course, opting not to use floodlights for their championship matches.
I think they're absolutely right to.
As Goodman comes in again, bowls short, and Simpson ducks and steers out of the way of that one. End of the over. 5 from it. Goodman 1 for 40 from his 16. I wonder if that might be time for a change at that end. We've had 60 overs. We've got a score of 180, and even I can work out the run rate from that. It is dead on 3.
Notts have lost another wicket, by the way. Rob Lord has been trapped LBW without scoring, so 427 for 8. Nottinghamshire's push for another point gets more entertaining at Canterbury.
Just going back to that Lancashire-Somerset game, I'm not entirely sure it's worth making any plans for Old Trafford on Friday.
No, I think that's fairly safe to say, especially given the way that Lancashire's batting has been this season. Never mind that the pitch has clearly got something in it. I did see Zaffer continues and bowls, and Crocombe plays this one softly into the ground down to short leg. I did see Craig Overton's dismissal yesterday to Tom Bailey. That was, I mean, it was up there in terms of dismissals that have just flummoxed a batsman so much that they just look like a tail ender. This has been hoisted high up in the air by Crocombe. He's going to be gone here. Surely Van Buren will take this catch at mid-on, and he does. It's a second wicket for Zaffer Gohart. Crocombe looking to open his shoulders for the second time, but this time it pretty much went, well, not quite straight up, but certainly up the chimney, as they like to say, and Van Buren barely had to move at mid-on, set himself for the catch, and he has his second catch at mid-on in the innings. So Crocombe departs. Gloucestershire finally getting him on strike. He didn't get anywhere near the pitch of the ball there, tried to go through with the shot, but in the end just offering up a bit of catching practice to Gloucestershire's captain. He departs for 10. Gloucestershire have their second wicket of the morning. Zaffer 2 for 41 and Sussex 180 for 6, so they lead by 71. Crocombe has done his job in terms of seeing off last night, protecting Simpson, giving him a few overs this morning as well, just to acclimate himself with the morning. Maybe he doesn't need to do that. Maybe it's just me that needs that.
What else?
Just a little half hour, just to, get used to the fact that this is another day.
Fantastic
we are still
use
here.
of the word acclimate, by the way. If you're using that word, you don't need to acclimate to the morning. That's the.
Well, it's because it's 10 past 11 now. You see.
Oh, you're warmed up now.
Yes, we've got enough time. Jack Carson walks out to the middle, so he's come in ahead of Batty Foreman. And still to come, Robinson and Unadkat as well. So that is the batting that is to come. You'll have to forgive me saying the name Bertie like Aunt Agatha from Jeeves and Worcester. It's just too tempting. Don't be such a poltroon, Bertie. Anyway.
He's a man of many voices. You want to hear his Chris Packham?
Oh, no. You mean Adrian Harms? Jack Carson facing up. And Phillips still under the helmet with Ollie Price at first slip. I have no idea what Ollie Price is doing at the moment. He seems to be sort of tapping his side. Not sure what that's a signal for. Whether that's the turn it square Zaffer signal. He didn't turn it square. It's gone straight on, and it's been turned down to short leg for no run by Carson, who is... Well, in fact, he sorry, we're going to rake up Saturday again. He scored for Sussex on Saturday as he comes forward to this next ball and negotiates it out into the offside. But what I mean that is it wasn't to dredge up Saturday, even though I've done it again.
I think I top scored for Sussex on Saturday, and I wasn't even there.
Oh dear. No, but anyway, he's a dangerous customer with the batter's Carson as he comes forward and plays defensively. I'll rake up better memories for Sussex. His second ball in T20 cricket against Gloucestershire this season was whacked for 6 off the bowling of Matt Taylor in that last over to help Sussex over the line in that game at Hove.
You're forgiven, Ed. You're forgiven.
Zaffer bowls, and he's played that one with the inside edge, really, as Carson, but it didn't go particularly near Phillips at short leg. It will spoil what would have been another wicket maiden for Zaffer Gohar this morning, as Carson picks up a single to backward square leg, but Gloucestershire won't mind that too much because it means that Carson is on strike for the next over. 181 for 6, and our first bowling change of the morning, as Dom Goodman, indeed, as you forecast, has come out of the attack, and Tom Price will have his first bowl.
Yeah, saw him warming up on the boundary edge a moment ago. He's being called into action.
Matthew Lee offering some encouragement, as always. I'm not sure what the cry was this time of encouragement, whether it was just TP or whether there was something a bit more to it.
So the field then for Price to Carson is 2 slips, a gully, backward point, sort of, short extra cover. Mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on. Fine leg, fairly standard. And the tall figure of Carson shapes up as for this one. Again, a little bit of shape on it away from the right-handed Carson, who lets it go through to the wicket-keeper. 181 for 6, which obviously on the face of it is not what Sussex want in terms of batting point chasing, but they do have the lead of 72, and in this scenario a win would get them over the line in terms of the promotion race. Middlesex can do nothing about it as Price comes in, bowls, and this one just beats the edge of Carson's bat. A sort of back foot he sort of left the bat there. He tried to played slightly down the wrong line. It didn't miss by much, I don't suppose. Looking at the replay now, well beaten. Good ball.
I mean, if you're sitting here from a distance, they'd say, "Oh, he didn't have to play at that actually." But early in his innings, it's really hard to say don't play at those ones.
Tom Price comes in and bowls, and this time it's Fuller and played up the pitch. Well, we did see a couple, didn't we, earlier from Coles leaving. I think it was Coles, or was it Simpson? I can't remember now. Leaving on length.
Simpson certainly left that one that came back. Off.
You got to be a brave man sometimes early in your innings when batting isn't your specialist suit. And you've seen a couple of wickets go down as well to not cover up. This time he does leave, and that one does have a bit of movement to it.
Yeah, he's swinging the ball away so far this morning is Tom Price. So I don't, his usual movement is in to the right-hander. So whether that means that it's reversing or whether Tom Price has decided that he's just going to bowl away swingers, either way, as you'd have imagined, just with the conditions, there is some swing out there even with this old ball.
And Price comes in again and bowls, and again beats Carson, who tried to come forward. But this one may be swinging after it passed the bat. A bit of movement. Could have taken the edge, couldn't it?
It's done a bit too much, if anything.
Yeah, exactly. That was the thinking there. Sometimes you don't want it to swing too much. You just want it to hold its line as Price comes in again and bowls, and this time Carson gets a bottom of the bat onto it. It squirts away into the gully region, and so maiden over for Tom Price. Figures of 0 for 39 off 9 yesterday. Come back this morning with a maiden, and they'll be looking to build some more pressure. Gloucestershire take some more wickets and get batting as soon as they can, and try and apply pressure back on this Sussex lineup. 181 for 6.
Yeah, I think he could also count himself rather unlucky to have the 0 in the wickets column. Tom Price. There was one particular LBW shout which was not given out, and I assumed it must have been because he nicked it, and then up came the leg to signal leg byes yesterday. But without ball tracking, who knows? Zaffer looking for his third scalp of the morning over the wickets to the left-handed Simpson, who rocks back and drives out into the covers. Should just be the single though, as Tom Price has some work to do after completing his over, and Simpson moves up to 13. 182 for 6.
Yeah, there was one earlier in the season involving Sussex out in LBW that was given out, and
we
Ben
mentioned
Stokes
that yesterday.
shared the video footage, which is a little unfair on the umpire, I think. Let's say everybody makes mistakes, but
they do. Unfortunately, when you make a mistake such as that, and there are pictures of it, Zaffer into Carson, who's forward defending out to extra cover.
Well, it's these little clips on socials that obviously people then pause at the point of impact, and people get. I mean, it was going down the leg side.
It was Allsop, wasn't it?
Yeah, but people pause it at different points, and you can, it gets very silly.
Zaffer bowls, and there's a late decision to play a chop out through backward point, but not past Ed Middleton, who still only bowled, I think, the 3 overs last night, but I think he bowled pretty well. But Zaffar's been throwing the ball this morning, and it's proven to be the right decision with the wickets that he has taken. And Carson again plays off the back foot, driving out to backward point once more. Glamorgan 4 down now against Yorkshire, as Ben Kellaway survived the hat-trick ball, but was removed shortly afterwards by Ben Code. So 2 wickets apiece to Code and Fisher. Zaffar bowls, Carson goes back and is quickly down onto that one to keep that one out. And Nottinghamshire are 9 down at Canterbury, still needing 17 for the batting point. Nathan Gilchrist, who threatened to scupper Gloucestershire's T20 Blast campaign with his 1 over at Cheltenham, as Zaffar bowls down the leg side this time. Bracey can't take it, but it was fired a long way down there, and it will have to, I'm afraid, go down as 4 byes. No, he got some bat on it.
I think he
got some bat on it.
Sort of helped round the corner, if you like. I think
he's done well to get. Yes, he did. He's done well to get some bat on that, because it was quite far down there.
Bracey
so
almost inadvertently stopped it with his leg. It almost went through his legs. Actually, he was there, but he just didn't see it because it was played so late and so fine. It's difficult for the wicketkeeper, isn't it, when you you expect. You get in line with where you think the ball's going to be, and then it just doesn't come your way.
Lead 77 then, with Carson picking up his first boundary at the end of that over.
Tom Price continuing with his 2nd over of the morning, a maiden last time. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Sussex captain John Simpson. He's going to go over the wickets. Coming in now and bowls, and Simpson plays defensively off the back foot. Gets a little bit tied up in himself, but there's no fielders close in on the leg side to worry about.
Middlesex have just lost their 2nd wicket. Max Holden has been bowled by Jack Morley for 68, so that partnership, which as a count of rule 162 Middlesex runs, has been broken.
Price comes in and bowls, and that one shapes away from Simpson, who leaves it and goes through to Bracey behind the stumps. 2 slips who are got a little bit of spacing between them. Got a mid-off and mid-on. Extra cover. There's a man at deep square leg. Fine leg. Man on the sweep at point. So as comes in and bowls, and it's cut away by Simpson, it will go out to that boundary rider at deep point, and Simpson will take a single, cutting off his supply on that shot.
Yeah, which I think is a wise move, really. Take away a major scoring option and also get the other batter back on strike. I mean, there's no disrespect to the others, but the runs that Simpson has scored this season, the others haven't.
Exactly, as Price comes in and bowls to Carson. Carson plays that down into the cover region where it's collected. They have a more attacking field for Carson, perhaps unsurprisingly. They're going back to the 2 slips gully. Mid-wicket, extra cover. Man on the point comes in. So, basically everybody bar one, I think, is in the circle. As Price comes in and bowls, and Carson plays up to mid-off, no run.
I thought for a moment that Zaman Akhtar at backward point had one of those COVID-type headbands on, and then he turned around and it was just his sunglasses, but it looked like he'd come out with with a hairband.
So Price only conceding that 1 run to Simpson in his 11 balls so far. He's just waiting now while the field gets ready for this ball, as he comes up to the wicket now and bowls. And again, Carson is on the back foot playing that correctly up the pitch. No run, 187 for 6 at the end of that over. Sussex lead by 78. John Simpson is 14 not out. Jack Carson is 5 not out. You're listening to county cricket action in Division 2 from Bristol. Gloucestershire versus Sussex. BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Radio Sussex. Andrew Rayburn, Ed Seaborn with me as well, of course. And I shall have another 5 minutes or so, and then I've got to give an update to BBC Radio Sussex listeners.
So Notts haven't got the final batting points. They've lost their last 4 wickets for 7 runs. Whether that point becomes important, we'll see, but it may well do, especially if Lancashire are to pull off an unlikely victory against Somerset. So 433 all out, but Nottinghamshire will be able to get bowling and still firm favourites to win that game with those runs on the board. Zaffer into Simpson, it's down the leg side and just off pad to the fielder on the 45, so a leg bye taken, 188 for 6. Surrey have just lost their first wicket at the Oval, where Dom Sibley has been removed by Bas de Leyde for 26. Surrey 87 for 1 in reply to Durham's 262 that they were bowled out for yesterday. Zaffer round the wicket, bowls to the right-handed Carson, who's back onto his stumps and keeping that one out into the offside. Hampshire 435 for 7. Liam Dawson went for 110, but Nick Gubbins is still there, 179 not out. Zaffer in, and Carson's forward defending again. So long vigil from Nick Gubbins, who certainly has the capacity to go very big. First class double ton to his name. Zaffer is in to bowl. That one comes on a little bit with the arm, but again Carson is only thinking in terms of defence, and so he's able to keep it out. Essex eventually bowled out for 232, replying to Warwickshire's 78 all out. What a game it has been for Shane Snater, as again Carson's onto the front foot and playing respectfully up the pitch. Shane Snater 5 for 13 and top scoring with 69 from 72 balls with the bat.
That's a good shift, isn't it?
It is. Oh, I'm going to need to watch that innings back later. Cut away and stopped by Goodman at cover point, and Carson will get a single that will mean he keeps the strike. It's another maiden that has been spoiled off the last ball off Zaffer's bowling. And it's 189 for 6, lead of 80. 12 fours and a 6 in that Snater innings. And Warwickshire have already lost their first wicket in their second innings, Rob Yates. LBW to Sam Cook. So Warwickshire combined at the moment to 79 for 11.
There was that rather unfortunate pause you put in there where you just said Warwickshire have already lost, which could be the case.
They might lose by an innings
very soon anyway. But
Essex 232
you put the frighteners up people
win.
who might have had any vested interest in Warwickshire. But we're going to have another over of Price from the Ashley Down Road end, and it's bowled to Carson, who just plays that up into the mid-off region for no run. 189 for 6 Sussex. That lead is now 80. After Gloucestershire bowled out for 109 yesterday. And now we are starting to see a little bit more blue sky directly above the ground, away from the ground above the houses and the neighbourhoods, over towards the Memorial Stadium. I've got a problem with the ball, have we? They're going to have a conflab, the two umpires. But yeah, over by the Memorial Stadium and the houses over there, there's still some blanket of cloud. But actually, cut out of that cloud, a little patch of blue sky just hovering above us, just blessing us with its presence, which will be nice. So they're checking the ball, the two umpires, and they're saying, no, you can have that back. A rather disdainful toss back to...
Yeah, it's curious, isn't it? Because it must just be that Tom Price doesn't particularly like how it's feeling in his hand, but at the same time he's been getting some... Oh?
No, they're going to...
Now what?
So maybe they've pointed something else out on the ball, and now they're going to come over again, the two umpires, to have a chat. They're going to meet at mid-wicket. Graham Van Buren must have had another word with them about something.
Maybe they just want a bit of a repair to be done.
Yeah, because they have these little nail scissors or whatever in there.
I think those were brought out. I could just about see those. So not a ball change, but just wanted something snipped off.
Perhaps the message hadn't got across to the umpires. It wasn't necessarily that we wanted it checked for its condition, but we do need that bit sorted out. So that's why there's been a break in play, and I've talked about Cloud for 2 minutes. Apologies for that. We are now able to get on with cricket, as Price comes in and bowls to Carson, and Carson just defends. He's faced 25 deliveries now for 6. Jack Carson, the tall Northern Irishman, who was responsible for 6 of the Gloucestershire wickets, I think, at Hove. 3 in each innings. He's got 45 wickets at 22.8 this year. Second in Division 2 behind Toby Rowland-Jones. Took 6 for 67 and 11 in the match against Derbyshire recently. But he's out there wielding the blade, and he's playing that off his hip through into the mid-wicket region for no run. And Gloucestershire hunting more wickets. But I shall, at the end of this over, leave you. In fact, I think probably I will have to go now because I think they may be calling for me.
Right, you are. So, shall endeavour to describe 3 deliveries from Tom Price. In now he comes and bowls, and Carson takes a hand off the bat, but doesn't look too overly troubled by that as he plays it up to the fielder at mid-off. There was just the odd bit of bounce. We saw some bounce on day 1, but you tend to know that pitches at Bristol tend to be more staying down than up and down. Tom Price in to bowl, and Carson is again forward and meeting that one defensively as Tom Price fields off his own bowling. He's got, and I've not asked about this, what's happened to him. He's got this bandage on his left index finger, on the finger end. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, whether it was just something that went wrong in catching practice or something. Tom Price in now bowls, and Carson plays that one up to mid-on. And that completes another maiden over from Tom Price, so his second maiden over of the 3 that he's bowled this morning. Gets a low 5 from Joe Phillips. And Sussex 189 for 6. Still the 2 wickets to fall in this first hour to Zafar Gohar, who removed James Coles, who went for a reverse sweep and bottom edged it into his stumps and was bowled for 46. He would have been bowled anyway, even if the bottom edge hadn't got involved. Premeditated reverse sweep, and ended up picking a ball that was just to his leg side, which made it harder to hit. So he went for 46, and Henry Crocombe coming down the pitch, trying to launch a shot over long on, but it looped in the end to Graham Van Buren at mid-on, and he went for 10, the night watchman. But so far, just the 3 bowlers used by Gloucestershire this morning, and it will be Zafar Gohar to continue. From the pavilion end, bowling to Simpson, who cuts that one away. There's a fielder at a backward point who's deep enough to allow the single. It's not even, well, what would he be? 2/3 of the way back towards the boundary, maybe. About 40 yards from the bat, allowing Simpson to pick up another single with his favourite shot, 190 for 6. Zafar bowls to Carson, that's wide outside the off-stump, cut away, good diving save by, who is that? Archie Bailey, isn't it? On the field at backward point. They do try and test me, don't they? Yesterday it was Ahmed Saeed on the field, and today it's Archie Bailey. It was a good sprawling stop, saved 3 runs Carson coming through for the single, moves to 7. Zaffer bowls, that turns, so Simpson's done well there not to overcommit to the cut shot, because even though it wouldn't have bowled him, he might still have, well, not bowled him directly anyway, he might still have chopped it on if he'd gone through with that cut shot. Forward this time, Simpson. Zaffer pitches it up. And again, no issues for Simpson to play this one out to cover. A few more footmarks starting to develop for Zaffer to try and target. Quite full though at the moment as Simpson plays off the back foot into the onside for no run. I don't think there's been any more appreciable turn really today than there was yesterday. In fact, if anything, I think there's been a bit less turn than there was on day 1, but still just enough. Down the pitch, Simpson, this has been walloped away over long on. That is a mighty hit from Simpson, and it's gone in the direction of the light roller over long on. And he didn't absolutely get to the pitch of it, but he's timed that swing. And that is one of the biggest sixes I think I've seen on this ground this year in terms of a straight hit to that direction. You don't see too many hit out there. So Simpson on to 21. I think it may even have cleared the temporary seating down to our left. And it's not a short hit to the pavilion end. And that is the first 6 of this Sussex innings. 197 for 6. Simpson on to 21. So 1-6 in the Gloucestershire innings. Miles Hammond with a pick-up pull shot over square leg. But despite a couple of catches at mid-on, Simpson happy to go downtown, and so he did.
I have returned, and I'm watching Price bowl to Carson, and that's there's no run from that one. So yes, they called me quite early for that update, so I've been away for the last 5 minutes. But I saw that 6 from John Simpson, and that's moved Sussex to 197 for 6. The lead is 88. As Price now comes in to bowl. He's up to the wicket now, and that one a leading edge between slip and gully, and that's going to run down towards the boundary rope. It will be hauled in, I fancy, but they'll take a couple of runs. They're going to come back for a third, and that's going to take Sussex to 200 for 6, and they lead by 91. And so that's taken Carson to double figures as well. Would have dropped short, I think, of any fielder there, but it's cost them 3 runs, Gloucestershire, that one.
Update, by the way, from Edgbaston. Warwickshire at 80 for 13. They're 2 for 3 now in their second innings.
Oh, we're nearly at England's Tour of South Africa level, aren't we? Which was that 2 for 4 or something in Nasser Hussain's first game as captain, I think. As Price comes in and bowls to Simpson this time, and Simpson is on the back foot playing towards mid-on for no run. Yeah, I think Nasser Hussain's first England game was captain or touring game anyway. Was in South Africa. They were 2 for 4 in the first Test match. Donald and Pollock and everyone else running rampant. 2 for 3, not much better. I think it was 2 for 3 that... they're going to check the ball again, are they? Something's not right with this ball. Price, again, like you said, he doesn't feel like it's sitting right in his hand for whatever reason. So again, the umpires, well, mind you, they might not get a chat because... No, they are going to have a chat. There's something we can't see from where we are. What's the problem? But they're having a good conference again.
Yeah, they're going to change it.
It looks like they are going to change it this time, yep. So we are 13 overs away from the second new ball, but we're going to get a very old new ball or a new old ball or...
Yes, that one.
Yes.
It's the second time in this innings so far that the ball has been changed.
I'll tell you what, if there's any Australians listening, they'll be bristling at this point. Memories of the Ashes will come flooding back, that last test match. Might as well have been new out of the box, that one, but that's another matter.
Main reason to keep the Duke's ball, really, isn't it? Just to
wind up the Australians, because it goes out of shape.
Yes, exactly.
And it's been common only really in the last 3 or 4 years, I'd say, where,
yes,
you know, I know bowlers have always tried it on when it's not doing anything, but, you know, it's been changed quite often. Some wonderful yoga positions being got into by wicketkeeper and slip at the moment.
Yeah, well, particularly Bracey. He does those back stretches, and oh gosh, I don't know how. If I did that, there would be a loud snapping noise.
Oh God,
I'd be able to get back up again.
I'd be out for 18 months if.
Yeah.
Out of what? I'm not sure, but. Anyway, Bracey and Ollie Price are having great fun together. That's all that matters. We've got this ball sorted. Bit of shining going on now by Tom Price. We are still halfway through this over. You haven't missed anything. And he's coming in now. He's up to the wicket and bowls to Simpson, who lets that go. And that's left it on line, but lucky it didn't jag back too much. And through to Bracey.
Yes, this changed ball. It could do all sorts.
It could. This might be Gloucestershire's moment to strike. We shall see. So, Simpson picks his bat up as he prepares to face, and then gets on the pad. Big appeal. They like it. The umpire doesn't. Price is agog. Hands on head. Ed Seaborn is contemplative.
Well,
we'll see the replay.
It's always tricky, given that we're behind, but it didn't look.
We're going to see
first
from the
look.
reverse
It didn't
angle.
look like it was going down the leg side. It's definitely
that's plumb.
If
for
that
me.
if he's not hit that, that is two absolutely stone dead LBWs that for some reason Rob Bailey hasn't given for Tom Price. Extraordinary. Maybe he hit it. Well, that's the one thing we can't tell, and because they didn't run, we don't know whether that's why Rob Bailey hasn't given that one out.
As Price comes in and bowls to Simpson, Simpson cuts through point for a single. There is a man out there, so he'll move on to 22. And Ed, I sense you're silently ticking.
Well, it's just I don't know. You just don't know without having Snicko. It's pitched on middle. It struck him in front of middle, and it's struck him very low down on the shin. So unless he's hit it, it's out.
It might have gone under the stumps.
Yes, it might have done. Well, actually, I did theorise in the last home game, or was it? No, it was the one before that the umpire might have been thinking about quantum tunnelling. And it might have gone through the stumps without disturbing the bails. But yes, anyway, Tom Price has certainly done something to annoy Rob Bailey. Maybe it was the ball change. Maybe he didn't want the ball to be changed enough to go over to the
God, we've got all
to the
sorts
box of balls. Maybe that's what it was. He's upset him. Zaffert bowls to Simpson on the back foot, defends for no run. He's not hit that. I'm sorry, but he's miles away from it. We've now had a look from the front-on angle, very much front-on, and from very close to the pitch. Zaffert bowls, and a cut shot from Simpson is cut away out to backward point for a single.
There's some reading between the lines to be done there, but
anyway, 202 for 6. Simpson on to 23. Warwickshire, meanwhile, are 3 for 4. This is extraordinary.
I mean, even in Australia, that's not a good scoreline.
No.
That's not a good scoreline in England or Australia.
It's never a good sign, is it, when it's better in Australian terms than in English terms. Oh, leading edge here from Carson, which falls well short of dent at extra cover, but...
Whichever way you slice that's not fun.
No. I mean, if Zafar had got a wicket with that ball, that would have been a bit of a bonus, because it was drifting onto leg stump, but still. Zafar bowls, and again, that nearly brings back pad into play this time, and Zafar is, whether deliberately or not, targeting Carson's middle and leg stump, and has had a little bit of joy last couple of deliveries. Again, Carson goes back this time, has got it into the ground. It was more of a squeezed defensive shot. It wasn't a
better
edge,
played. It was more, and it was a straighter delivery as well. So he was able to find the angle to squeeze it away from back pad.
Picks up 1, 203 for 6. So the lead gradually approaching 100 for Sussex as Zafar bowls and Simpson drives. Tremendous
Great
piece of fielding
stop
from Zaman Akhtar to his left. Diving one-handed stop to his wrong side. And that may have saved a boundary because that was timed pretty sweetly by John Simpson. And it's 203 for 6 after 69 overs of Sussex's innings. So still 11 overs to go before Gloucestershire could take a second new ball, and we've got another change in terms of the seam bowling from the Ashley Down Road end, as the man who's just effected that diving stop, Zaman Akhtar, will have his first bowl of the day, having claimed the first wicket to fall. A ball that Ollie Carter pretty much had to play at and edged through behind to James Bracey. He did also have a catch dropped at second slip, a sharp chance off Tom Haynes.
So the field that Zaman Akhtar will have is it's just being constructed now, but it's 2 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover, mid wicket, mid off, mid on, fine leg, fairly standard stuff as he comes in now and bowls, and Carson is on the back foot to play that down into the offside for no run. 1 for 37 from 8. Zaman Akhtar yesterday. He's now being brought in an hour and 15 minutes into play. Don't forget 10:30 starts in these September matches. Zaman Akhtar comes in and bowls again to Carson, again on the back foot into the leg side this time. There's no run. And Ed was saying earlier, in case you didn't catch it, that he's all for 10:30 starts. In fact, I get the feeling you'd start at 9 o'clock if we could.
Absolutely
and
not.
Out by tea time.
Not a chance. Anything earlier than 10:30, no. But I just think it makes sense.
Zaman Akhtar starts his run up to the wicket. He's past the umpire now and bowls, and Carson gets an edge on that down through square leg, and they're going to pick up a couple of runs there. Perhaps a little bit fortunate on first glance. Not sure how that squirted away, but there was a bit of vague interest from the middle at one point. They thought it was dead on. If he hadn't caught something on it, he'd have been in trouble.
Or not.
Or now, let it go.
Who knows?
We'll see how that one pans out. Zaman Akhtar now comes in and bowls, and Carson this time gives that a heave over mid-wicket for a boundary. Runs away for 4 runs. Got plenty of that off the bottom of the blade, but again, when you've got the field all close in on the circle, plenty of opportunities to hit out if you find the right ball to do it. And once again, Sussex keeping that run rate along at 3 and over, which is where they've been for most of this innings, really.
So 3-figure lead.
Yes, the lead is up to 100 now. Always very healthy on first innings. And of course Sussex, as I say, just need to win this match to seal promotion, as Zamanakta comes in and bowls again, and sort of half left, I guess, by Carson. And through to Bracey. But on length, there was no danger there.
Yeah, the only danger is he would leave his bat and gloves too close to it, but it was they were far enough away from it.
Sort of wasn't the most decisive leaves I've ever seen, but nonetheless, there are only two types of leave, as we know, and that came in the good category, as he's still there. Actor now bowls and Carson plays that up to mid-off. There's no run. So the end of an over that's cost 6. Sussex 209 for 6. The lead is exactly 100. John Simpson 23 not out. Jack Carson 17 not out from very similar number of balls faced. Simpson 39, Carson 41. It's 10 overs until the new ball, and we now have actual sunshine.
Yes.
It's
the cloud is very much clearing. It's getting higher.
I was going to say it's the higher bit that's helping as well.
It's also getting more scattered, so that's good.
I think we are. I think, as you mentioned earlier, this is kind of what we're set for the day.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think it was forecast to be pretty similar to yesterday eventually, and in fact tomorrow may be similar as well. It looks as if it will be cloudy overnight, but up to even 25 degrees. Oh, hang on. I'm looking at the forecast for London for some reason. I've still got the forecast for the last 4 days up here. Right, 25 I thought. Well, it's still going to be 24 in Bristol.
Spoiling us.
Zafar bowls, a paddle attempted by Simpson. I have no idea what that's come off, but either way, he's not going to get any runs for it. I'm not sure whether that ricocheted off Bracey's pad or Simpson's bat pad. It was a tangle of all sorts of things, and no run was had from it. Simpson's back to defending on the front foot.
Again, it's one of those that Paul Farbrace would not have been happy with had that been his downfall. But I mean, Sussex, obviously, I said earlier, they'll probably look to target maybe the few overs time.
Down the pitch comes Simpson. That's a lovely shot. It's not going to bring him 4, but just down the pitch and then punching the ball with an angled blade past a wide mid-off. And it's only because that's the longest part of the boundary that's only going to be 2 rather than 4.
Yeah, if it was up the other end, if the bowling was coming from the other end, it would have been 4. But yeah, it's difficult. I mean, do you target the older ball? For a few overs, in case you get your name on one towards the end.
2-11 for 6, full ball, wide and driven. Simpson beats Zaman Akhtar at cover, but this time it will just be the 1.
Or do you hope that the new ball flies a bit further and carries and things? Because Sussex will look to try and, I dare say, apply the pressure.
Well, they've been happy to move the game on, haven't they? Whether that's strictly been the plan or whether that's just been how it's turned out, they have moved the game on, both in terms of run scoring, and the wickets column has moved along as well. Zafar bowls and Carson plays this one safely into the ground, and it's stopped at short leg by Phillips. So whether that continues, I mean, this partnership is developing well from a Sussex perspective, as Carson plays with bat and pad close together, but does get it well away again from Phillips hunting at short leg, and it's fielded at mid-wicket by Zaman Akhtar. Still Bertie Foreman, Ollie Robinson to come. It's certainly not out of the question that Sussex could even get, well, they could even get well beyond 300 with these two, plus Robinson and Adkat. I'm not certain about his batting abilities. I don't think I've seen a great deal of him with the bat, but
and this partnership you mentioned, it's now worth 32 in 11 overs. So yeah, they've made good progress, these two, for the 7th wicket. Simpson 26, Carson 17, and Zaman Akhtar will bowl round the wicket now to John Simpson. only one slip in place. We've got a gully, and then as that's short, and Simpson wants to come through for the single, and he does so. So sharp running, sharp calling, and again, his partner up the end has to be decisive and has to just go with it. You have to go, all right then, I trust you. And they came through for the single, which puts Carson on strike. And Zamanakta from the Ashley Down Road end bowls, and Carson cuts, and Carson will get a boundary. Briefly in the air, and not sure really how close it was to the fielder, but it's
it's perfectly safe.
Yeah,
short and wide, and he has decided to go over the top rather than
I had the corner of the window in my
down.
way.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, no, it was a long way away, and it got the treatment, that delivery.
Short wide, and Carson helped it on its way. 21 from 44 for Carson, 217 for 6. Sussex the lead of 108. Carson facing up to Zamanakta again. Akta bowls, and this time there's an edge, and that will fly between slip and gully, and it will be 4 more. Frustration for Gloucestershire. A rueful look on the face of Ed Seaborn. And
I think you might be overestimating my level of investment in a county championship game that Gloucestershire have very little to play for other than a win.
I think it's. I take that on board. But yeah, it's one of those where obviously you think, right, given away a boundary ball there, you bowl a much better one and it still goes for 4. That's frustrating. This one forces Carson onto the back foot. A very woody sound, as he doesn't get a huge amount of middle on that.
I mean, if you're only going to have 2 fielders behind the bat, there's quite a good chance that any edge is going to go away from wherever they are.
Yeah,
so and it's just the way it is.
And they've gone for the catches on the drive, and yeah, they're producing edges, which is rather unfortunate. So yeah, slip and a gully. And this one covered up by Carson, who's now on to 25. And for all the talk, obviously, about John Simpson, given his run scoring, well, Carson's faced 47 balls and scored 25. Simpson has faced 44 balls and scored 27. So very similar. And also, Carson has faced more deliveries than Simpson since he's come in.
What on earth are Kent doing, by the way?
This is a general statement.
Well, it might be. Kent 34 for 2 in the 5th over.
Wow. As Zamanakta comes in and bowls that one short and just flicked away by... a direct hit, which has taken out middle stump. He was home, Carson, but that's a heck of a throw.
That was dramatic.
Yeah. That's woke me up. That is a heck of a throw. I'm sure he's definitely home. But yeah, on the bounce.
Yeah. Miles Hammond hitting direct, and I can say this now because of the eventual result of the competition. But I think whether it was the quarter-final or one of the group games, where Miles Hammond had about 4 run-out attempts, missed the stumps with all 4 of them in one game, and he hit the stumps there and hit the middle of it as well. That would have, that drill where they've only got one stump to throw out and you've got to hit it. That would have.
Well, Ollie Stone, I think, in the Test match missed a couple and then got one that was the harder of the 3, if you like.
Zafar Gohar to Carson, who drives, and well stopped by Zafar as he slides down to his left in his follow through and saves what would have been probably a single.
So go back to Kent then. Just talk to us about Kent. What are they up to as well?
I'm just curious as to what the approach is. Maybe as this time they will get the single up to mid-off. There'll be another shot at the stumps from Hammond, as this time he misses the stumps. And again, Carson would have been long home, 223 for 6. Well, it's been a decent morning for them, bowling knots out for 433. But then they were 34 for 2 after 4.2 overs even. Maybe there's just been some very poor bowling and a couple of wicket-taking deliveries, but Luke Fletcher, cast aside by Nottinghamshire, has 2 for 12 in his 3 overs. Zaffer bowls, and off the back foot, this is played back to the bowler.
Well, it's like that first over of Stuart Broad's in the 2015 Ashes when they went on to take 8 for 15. But Australia at the end of that first over were 10 for 2, and you're thinking, this is mad.
Zaffer bowls, and this is played into the onside by Simpson, fielded by Dent at short mid-wicket, who actually hasn't seemed to touch the ball very much, which is quite rare for Chris Dent. He seems to have been playing Zaffer a bit finer than Dent's position, which is a short straight mid-wicket, as Simpson is struck on the pad. That looks to be outside the line and maybe a bit high, but it certainly was turning from Zaffer as the ball loops out into the vacant gully region, but there is no run, maybe not high, but
outside the line,
he's pretty much got everything outside the line there, and that's what Sussex's left-handers have been doing to Zaffer. Tom Haynes did that a lot as well, just camped almost outside his off stump. Zaffer bowls, Simpson reaches forward and defends back up the pitch. So a good over from Zaffer, but 1 run from it. I guess if nothing else, it sees Gloucestershire 1 over closer to a second new ball, if that is to be their method of trying to end this Sussex innings. And they... Can you... Oh, I'm going to steal your binoculars because I can't read the over rate on the board over there. I think that... Does that say +4? Yes, it does say +4. So actually, they could see it, that they could bowl 7 overs in the half hour until lunch and then take the new ball fresh after lunch so that the new ball bowlers would have some rest.
And we've got Zafar now, Zaman Akhtar, coming in and bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. And that one, again, Carson, tall man, gets in behind it. No run.
I'd love to know what the over rate was, by the way, at the end, because that's the one thing I've not heard about from that Somerset versus Surrey game in the last round of Championship fixtures. What was the over rate at the end of that Somerset v Surrey? About +1,000 or something.
I'm amazed that the last pair for Surrey didn't appeal against the light with all the fielders around them. They wouldn't have been able to see anything. As Zaman Akhtar comes in and bowls and clips off the hips by Carson. Now pick up a single. Sussex move on to 224 for 6. Carson to 28. The lead is 115 for Sussex as it stands. And still to bat, Bertie Foreman on his first class debut. Ollie Robinson and Jadev Anadkat. And we've got Simpson on 27, Carson on 28, so Carson will be lording this up in the dressing room with his skipper at this rate. Simpson is facing now, and that's short, and Simpson ducks underneath it.
Goes off on one of those characteristic wanders off towards square leg. He makes it further than a lot of others on their wanders. And
the other... the player who used to do that a lot, of course, was Michael Atherton. Michael Atherton used to wander, but that was it's resetting, of course. It's resetting between each delivery, shutting off. But yeah, some players take it to extremes. As Zaman Akhtar comes in and bowls down the leg side by Simpson, doesn't get anything on it, through to Bracey.
Middlesex have lost a third at Derby, and they still lead by 11 runs, but of course every point that Middlesex don't pick up is effectively a point picked up by Sussex.
It is, yeah, and Sussex really aiming for that victory to see them over the line, but they will be buoyed by Middlesex staying away from the bonus points, as again short to Simpson, and again ducks underneath that, and that will be those 2 for the over. Mind you, we only got 1 ball left, haven't we? So Simpson should have, yes, whoever that was. I hope they're listening. Simpson should have half a mind as to what might be coming here as Zaman Akhtar bowls, and it is Fuller, and it's outside the off stump and through to Bracey. So only 1 run off that over. 1 for 54 for Zaman Akhtar from his 11 overs. in the innings. 224 for 6. The lead is 115. Simpson 27. Carson 28. And there's 6 overs left until that second new ball. Obviously, you talked about trying to maybe take it fresh after lunch. Then you also wonder whether you might get an over or two at batters who might be looking for lunch and making them go twice, if you like.
Yeah, because it's just whether you're really going to get into a new ball spell if you've only got one over to bowl. I don't know anyway.
Well, that's why they often like to leave it until 2 or 3 balls into the over to allow the looseners.
And then you know what always happens when they do that. Zaffer bowls to Carson, who blocks away. Well, they bowl the loosener with a new ball anyway, because
exactly.
It feels different in their hands, and all of a sudden it goes away. And I don't know.
It's a lovely
I've
idea
seen
in theory.
bowlers do it less and less. That I must say. Zaffer go hard bowls down the leg side and taken by Bracey with no touch on it from Carson. But yeah, I mean, even if it passes the 80, they don't have to take it. They can bowl 2 overs extra of spin. It's not as though at the moment spin is getting crashed to all parts. Zaffer bowls edged by Carson, and to safety there would have needed to be a second slip in place. It's running out towards the boundary. Middleton should just get there, goes into the dive, but he's parried it away from himself so far that indeed they will come back for that third run, but Middleton has saved a run there.
I think it's fair to say that Simpson was more engaged in what was going on in the field than Carson, because I think Carson either thought there was only 2 there and then saw that there was third run, but a comfortable third run, and he sort of ambled. Simpson was a little bit sharper.
Carson to 31, 227 for 6. Next delivery from Zaffer over the wicket to Simpson, who is forward defending the ball away. And we've still not seen anything of Gloucestershire's other spinners so far this morning, with Middleton having just bowled the 3 overs last night. Ollie Price 2 for 15 from his 8 overs, but haven't seen anything of him yet this morning. Zaffer bowls a flighted delivery which is overpitched and driven away. Should be a couple here, as Zaman Akhtar will cut it off around that point boundary. So 2 more runs to Simpson, who moves on to 29, the lead to 120. And when Gloucestershire grabbed that second wicket this morning, they would have had thoughts of actually we could make this into that sort of dream morning and keep that lead even in double figures or around about that 100 mark. As Simpson goes back, plays this one with an angle bat to dent at short mid wicket. There's no run, and that ends the over at 229 for 6. 75 overs gone. But now there is very much the thinking that with this partnership and with still a bit of batting to come, this could turn into very much the kind of lead that stamps out any hopes that Gloucestershire might have of effecting a comeback.
It's 80 for 2 this morning, basically, the Sussex score. So, but that was this partnership as what's it up to now? This partnership, I just worked that out. It's 47 now. So yeah, they lost 2 wickets for 30 odd runs, and as you say, Gloucestershire looking like they were going to possibly drag themselves back into it, but as you say, it's back into Sussex's hands again now. 149 for 4 they were overnight, Sussex 229 for 6 now. So Carson will face up to some spin himself, as always like it when spinners face spinners. It's always an interesting little test. This is Ed Middleton bowling, and the first one is defended up the pitch. Bowled 3 overs yesterday, 0 for 4. Tosses the ball from one hand to another, comes in off a couple of paces and bowls, and Carson tries to bash him, but doesn't really connect much and into the ground. And this is the thing, sometimes they like to get the better of a spinner, don't they, when they're facing them. as Carson waits, Middleton bowls, and it's defended. And it's I remember Ashley Giles getting Shane Warne out, and Shane Warne had had enough of him and tried to bash him down the ground, and Giles bowled and celebrated wildly. And this time he does connect with it, Carson, and Simpson has to duck out the way. Everybody has to get out the way because it's gone for 4. Middleton being taken downtown for 4 runs there. And as you said, the spin of Zafar Gohar, he got a couple of wickets, but I know you described it as being bashed to all parts, but
well, no. I said it hadn't been bashed.
Oh, it
to
hadn't
all
been
parts
bashed to all
yet,
parts. Beg your pardon.
But that there could be,
yes,
if these overs go for runs, it might force Gloucestershire's hand into taking the new ball, even if.
Well, this does look like
to.
new ball kind of territory now, doesn't it? Just seeing those last few overs out as Middleton comes in and bowls, and Carson reaches for that one. And again, this is what I predicted earlier. It's going to be, when you see a bowler you like towards the end before the new ball, go and have a go, because the new ball might do a bit. I mean, we saw, a ball that was 50, 60 overs old doing a bit. So let's see what the new ball does when it's taken. And this one's leans on that, and there's no run. End of the over, 233 for 6. Carson on 35, Simpson on 29. 4 from that Middleton over. We would expect, in the right pair of hands, a new ball in these conditions. I mean, I know it's actually slightly less cloudy now, isn't it? But given what the ball was doing earlier, I'd like to see the new ball move a bit.
Yeah, atmospheric conditions should be in the favour of the bowlers. There's been a decent amount of movement for the seamers out of the pitch. I know it will tend to die here because that's what usually happens, but this is still only the second morning, so there should still be something in it. And we have Ollie Price coming on to bowl from the pavilion end. So Zafar's long spell this morning, which has produced the only 2 wickets that have fallen, is completed for now, and so Ollie Price can have 2 overs or more from this pavilion end, but he'll probably have to take a wicket to buy himself more than a couple of overs. It does look as though at this stage, from these decisions here, that the plan is that Gloucestershire do want those couple of overs with the new ball before the lunch interval, which is 20 minutes away.
I think there was a 13 over spell from Zafar Gohar.
Yep. 50 overs overnight. So Ollie Price won't have the short leg. He'll have a slip as the only close catcher, and he comes round the wicket to Simpson, who immediately placed that one right where short leg was. I don't think it would have been at a catchable height, but anyway, Ollie Price has brought out the double teapot for that one, and Simpson finds a single because Middleton is at a backward square leg. So Simpson joins Carson in the 30s, 234 for 6, Sussex's score. So just 16 away from reducing that magic number for promotion down by another one. Middlesex have lost a couple of wickets now at Derby, so that's going to help that along. Alex Thompson has removed Leas Deploy for 11 and Ryan Higgins for 4.
Said with your best best Belgian accent.
Yes, exactly.
That was almost Poirot-esque.
That's, well, it's supposed to be Peter Sellers, but anyway, this is defended away. Clouseau.
Yes, of course.
As Carson blocks this back to the bowler. But anyway, Deploy out for 11, Higgins for 4, which means Middlesex have, well, they're going to have to go some to get to 450, that's for sure. As Carson runs this one out defensively into the covers and won't pick up a run. So Mark Stoneman has 102. But, well, Jack Davies, he did get his career best with the bat against Gloucestershire in the last round. He'll be due in next as Price bowls. A bit of drift there, but not a great deal of turn, and Carson plays defensively again. De Carey's, Holman, I mean, they'd have to go some. Price in and forward to this one. Carson, big stride in, smothering that one down into the ground.
Yeah, I don't. Obviously, they're Middlesex. So this is the thing. Middlesex will obviously look at Lancashire Yorkshire as nice to get them two mixed up, isn't it? As their focus, if you like. But of course, Sussex's focus is on Middlesex. Middlesex won't be focused on Sussex.
No, last delivery played into the leg side by Carson. There's no run. 1 run from the over, 234 for 6. Glamorgan, by the way, are 90 for 5 against Yorkshire. So not
Warwickshire
great
is still
news
floundering.
For Middlesex. They've recovered. They are 31 for 5.
Right.
Ed Barnard made 15, which he might as well have raised his bat for, reaching double figures. Warwickshire 31 for 5,
don't wish to intrude
trailing by 123.
We don't wish to intrude on private grief, but
what is surprising, and again, it's we can debate that as well, but Warwickshire aren't really in massive relegation trouble, although they could be if both Nottinghamshire and Lancashire were to win. But if that were the case, Lancashire would have won 3 games, and Warwickshire would still only have won 1, and Lancashire would have been quite a distance behind Warwickshire.
Ed Middleton comes in and bowls, and Simpson plays that behind square on the offside for a single. 235 for 6. He's on 31. The lead 126.
Surrey losing a couple of wickets, 145 for 3. Lost Burns for 55 and Lawrence for 6. So trail by 117, still in a decent position in that one.
Middleton bowling to Carson. Carson leans on that, and no run in defence.
And it has been a decent morning for Lancashire with the bat. Harry Singh 26 not out on his first class debut, and Josh Bohannon has 56 as Lancashire are effectively 95 for 2 on second innings.
Attempted big swing from Carson. He doesn't get. I don't think he got anything on it, or did he? No, he did. He got a little inside edge on it, and it went down behind the wicket keeper for 4 runs. That was, he gave it the beans, but wow, what did it?
Just
yeah,
a thick inside
edge. It beat everybody and everything, and has gone for 4. There's a man at leg slip with a helmet on, and it went right through. Frustration again for Gloucester. Jack Carson, 39 not out, faces this one from Middleton, and this time he plays it into the leg side. He took 1 or 2 strides forward, challenging the fielder, but there was never a run there at all. It's one of my favourite things about Joe Root's batting, is he's halfway down the wicket before shouting "No!" You think, okay, you're the one that came, not me. So Middleton bowls again to Carson. Carson from a long way up, or getting a long way down, put it that way, drops his bat on that. Last ball of what is the 78th over. We're at 12-16. Middleton waits, tosses the ball from one hand to the other, comes in and bowls, and it's played by Carson. Up to mid-off, no run. 239 for 6, 5 off the over. Middleton's figures 5 overs, 0 for 13. Simpson is 31 not out, Carson 39 not out. The lead is 130, 2 overs before the new ball becomes available.
Yeah, probably, 4 overs, maybe 3 overs, 4 overs, until lunch. It depends who's bowling, of course, or how quickly they get through them, but they're going to have the decision before lunch either way, unless it's the 2 slowest overs of spin that have ever been bowled. I think the umpires might be warning Gloucestershire for wasting time if they don't get through more than a couple of overs. Ollie Price just sending his brother back a few steps at mid-on, deepish mid. Well, no, he's not actually. He seemed to be pushing him back, and then he's pointed him to come in, but Anyway, I just wanted to boss his older brother about for a bit. Ollie Price round the wicket, bowls, and
Any
forward
excuse.
goes Simpson to defend out into the covers. No, they're I don't know. They must have fallen out at some point, but it's hard to imagine them falling out a great deal. Ollie Price in, a little bit short, but not drastically so that Simpson decided to go for a yahoo into the leg side and ended up just playing it with the turn out to cover.
I think the same of Pete and Sophie from Gogglebox. They look like they haven't fallen out before.
This is defended to short leg next delivery. Don't watch it, I'm afraid. No, I don't. Here we go. This is like that flipping Middlesex game all over again with Ollie Price bowling as well. As in the bowls, Simpson gets himself in a tangle. Zafar liked it from backward point, which
is exactly what you want to give an
LBW. Most convincing for an umpire in terms of an appeal. Miles Hammond gave it a bit of a look at slip, but Ollie Price didn't go up. Ollie Price in, down the leg side, gets away with it. Nothing on it from Simpson, and Bracey does enough to knock it down with his gloves.
I might give him the benefit of the doubt there, because like you said, they've been getting everything outside the line of off stump. I'd wonder if you've tried to fire that in just to test out his positioning.
Ollie Price bowls full and wide, driven away. That is an extraordinary stop from Chris Dent, because that bounced up off one of those old pitches up into the air. He was tumbling to his right and almost across his body with his left hand knocked it down and saved 3 runs. It is just a single to complete that over. Yeah, that was the new actually school of you can get more distance by going across your body with your other hand rather than by when you're on the dive. You can get more coverage by going across yourself with the hand that's not on the near side.
We are getting a great physical
lesson
here.
I'm basically kind of like halfway through the sort of when they do the
Mexican wave,
the dance of the hands, whatever that's called at a music festival or something. Anyway, 240 for 6.
Sorry, I've just lost the plot now. Sorry, Middleton's bowling, and it's a missed cut from Simpson. You can tell it's towards the end of the season, can't you? It's been a long slog. Sussex are 240 for 6. So these are 131. This might be the last over before the new ball is taken. It is obviously available at 80. As Middleton comes in and bowls, Simpson just pushes that out into the mid-wicket region for no run. Does a little wander again. Fiddles with his gloves.
Might not be clear-cut, this decision. There's been just a couple of deliveries these last 2 overs that have interested both Ollie Price and Middleton.
Middleton comes in and bowls on leg stump, pushed into mid-wicket by Simpson. 32 he's got, the Sussex skipper, but he's been outscored by Jack Carson, who's 39 at the other end. Carson with his hand on his hip at the non-striker's end. Simpson faces and covers up, no run. Get the feeling that Carson feels like Simpson is seeing Sussex through to this new ball, assuming, as we say, that they take it. They may not do, but we'll see in a couple of balls' time. As Middleton again trots in off a couple of paces and bowls. Forward comes Simpson, no run. Again, Simpson just wanders out, wanders back, resets. Over 1,000 runs in the championship this season. And he cuts this one, which is short and wide. He'll get only a single because there is a boundary rider out at backward point. So single takes Simpson on to 33. Sussex to 241 for 6 at the end of the 80th over. They lead by 132. And are we going to be seeing a brand new shiny cherry appear at some stage?
Well, Tom Price looked as if for a moment he was going off, but he was just going to collect something which isn't the new ball and hand it to Neil Bainton. As he handed his bandage to him, or so it was the ball, was it? That wasn't a very red looking ball. It was in a bag. Oh, how clever. How clever. I didn't realise actually that at this level they would still be taken out of the bag, you know. I thought that was something that would happen at club level when you get the balls in the bag.
Do you think they just got it from Sports Direct?
Well, maybe they have, yes. We're a bit short on new balls here, so we went out and bought some. Yeah.
Other sporting manufacturers, of course, are available.
Anyway, it is the new ball. And it is Dom Goodman who is going to bowl from the pavilion end with it, having had his only spell so far this morning from the Ashley Down road end. So Gloucestershire have decided to have what might just about be 3 overs, but probably 2 overs with it before lunch. Goodman into Simpson. First delivery is a fairly gentle defence out into the covers for Simpson to play. Yeah, I must say I'm sure that's the first time I've seen it in its bag like that. I suppose often the umpires take it out there and just stick it in their pocket, so you don't see the bag that it comes in. Well.
Lifting the lid
so
on
many
all the things.
Silly little things in cricket.
That's why we love it.
2 slips and a gully. Goodman to Simpson. He bowls and looking for a single up to mid-on. Carson was a bit slow setting off, but it was a very well-judged single.
I don't know where he's run to. He's run many a mile now, Carson. He's
extraordinary.
Halfway to the boundary.
What a lap of honour. So pleased with that single. 242 for 6. So the lead 133. And Sussex will be close to, if not at, 100 runs for this morning session. For the loss of just 2 wickets. Coles and Crocombe, the only 2 to fall. Coles just 4 runs shy of a half century. These 2 could yet become the first 2 to reach that half century mark in this Sussex innings. As Goodman bowls to Carson, whipped away off the pads and for 4, I suspect. Yeah, it will go. Zafar Gohart is quick round that boundary, but Carson hitting it square of that fielder. And Goodman just straying onto the pads and Carson timing it pretty sweetly. So he's on to 43 and 246 for 6. So Sussex now 4 away from a first batting point.
62 this partnership worth now.
Goodman runs in, bowls, that's short and wide and has been very well stopped at cover by Joe Phillips, who's still got the shin pads on. He's not had time to take them off. In fact, I don't know that they're really allowed to take them off now. Wasting time, especially so close to lunch. He's just going to keep them on, but tumbled away to his left and saved Goodman another boundary. Tom Price just having a bit of a word with Goodman about something from mid-on. Goodman in and bowls, and Carson strokes this one away. It's been half stopped by Phillips to his right this time at extra cover. Got fingertips on it and has saved 3 as they take 1 to Van Buren wide of mid-off. So 247 for 6. Carson on 244. And Tom Price continues to, by the looks of things, set the field for Dom Goodman. He was wafting Joe Phillips out to deep square. Last ball of this over. Goodman bowls to Simpson, who comes forward and stoically defends. So the end of the first over with a new ball. It is back to the Duke's ball, so we don't expect it to do anything right away, and it certainly didn't. So probably is just going to be the 1 over left before the lunch break, and Tom Price it will be to bowl as he's jogging away from us to the
I'm going to let you take this last over because I will be required to be dragged away in the middle of it by
right, you are.
my producer friends at BBC Sussex.
Yes, they get the most out of you. You've got to update scores from multiple games hourly throughout the day.
Due to the unique way the BBC is funded.
Tom Price, he was running in but then stopped. Whether it was because he wasn't quite ready or there was somebody who just emerged from next to the sight screen.
I think that definitely nails down the fact this will be the last over before lunch.
Yep. I think Tom Price would be able to get through an over in 2 minutes 10 seconds anyway. Starts off with a loose delivery on the legs, and that is clipped through square leg by Carson, and that will be the 4 runs to take Sussex to a first batting point. 251 for 6. And Jack Carson also, with that shot, becomes the top scorer for the innings at 48. And just 2 more to become the first to pass the half-century mark. And he's picked off a couple of loose deliveries on his pads already with this new ball, and it's helped it to speed away. Tom Price bowls Carson. Oh, he's going to get 4 more for this, I think. Leading edge, trying to clip to leg, and it flies over backward point and for 4, but it is 50 for Jack Carson. And he's, in the end, comfortably beaten John Simpson to that half-century mark. And this has been a really valuable partnership for Sussex. 11th half-century in first-class cricket for Jack Carson. The lead almost at 150. Tom Price bowls. Carson comes across his stumps and plays in defence to mid-on. I think Gloucestershire will probably feel that they've had the beating of Carson a few times in this innings, but then he's still there, and every batter at some point usually needs a bit of luck at some point along the way. Tom Price into Carson. This is edged and short of gully. A smart stop from Ed Middleton there, who got down and picked it cleanly, but on the bounce. He's in as close as he can be, really, is Middleton. And perhaps again on day 1 might have just about carried it. He played it softly, but not so softly that there wasn't a bit of a push of the hands to the ball, but even that not carrying with this new ball. Tom Price into Carson, who's whipping this one away down to fine leg for 4 more. And that will take the lead to 150, as Sussex have now comfortably passed the 100 mark in terms of runs for the morning session. 3 boundaries in this Tom Price over. And this will be the last ball before the lunch break. So this new ball so far has only brought runs. Tom Price into Carson, who's forward and turning the ball up to mid-on, and that will end the morning session as Sussex have moved from 149 for 4 to 259 for 6. Again, with a few more runs on the board in the first innings, it wouldn't be such a drastic situation for Gloucestershire, but because they were bowled out for 109, they've had to chase this game. It hasn't been a bad morning for Gloucestershire with the ball again, but they've just asked an awful lot of themselves to bowl a top side out to give themselves any sort of a chance of making their way back into this game. They've had their moments this morning. 2 wickets for Zafar Gohart, removing Coles for 46, and the night watchman Henry Crocombe, he departed for 10. All the Sussex batters in this innings have reached double figures, with Carson top scoring on 56 and John Simpson walking back with 34 more runs to add to his substantial tally this season. And the ball very much in Sussex's court at the moment. So the lead 150, 4 wickets in hand for Sussex in their first innings. We will have some lunch and be back with you in just under 40 minutes. Welcome back to Bristol. The sun is shining. It's a gorgeous afternoon, especially if you're Sussex. 259 for 6 is their position. A lead of exactly 150 at the lunch break. And a, well, more than steady partnership which is developed through the course of the latter part of that morning session between John Simpson and Jack Carson, which has seen Sussex to what is already a commanding lead, but it's already getting towards the point where you'd have to say surely match defining at 150, still with 4 wickets in hand. Gloucestershire do have a new ball which is just 2 overs old, so they'll be hoping still that that can provide the finishing touches to this innings. 4 of the 6 wickets to fall in this innings for Gloucestershire have been to spin, though, with Zafar Gohar the 2 wickets to fall today, and yesterday 1 wicket apiece to Dom Goodman and Zaman Akhtar being the only 2 to fall to seam. It is Goodman who will bowl the first over after the lunch break. Over the wicket to Simpson, who's steadily forward, and this has gone back to Goodman in his follow through. So he's in his 18th over now for this innings, getting through quite a lot of work considering that he's had a rest last round, I guess, so he's been put through a bit more than Tom Price, 14 overs, Zaman Akhtar 11 overs. But you'd imagine Tom Price will have the new ball from the opposite end. Goodman hangs one outside the off stump of John Simpson, and there is no run through to Bracey. Ed Seaborn and Andrew Rayburn on the BBC Sport website and via the app and most smart speakers. Just ask BBC Sounds to play Gloucestershire versus Sussex Day 2. And it will do that for you.
That's catchy, isn't it?
Apparently.
And then it also respond, really?
Simpson facing and driving firmly into the ground, and that has smashed into the paws of Zaman Akhtar at cover, and he's now shoving his hands in his pockets, I think. Possibly just to try and do something with them, hoping that it'll take away the pain, because he rang his hand immediately after that hit it, and I'm not surprised because that was travelling. Anyway, Simpson has looked in, as you would guess, very good touch. He's not been rushed because, in truth, while Sussex do want to move the game on, they don't have to. This is still only the second afternoon. Goodman into Simpson bowls, just straying onto his thigh and tucked down to long leg, where Zafar does the mopping up, and it's 260 for 6. There was one of those great photos over the lunch break which I was shown by a supporter, and it was one of those where somebody was standing basically directly behind the other. It was one of Zafar's appeals this morning, so his arms in the air yelping, and then directly behind him is, I presume, probably Ollie Price at slip, and there's just a pair of arms that you see a little bit higher than Zafar's, so it's like he's got 4 arms above his head. It's very good. And I saw Ruth Charville took one fairly similar to that at Lord's. As Goodman in bowls, Carson defends back up the pitch, where it was taken from, I think, probably the mound stand anyway, so slightly at an angle. And again, probably Zafar had bowled one down the leg side. James Bracey across to take. He's kind of mid going across to take it, so you can see his gloves in quite a low position. And then just underneath it, you can see the ready hands of Ollie Price at slip. So again, it's like he's got a pair of hands that have just... You know, the gloves aren't getting it, so he better have another pair of hands out to... Well, it's not, perhaps it's the secret to his success this season. Goodman into Carson, and that is negotiated out into the onside. Tom Price fields from mid-on, and just the 1 run from Goodman's first over. We're hearing a lot more of that wind.
Wind is getting up
in this game. It must be coming from the right or the wrong direction. There we go. If you're watching on the live stream, there's Zafar Gohar in his his 4 arms. It's not quite. No, Zaphod Beeblebrox had 3 arms, didn't he, in the Hitchhiker's Guide? Anyway, very good.
We've done Gogglebox, we've done Hitchhiker's Guide, all in a day's work.
You've got all day.
Tom Price, half a day's work, I suppose. There's more to come. More cultural references.
Very, very concerning, isn't it?
More cultural references to come. Tom Price coming on to bowl. And Simpson hopping around, trying to get that post-lunch feeling out of his legs. Slipping a gully in place, lying in wait as Price comes in and bowls. And he's got that away. There's a shy at the stumps as they came through for a single, and they're going to get overthrows. Or an overthrow. That rather, fair to say, sums up the day, possibly?
Yes, a little bit. Even when they've done something right, it's ended up going wrong for them, Because I think Dent was perfectly within his rights to throw that, because it would have been certainly tight. Might have just made it, Carson, but again, he's just so quick in terms of getting down, getting to his feet, getting rid of the throw. In comes Chris Dent.
Oh, and edged from Simpson through between slip and gully for 4, and once again, what were you saying? Can't do wrong for doing right, or something along those lines.
Yeah, and again, probably would just have carried to a second slip. We'll get a look at it here. Yeah, I think so. Second slip would have been in closer than first there, so it would have been very low down. Probably would just about have carried. And it's 4 more runs onto the bowling figures of Tom Price, who went for 3 boundaries in his first over with the new ball, and now there's been 2 edges through the gap, so they've closed off the gap and gone with 2 slips. Guess where the next one's going?
2 slips as it's coming into bowl to Simpson, who covers up and plays defensively back to the bowler. And John Simpson suddenly on 41. I know it sounds odd for a man who hit a 6, but he's gone quietly to 41. I would say it was 266 for 6 the score, 157 the lead for Sussex. And they will look to bat and bat and bat. We've had 3.5 overs of the new ball, which was taken just before lunch. As Price comes in and bowls now, and Simpson lets that go through to Bracey.
Yeah, and, well, actually, Middleton now in the gully, so they do have 3 behind the bat, but Gloucestershire can bemoan their luck, but also they would have more catches in place had they scored more runs in their batting innings as well, so sometimes you do make your own luck.
As Price comes in and bowls, and Simpson wants another quick run, but he's being sent back, or decided against it, one of the two. And there will be no run on that particular occasion. Simpson 41 not out to 66 for 6.
It wasn't actually Chris Dent who was fielding that either, so it might actually have made it through for that run. They're just having a bit of a negotiation there, I think. Simpson's saying, next time you run for that. Back up more. I don't know.
Simpson this time just defends, and again looks like he wanted to start on a charge down the pitch, but it's dropped right at his feet. He's a good wanderer, John Simpson. He does love a wander. End of that over. 84 overs bowled in the innings. 266 for 6. We've got 62 overs left in the day. Sussex lead by 157. And it's all going the South Coast side's way at the moment. Of course, they will want to just get those batting bonus points, but in the end, if they're going to earn promotion from this match, it will need to be via a victory.
Goodman runs in, he bowls to Carson, who whips this one out to deep forward square and takes a single.
Of course, the batting bonus points will certainly come into the equation if it ends up being a draw, but that is looking highly unlikely.
Yes, I think well, even a remarkable second innings fight back for Gloucestershire would surely leave Sussex enough time to chase something or not to chase it in the final innings. So it might be like that game at Hove between these two sides earlier in the season, as Goodman round the wicket in and bowls, and Simpson is pushing this one to point, and there is definitely no run there, where Zafar Gohar briefly threatened to run through Sussex on the final day, and in the end Sussex winning the game. It never fully felt as though they were going to lose it, but there were certainly a few nerves, I think, on that final day caused by Zafar. So yeah, even the sort of a fight back like that, I think, would end up in that kind of situation. Goodman round the wicket bowls, and Simpson off his hip area for a single, working this one to deep square, 268 for 6. But yeah, that is a long way away anyway.
I'm just working off the very, very back of a drinks can calculation that we're obviously, I mean, these two are batting very nicely, but we're going to be having the third innings before the end of the second day. So
Goodman runs in, bowls, and a wafty drive from Carson, doesn't make any contact, and it has passed in the end safely through to James Bracey.
Simpson's coming down to, is he doing? Oh, he's going to do a bit of gardening. I thought he was going to come and have a word with him.
He has had a little bit of a quick word there, because there's not been many shots like that from Jack Carson. He's got himself in trouble a couple of times. There was that thick inside edge past his leg stump. There's been 2, I think, leading edges through or over gully, but as Goodman bowls, and forward goes Carson, almost showing John Simpson with a little flourish.
I can do it.
Just all right, I can play like that, you know. I've got more runs than you, actually.
One of my favourite things was on the last Ashes tour when James Anderson walks out to the crease. They're trying to save that Test match, which they did in the end draw with Stuart Broad at the other end.
That's Sydney,
and they had to have the spinners on because of the light, and Marnus Labuschagne was bowling, and Anderson came out and said to Stuart Broad, I've already been there, just said, I'll do the punchline in a minute.
Goodman into Carson, he bowls at short, wide, clattered for 4. There's nobody out on that offside boundary. It was a long hop, and that was a delivery to flash up with the hands, and Carson obliges. 61 to him now, 272 for 6.
And Anderson, who fancies himself as a against the spinners, said, "Just get your foot to the pitch of the ball and get your head over it." And Brody looked back at him and said to him, "All right, I've played the game before."
quite a broad response, that, isn't it?
I'll tell you what. Tell her, sorry, it's the other way around because Anderson's coming out to bat. Sorry, yeah. Broad says to get your head over.
I see.
Yeah, sorry,
right.
Get your head over the ball. Anderson's like, I've played the game before. Sorry, yes. I ruined that. Honestly, no. James Anderson told that story on the Tail Enders podcast. He said,
I see. Okay.
And Brody said, "Just it's
okay.
And he said, "All right, mate, I've played the game before." But it's those sort of stresses in games where you just lose all perspective and who you're talking to and what you're saying. As Goodman now, as Price comes in and bowls, and that's again shaping away. Seen a little bit of that today, both with the older ball and the newer ball. But Simpson wants nothing to do with it. They are probably, I mean, they've got 2 slips, a gully. They're still cutting off that shot that he likes, the cut shot. They're sort of trying to have a bit of a bob each way, really. But I wonder whether they're trying to tempt him into a rogue cut or drive. Hanging it out there. As Price comes running in and bowls and pulled this time by Simpson through mid-wicket. It's going to go up the hill, and 2 runs Simpson has to his name now. 44 in total from 86 balls. And in fact, Carson's faced 86 balls and scored 61, outscoring him.
My money might still be on Simpson at the end of the innings, but we'll see. Tom Price, whether he was trying that short ball or not, doesn't have a great deal of cover for it.
And this one is slightly fuller, but Simpson still plays on the back foot, straight to the man at short extra cover. No run. 274 for 6, 5.5 overs into the new ball. Be another couple of overs time, I think, before we assess Gloucestershire's impact with it. But how do you see it so far?
Well, I mean, it's not done very much, has it? So far, we are, what, 6th over of it.
Price comes in and bowls. Simpson covers up on the back foot. No run.
Yeah, you would tend to see with these Dukes, probably this is about the time where it really ought to start moving about. But, well, I don't know whether this is just to stay loose, but Ed Middleton already going through some stretches in the gully. Maybe he's just trying to warm up a bit out there.
Keep himself entertained.
Yeah, probably isn't warming up. It ought to be warm enough out there. It's quite nice.
And Price comes through and bowls, and that's left alone by Simpson. He's left quite a bit alone, actually. It's on a strike rate of 50. Sussex going at just over 3 and over for the innings.
Wind is kicking up.
It really is. You can hear it on the effects mic, no doubt.
It's odd because normally you can't, so it must just be coming from exactly the wrong direction. We had strong wind throughout the whole of the 4 days of the Leicestershire game, but obviously not from the right direction.
Tom Price comes in and bowls, and again left on length by Simpson. Happy to watch that go by. No real indication that, apart from that one loose drive from Jack Carson, that Sussex are looking to kind of tick along any further after lunch. As you said, Ed, they don't need to. They're in a good position. This partnership now worth 94. The only other one that above 50 was that between Alsop and Coles. 274 for 6 Sussex in response to Gloucestershire's 109. Jack Carson, the top scorer in the innings, 61 not out from 86 balls. He'll be very happy. It's his second half century of the season. He'll be very happy with his lot.
Yeah, it has really, if not completely taken the game away from Gloucestershire yet, it may well be that we look back on this partnership as where it really fully got away, as much as the 109 all out. Goodman into Carson, and he plays this one off the back foot neatly, but only as far as Zaman Akhtar, who's capless at extra cover. In fact, I think he's been without a cap on all day, so whether he's just working the tan or whether he's left it somewhere in a Birmingham bar or something, I'm not quite sure, but anyway.
This is how rumours started.
Yeah. In comes Goodman, bowls a short ball, top edged over the keeper's head, and it's almost gone for 6, 1 bouncing for 4. It is not a long boundary there, so top edges are quite an effective shot when the bowling's from the pavilion end. He does have a good bumper on him, does Goodman. He's not quick, but he is very tall. Carson couldn't get on top of it, but enough bat on it that it flies over the head of Bracey and just bounces the once inside the boundary. So 65 for Jack Carson, 169 the score. Kind of got licence to take it on probably at this stage, really. I mean, he'd have been annoyed if he'd have ended up top edging that to somebody, but there we go. It's a little bit, again, the way that this has gone for Gloucestershire with the ball. Goodman into Carson, who covers up and defends. Back to the bowler. And Goodman, like a lot of Gloucestershire bowlers today, all they can do is trudge back to their mark and put it out of their mind and go again. Or not put it out of their mind, get really angry and try and use that frustration, but I don't think that's really working.
I don't know if we have a note of it. Do we know what Simpson was on when the LBW shout?
Oh no, I didn't write it down. I had a feeling he was in the early 20s, maybe somewhere like that. Goodman runs in, bowls to Carson, inside part of the bat, but there is nobody at short leg or at mid-wicket, with Hammond out at the deep square leg boundary, sort of leading you to think that they might be thinking, well, this new ball's not doing very much, let's try a few short deliveries at some point. They tried one and it got top edged before. Carson on to 66, and Sussex up to 279 for the loss of those 6 wickets. And Goodman round the wicket now to Simpson, who's working a quick single wide of Van Buren at mid-on. Only a couple of steps wide of him, but it was the speed or lack of it that it was played at that allowed them through for the single, and that is the single that brings up the 100-run partnership between John Simpson and Jack Carson, the obligatory punch of the gloves. And seen a few Sussex supporters about. I might wander around at lunch, and they will in particular show their appreciation for this partnership. Jack Carson with the majority of the runs contributed. As Goodman bowls to him now, it's another short ball, but he sways out of the way of it and allows it to pass through to the gloves of Bracey behind. So 6 from the over, 280 for 6, the lead of 171. He doesn't have a first-class ton as Jack Carson, but he made a 97 this year, so it might be coming. And if he can continue the way that he's been going, then every chance that he could bring that up. Time for Sussex really to hammer home this advantage. And I suspect, they are 6 down. Gloucestershire would hope they'd bowl them out anyway, but I'd imagine that they wouldn't mind a go at Gloucestershire towards the end of the day if they were able to go that long. If these two really went big and Foreman scores some runs, Robinson and Adcat at the bottom, but you'd have thought they might want to get Gloucestershire in and batting. Tom Price to Simpson, and this is tucked away to Middleton at mid-wicket, who's got his... Well, from this distance, it does look a bit cowboy-like, that hat, but I'm sure it's not up close. But anyway, a variety of headgear on show, but no cable knits needed because it is a beautiful afternoon. Price bowls. Simpson plays this one in the air for a brief period, but in more than enough control of it. And the ball makes its way up to mid-on, and there's no run. Still a decent smattering of spectators, and again there are more seats available for them to sit in, with the temporary stand in front of the pavilion also open. So there's probably, again, of the championship crowds we've had here this season, as Price bowls down the leg side, well taken by Bracey down to his right. Of the championship crowds we've had this season, I'd suggest that today and yesterday are probably up there. Certainly the temporary seating down in front of us is pretty well populated, and a nice view of the game from there. I'll get a bit of shade later on. Price round the wicket to Simpson. It's full, wide, and creamed away through the covers, and that will be 4 runs. Archie Bailey on as a substitute fielder, but he's more there for the cut and square drive than the cover drive. And Simpson puts it away, making it look very easy, and then just a little stroll back down the pitch onto the next one. Simpson, 5 fours and a 6, is now 1 shy of his half-century. In goes Price and bowls. Simpson drives it up to mid-off. He wants the single for his 50 here and will get it, despite Zafar shying at the stumps. He misses anyway, and John Simpson goes to a 96-ball half-century. 50s for fun. He's got 5 hundreds in the championship this season. The conversion rate is 5 out of 7 in terms of 50s to hundreds. And so, ominous signs for Gloucestershire, with Jack Carson keeping him more than good enough company. So the 8th total time now that John Simpson has passed 50 in this fantastic season for him. 285 for 6. Price bowls short, wide, and it's been sort of bottom edged really to the left hand side of gully, and I think that may actually have been just about at a catchable height after all that, but it was a really bizarre edge. And let's see whether we can get a better look here. Yeah, it was at a catchable height. No chance for Middleton, who reacted as quickly as he could away to his left-hand side. And once again, a ball is in the air and finds a gap in the cordon. So Carson picks up a boundary, moves on to 70. Tom Price has had absolutely no luck whatsoever. None for 73, his figures read. And Sussex to 289 for 6. He'd have been, again, a bit like Allsop walking off yesterday. He'd been furious, Carson, if he got out to that delivery, because it wasn't a magnificent one, but I think it was, yeah, like bottom corner of the bat, something like that anyway. It didn't go anywhere near where Carson intended it to, and it was in the air for a time, but not to be. The lead now up to 180.
Yes, I've been away doing the updates for BBC Sussex and Surrey, and I shall be joined by BBC Radio Kent after.
Oh yes, of course.
2 o'clock.
3 scores to update.
Struggling enough with 2. But it's not just 2 though, is it? It's Middlesex and it's Somerset.
Of course, yes.
It's all sorts of things going on.
Need to know everything.
I'm not sure that Kent, are they really that bothered about anybody else, if I'm honest?
No, not at this point.
Their season doesn't really hinge on other people's results.
They're fans of that, even that bothered about themselves.
I'm not entirely sure now at the end of all this who's taking this over.
Oh, you go on.
We've got Zafar bowling from the pavilion end. He's got a single from Simpson there. He's on 51. Another half century for John Simpson. That's he's also got 500s this year.
Yeah, I was mentioning 5 out of 7 times he's passed 50 this season. He's gone on to make 100, so and 51 here.
Intriguingly, 1500s in his career, so he's really having a Indian summer of it. Moving on from 10 to 1500s this year alone, as this one is bowled to Carson, who's squeezed it backwards of square on the offside, and they're going to come through for another quick single.
Perhaps it might be facetious of me to suggest that he might have had a few more hundreds if the Middlesex batting lineup hadn't collapsed around him as much as it has done over recent years.
He's facing up now against Zafar, and he's driving up through mid-on for another single. Just milking Zafar at the moment. 2 for 70 for him. 2 wickets today. Bowled a long spell, 13 overs we reckoned, I think. Spell this morning. He's back in action again, and this time Carson is bowled. He's played on, I think. And so that's the end of that partnership. Carson went for a big swinging drive and managed to cut the ball onto his own stumps. And so Jack Carson falls for 71, an excellent 71 from 94 deliveries. Yeah, he just played it onto the ground and onto the top of the stumps, rather like James Cole's earlier with his reverse sweep. But that'll be a bit of light relief for Gloucestershire. It's one of those, as I think you said, Ed, that there have been far many better balls that have got wickets, haven't got wickets, beg your pardon, that should have done.
Yeah, it does feel as though it certainly hasn't been the best balls Gloucestershire have bowled in this whole innings, really, that have got the wickets. It was wide, it was turning okay, but there was enough width on it that he'd probably have said he was within his rights to go after it, but ended up chopping the ball back onto his stumps.
I know you mentioned earlier that Carson hasn't got a first-class century. His best is 97. He still hasn't. And now we're going to see a man at the start of his first-class career, Bertie Foreman, come to the crease. And I know you're dying to say it again. Bertie. Bertie Foreman on his first-class debut.
And it's probably not a situation that he would have wanted, really, in terms of Simpson being at the other end as well. He's got his skipper to impress and somebody to have a, as he did there, pat on the back and ease whatever nerves there might be. Good situation for him to come in terms of the match as well, leading by 183. There's not a huge amount of pressure on Foreman's runs here.
Well, last month he made 72 and 104 for the seconds against Essex, second 11. Bertie Foreman played in the some of the one-day cup matches as well. 48 against Essex, 32 against Glamorgan at Neath. So he might want to show his prowess on the 4-day stage.
So there's another helmet coming out here, which is the slight delay, as Phillips already has his helmet for short leg, but there is another one coming out for Miles Hammond, so we'll see where he goes, maybe into leg slip with the turn out of what footmarks there are, maybe taking it down the leg side. We'll see where Hammond strolls off to. He does look as if he's going to field somewhere on that leg side.
Very much a local lad, Bertie Foreman, in terms of Sussex. Played for club cricket for Horsham. There's a couple of Eastbourne-born players in this side, and a couple of Horsham, a couple of Haywards Heath, I think, certainly one.
There's one Eastbourne-born player on the ground today on the opposing side. I saw Tom Smith out there earlier on.
As now we're going to see the first ball for Foreman, and he's just trying to tickle that round the leg side, but it's straight to the fielder at backward square. So they've got a slip, a leg slip, short leg, as Zafar comes in and bowls, and Foreman pushes that. He's left-handed with the bat. He pushes that one up the pitch, so his first two balls in first-class cricket safely negotiated. 292 for 7 then. That partnership broken. Seems a long time ago since Henry Crocombe lofted Zafar Gahar to mid-on, but since then, partnership worth 112 in 28 overs between Carson and Simpson. Simpson remains there on 52. Carson made 72 from 94 deliveries. He had 13 fours.
Yeah, they desperately needed that wicket. Gloucestershire is, I don't know, I don't think things had gone completely flat after lunch, but I think you were probably only a few overs away from it starting to get to the point where you'd feel that Sussex were just so far on top. Gloucestershire were almost just waiting for the moment to come when Sussex had had enough and it was time to get bowling again.
Be interesting to see when if Simpson decides to start playing a few more shots as well.
Tom Price to him, and this is turned away in the air for a time, but there's no fielder at square leg. They're fairly happy, it seems, to bowl at Foreman, as Simpson just takes a ball off his pads and picks up a single which was available pretty much anywhere on that onside, apart from mid-on. So 293 for 7. And the field comes in for Foreman, who is facing up to Tom Price for the first time. Tom Price coming round the wicket, 2 slips and a gully. And Foreman waits for him. Tom Price is in and bowls, and there's his first run in first-class cricket, and Tom Price looks absolutely furious about it as he just steps across his stumps and clips it down to fine leg. And Bertie Foreman is underway in his first-class career. Nice moment for him.
Foreman batted at 6 for the seconds in that game against Essex seconds at Billericay.
All the glamorous venues.
Yeah,
for
72
cricket.
off 76 balls, 9 fours and a 6.
Price back over the wicket to Simpson, who edges that one, but it's down into the ground, and would you believe it, it's gone into the gap between slip and gully, but that time not catchable. Not that that will improve the mood of Tom Price whatsoever, because that is another 4 runs off the edge of the bat off his bowling. And again, he's drawn Simpson into the shot. He's played it softly as Simpson, but Tom Price would desperately love that edge to be carrying, and it's just not. And even if it had, there was nobody there, so now he's decided to dispatch Chris Dent to the deep third boundary, and Ollie Price will go in at a wide slip. 298 for 7. Tom Price into Simpson. This is worked into the leg side for 1 run. Simpson is sprinting the first run, but even his speed and Bertie Foreman's across the ground is not going to be able to turn that into a second. But runs off every ball this over. Sussex 1 shy of a second batting point, and just 10 shy of a 200-run lead, which they would have, I'm sure, been after something along those lines. They almost could have got more, but it ought to be more than enough, you would feel.
Yeah, it's just that partnership really that's changed the game, really, because yesterday Gloucestershire, were taking wickets at reasonable intervals. They weren't letting any of the Sussex batters get away, and the partnerships were not too massive, but that last one.
Tom Price, 2 slips and a leg slip, as that one goes just to the right-hand side of Middleton at leg slip and down to fine leg. And there is the 300 up for Sussex, to some generous applause. And so it's another point closer for Sussex, another point closer to officially being in Division 1. Not that I think anybody thinks that they won't be there anyway, but you always have some supporters, don't you, who they won't believe until it actually happens. Tom Price in bowls, and Simpson this time just has to cover up and play defensively to Actor at point. And that completes another profitable over for Sussex, with 8 runs coming from it. They are 300 for 7, leading by 191. Middlesex 6 down, by the way, now at Derby, where Stoneman has been dismissed for 115, so still 9 runs shy even of their first batting point, Middlesex, and 6 down, so rather hard to see them picking up more than a couple.
Work that out. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's basing the 9 or 8 points now that Sussex need on that, so current situation. And there's a wicket, and that's Foreman gone bold. He leant forward and he's been bowled, so his first class batting debut has lasted 5 deliveries. As Zafar got that to turn.
It's a beautiful piece of
It is a
left-arm
beautiful
spin bowling. I mean, if a lot of the dismissals in this innings have been more down to pilot error than anything else, then Foreman is, I guess what he has against him, if this isn't too much of a controversial statement, he's not the tallest, so he can't get as big a stride in as some of the other left-handers have been able to do to negotiate that spin out of the rough. And so, you know, he's gone forward and hasn't been able to get to the pitch out of the rough, and it's gone through the gate. But it is a beautiful delivery to have got. And also, again, well, especially if you're James Coles or Jack Carson, you're absolutely fine with seeing that sort of turn. Even Foreman himself, who'd be hoping for a bit of a bowl.
And as far as Zafar's concerned, I mean, I think he's deserved the 4 wickets for the toil that he's put in, the work that he's put in.
Yeah, and he continues to have a really good season when he's been out there in the middle, but his season has just been so ruined by the groin injury was what kept him out for the majority of it. I forget what it was before then, but he's had a couple of different injuries throughout this season. Was it? Well, it was his. It might have been his back. I was going to say it was his shoulder in previous seasons that gave him a bit of trouble. But yeah, anyway, the groin injury was what kept him out until this point of the season. He does love this time in the season. I think he really feels that September is his month, and it certainly has been in his Gloucestershire career so far. And he could add another September 5-foot to his collection yet.
So I'm just at the end of this over, I will have a look at the bonus point situation from Sussex perspective as Zafar 4 for 70 comes in and bowls to the new man, who is Ollie Robinson, who just defends. We all know what Ollie Robinson's default position is usually. It's to take a look at a couple and then try and launch something. And he's taking a look at a couple. We'll wait and see what comes at the end of this over.
John Simpson just shout down to the pitch, don't try and launch something.
We'll see what Robinson chooses to do here. He's watchful again with one that bounces a little, and his turn just to wander away and then wander back in. Simpson at the other end, just calm, collected, leaning on his bat, right hand on his hip. As Zafar comes in and bowls, and Robinson does try and sort of drive. He's not very meaty, and he gets squeezes it out to the man behind square on the offside, about halfway in from the boundary rope. As now he's struck on the pad in front, is it? No, going down by the looks of it, actually. He was really sort of tangled up over his own feet for a period there, Robinson. Let's have a look here. Yeah, it's going down leg, I think.
He's way back on his stumps, but it probably was just sliding, certainly without DRS. I think you have to be probably more giving the benefit in that situation. Anyway, wicket maiden again for Zafar, who's certainly had at least a couple of those. He had a third one spoiled this morning, didn't he? The last ball of it, but anyway, he has bowled very nicely as Zafar, and you know that I suppose that is still what Gloucestershire have to hope. They've got to limit this lead obviously now as Zaman Akhtar replaces Tom Price from the Ashley Down Road end, but they've got to do what they did at Hove, really, give Zafar something to bowl at in the final innings, and even if it's 150 something like that would be they do very well even to get to there at this point. Akhtar bowls to Simpson, who drives out through the covers. It'll be stopped by a fielder at deep cover who was hidden completely behind my monitor because I was slouching, and so 1 run is taken. 301 for 8. Posture.
Field completely spread for Simpson to allow the single and give them a chance at Robinson.
Yeah, so Gloucestershire quite happy to just allow Simpson off strike, and Akhtar, who's maybe been brought back to also bowl a little bit of rough stuff at Ollie Robinson, possibly. There's no short leg. There is 2 slips and a gully and a very standard ring field, actually, and only 1 field deep on the leg side. Actor bowls to Robinson, who is just about forward and with a degree of comfort sending this one in defence out to Tom Price. But they could decide to try and target Robinson with some shorter stuff. Actor would have the pace to be able to do that, but we shall see. Actor runs in past the umpire and bowls and beats the edge of Robinson with a good length delivery. One of those that maybe, especially as a lower order player, not entirely sure whether you should be going forwards or back to. But again, that one carried through pretty well, so I'm sure Sussex will be feeling again that, well, especially somebody like a Crocombe should still be able to get the ball through. Actor bounds in, bowls, and another one that goes through pretty well to Bracey, but this time no shot having been offered by Robinson. And still 301 for 8 the score here. Quite a lot of wickets elsewhere. Glamorgan, though, have had a bit of a recovery to 153 for 6 against Yorkshire, but they still need 59 runs to avoid the follow-on, even if that would be enforced, which it probably wouldn't be at that stage. Actor bowls a shorter ball and Robinson shanks his pull shot out to mid-wicket. It was probably there for the shot, but he just really did not get hold of it. Fielded by Phillips. So Yorkshire still on path to promotion, despite the fact that Middlesex have, even though it doesn't look as though they're going to pick up a huge number of bonus points, Middlesex will at least keep the pressure on for the final round as far as Yorkshire are concerned. With a win, you would think, as this is played out into the gully by Robinson defensively for no run, and the end of a good comeback over from Actor with just the 1 run from it. 301 for 8. Northamptonshire look to be heading for another post-John Sadler victory. Rory Kleinfeldt has come in and looks like he might go 2 from 2 with Northamptonshire 345 for 5. James Sales is 133 not out. Saif Zaid made 71 as well. Leicestershire having been bowled out for 203 in their first innings with 4 wickets to Chahal and 3 to Keogh. So Leicestershire's, well, their spin options, Rehan Ahmed, Louis Kimber, Liam Travaskis, they seem to have been rather out-bowled by Northamptonshire spinners so far. That's the tale, at least, of Division 2 so far.
Zafar Gahar is just sorting out a field to Simpson, which again is mostly players spread out apart from a short leg and a slip, and Simpson paddles that round and he's going to want to, he's going to get to. It goes fine of the man at fine leg, so Simpson moves on to 61. Sussex to 303 for 8. The lead is 194 on first innings. Tell you how my number crunching has gone at the end of this. I'm sure everybody else has got it up to speed well before me, but working obviously on the assumption that Sussex can't get promotion. Oh, and a chance and an edge is there, yes! An edge through to the wicketkeeper Bracey, and Simpson has to go for 61. Zafar has 5. 5 for 72 for him. John Simpson's vigil ends 61 of 104 balls. And Zafar gets rid of the Sussex skipper, who played defensively, got an edge through to the wicketkeeper. 5 for Zafar Gahar, who has certainly given the Sussex batters a hard time over the 2 championship matches this season. John Simpson gets a round of applause as he exits. Having put his team into a very strong position here. 303 for 9, a lead of 194. And we shall see Jaydev Unadkat come to the crease.
This is 11th 5-wicket haul for Gloucestershire for Zafar Gohar, and I would guess, and I don't know absolutely for sure, but I would guess that a good 7 at least of those 5ers have come in the month of September. He just finishes the season when the pitches are so much more conducive for his bowling, finishes the season so well, and as you mentioned earlier this season, that 5-wicket haul at Hove, and it's just such a shame because you think what might have been this season. In that game, 60 and 52 with the bat, 5-wicket haul in the second innings, then only 2 championship matches in between the last game, and then, well, actually one of those championship matches was the non-match against Northamptonshire, so really only 1 championship match in the interim properly. 86 and 19 not out at Lords with a couple of wickets as well in the last game, and now 5 for here.
And first ball from Zafar is that cat caught the...
I think it's
gone
past
through
everything,
for byes,
yeah.
and it's gone down for 4 byes as tossed up. And let's just have a look at this. There are 2 slips in place. Yeah, it's turned away from the drive and went past the hands of Price at first slip. I was just about to say that Unadkat has got 3 ducks since returning to Sussex duty, so he'll be desperate to get off the mark here, and he's gone for a sweep, and he's going to get a run now, and he's going to get 4 of them, I think. Is he? Or is the ball...
Yeah.
No, it's just across the boundary rope now. So there you are then. Jaydev, you've got your runs with a nice little lap sweep for 4. And Sussex move to 311 for 9, and the lead now goes beyond 200. 202 at 2 minutes past 2.
Yeah, it's very nicely played by Unadkat. I guess there's still not been a huge amount of turn directly from that part there. You still wouldn't want to miss it, but very nicely played.
As Zafar comes in to bowl to Unadkat, and Unadkat is struck on the pad, and he's going to be out, dead in front. So Zafar ends with 6.
And that is his 300th first-class wicket as well. So he's got there in this innings without the aid of a second, and he's made sure that he's got to that landmark with Gloucestershire on their home patch at Bristol. So that's a special moment in the career of Zafar Gohar. 6 for 76, I think his figures read eventually. Well bowled indeed.
Superb from him. So, yeah, Sussex bowled out in the end then for 311. Just to give you a quick rundown of the Sussex card: Carter caught Bracey bowled Zaman Akhtar for 10, Haynes caught Price bowled Goodman for 40, Clark caught Van Buren bowled Price for 21, Ollie Price, Alsop caught Zafar Gohar bowled Price for 37, James Coles bowled Gohar for 46, Crocombe caught Van Buren bowled Gohar for 10, Simpson caught Bracey bowled Gohar for 61, Carson bowled Gohar for 71, Foreman bowled Gohar for 2. There's a theme kept appearing here. Robinson ended up not out naught. I don't know how, because he played about 3 or 4 shots in his innings that didn't appear for anything. And then Unadkat LBW bowled Zafar Gohar for 4. So he got off the mark in the end. Sussex 311 all out in ball under 93 overs.
So the paddle sweep boundary from Unadkat did take Sussex's lead over 200, and so they'll be delighted with that, I'm sure. 202 is the exact amount. Bowling figures wise, Tom Dom Goodman, excuse me. I was going to go Tom Price first, but of course it was Dom Goodman who bowled the first over. Dom Goodman 1 for 59 from his 20. Tom Price 0 for 81 from his 18 overs. Somehow didn't pick up a wicket. Saman Akhtar 1 for 55 from his 12. Zafar Gauhar, clear standout, 6 for 76 in his 27th over. Ollie Price 2 for 17, got those 2 wickets yesterday, and Ed Middleton none for 14. So Zafar has taken all 6 Sussex wickets to have fallen today. Didn't have any coming into today, and he's got all 6 inside, a couple of hours and a bit. Anyway, we will take a brief break as Gloucestershire will look to get at least close to, and then hopefully beyond from their perspective, Sussex's first innings score. I suppose the first job is to avoid the innings defeat, but they're going to have to bat much better than they did first time around. We'll see whether they can do that in just under 10 minutes.
Gloucestershire innings, sponsored by Watches of Bath Competitions, number 50, Chris Dent, and sponsored by AMW Plumbing and Heating, number 24, Joe Phillips.
Gloucestershire's openers have made their way back out to the middle, still in bright sunshine as they prepare to face some more of Ollie Robinson and Jada Van Adkat, no doubt, to start with. It'll be Robinson to bowl from the Ashley Down Road end, and Chris Dent facing the first ball and not getting any bat on it, despite the fact that it came back from around the wicket into the left-hander and completely squared him up and past his outside edge. So Dent taking the first ball with Joe Phillips at the non-striker's end. Same way around as in the first innings. So they haven't switched. Marcus Harris and Chris Dent used to switch. Robinson into Dent, he leaves. That's a pretty brave one, as again Robinson gets movement back in, gasps in anguish as the ball doesn't crash into the stumps as he was hoping for it to do. I don't know exactly how much that missed the stumps by after it passed Dent, but it certainly continued to travel to Simpson's right when he took it. So this is going to be a tough ask early on here. 4 slips, no gully, and a short leg, mid-off and mid-on in close. Robinson bowls to Dent. This time he leaves and can leave on length. That is well judged through to the keeper. Robinson certainly hasn't just loped in for these first 3 deliveries. He's sort of in for the kill now if he's feeling that way. It is certainly looking as though he may be also feeling that in terms of what he's going to get from the surface, he might have to just really just bend his back a bit extra in this second innings compared with the first innings, where the pitch maybe was going to do some of the work for him. Robinson bowls to Dent, who will squeeze this one away fine, down to fine leg, and that will be the first run of Gloucestershire's second innings. They are 1 for no wicket, so the deficit at 201, which is what they will need to score just to make Sussex bat for a second time. But these two can't be thinking about that. They've just got to get their innings going, build a partnership, and hopefully from their point of view maybe try and see off Messrs Robinson and Adkat for a while and maybe see what's to come. But we know there's spin out there. We've seen it from Zafar Gohar with his 6-wicket haul. There might not be much respite when the spinners come on. Joe Phillips facing his first ball with 5 slips in place. It's down the leg side from Robinson, and Phillips can't get anything on it as it skips through to Simpson. So Joe Phillips is on the dreaded pair, and I think that Sussex are going to let him know about it, because oh no, there isn't somebody extra coming in. Actually, they're just swapping around. I think Foreman is going into 5th slip and just swapping with Carson, who's down to fine leg. In comes Robinson, last ball of his opening over. He bowls to Phillips, who's looking for a single into the onside but has picked out mid-on, so he still will have to remain on naught. And Gloucestershire at least through the opening over, not without some early alarms, and are 1 without loss. And not far off our first result of the round of championship matches, with Warwickshire at 110 for 9. So they have made 100.
I knew your next word was going to be Warwickshire as soon as you said we're close to a result.
Yes, well, it would have taken a collapse, I suppose, from somebody else. Still trailing by 44. Jamie Porter has 5 for 36. But they did make it to 100, which from, what was it, 5 for 4? No, 3 for 4. Oversold it. 3 for 4. Pretty good effort.
I mean, it's probably 5 for 4 at one stage.
It would be, yes, it could well have been.
But yes, it was worse than that. As Jadavan Adcat now comes in from the pavilion end to bowl to the left-handed Dent, and Dent is in behind that one on the back foot. So yes, poor old Warwickshire, eh?
Yeah, we all shed so many tears for Warwickshire. He broke Liam Norwell, and they've still got Craig Miles.
And I still remember the 1993 NatWest Trophy final. So we'll move on, shall we?
From the bitterness.
As an Adcat round the wicket to the left, over the wicket to the left-handed Dent edge, just in front of Gully, I think.
Yeah, I think it started to reach the stage, if not the fact that you can't take the slips out of the equation as a batter, but you do know if you play it roughly softly enough that even with the skill of Robinson and Adcat, as long as you play it just about softly enough, so often on this ground you can be a little bit safer in the knowledge that the slips might not come into play.
And Adcat is in and bowls, and is left alone by Dent, left armour to left-hander. Just got 49 overs in the day scheduled after this one. And now we have predominant blue sky all around this part of Bristol, and no doubt the rest of the county as well. It's meant to be a lovely day across the whole of the south of England, actually, as an Adcat comes in and bowls, and solid in defence is Dent.
Which means it must be even better up on the Roker Riviera, as we know from our Durham colleague Martin Emerson, because the weather is always better up there.
Well, that's the theory.
Drier, maybe.
The humour might be drier. But as Jadavan Adcat comes in from the pavilion end and bowls, and Dent with soft hands plays it through a gap which didn't even seem to be there between slip and gully, and he's going to get the first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, fairly standard Chris Dent way of scoring. A lot of runs through behind square on the offside, whether that be the cut, the square drive, or like that, just soft enough hands to deflect the ball down, and a way of picking up runs even when you're not aiming an attacking shot.
Last ball of an Adcat's first over of this second Gloucestershire innings, and Dent is in behind that. So at the end of the over, Gloucester are 5 without loss and trail by 197. Jadavan Adcat, of course, took 4 for 32 in the first innings. Robinson 3 for 33. They did the damage up front. One stage, 51 for 6. Got it to 109, Gloucestershire, but up against it really from this morning's efforts and this afternoon's efforts between John Simpson and Jack Carson. Carson outscoring his captain. On how that will go down in the dressing room.
Yes, my prediction didn't come
no,
true.
It didn't actually, did it? No,
Simpson
you shouldn't have
might end
brought that up
with more by
again.
the end. Here comes Robinson bowling to Phillips, who is well forward and defending firmly back to the bowler. Now there is no run. Joe Phillips has come off some good runs in the second team. Scored I suppose it was Bertie Foreman, wasn't it, who got 100 against Essex seconds, we were talking about before.
Mm-hmm.
And Joe Phillips has one as well, just a couple of weeks, actually, it was more like a month ago at Rockhampton. Made 103 in the second innings there and got 84 against Somerset seconds in his last second team game. Robinson bowls to him, and a away swinger is left through to the wicket keeper. Cornish by birth, and I think coming through the junior ranks there, but he's been in Gloucestershire's academy for a long time now, and certainly impressed mightily on his first couple of first-class appearances, excuse me. I suppose it could be his first-class experiences as well, but anyway, last season. And on his, as it turns out, non-T20 debut against New Zealand last year. Robinson bowls to Phillips, who is forward again and defending a little bit on the walk out to cover for no run. I do mention this basically every time with him, but for the benefit of Sussex supporters, he made something like a 76 not out, having batted through the innings against a New Zealand attack consisting of the likes of Lockie Ferguson, Ish Sodhi, Rachin Ravindra. They were all playing in that game. And then, at the time, it was considered an official T20 match as Robinson bowls a short ball. Phillips has pulled it away, but only as far as mid-on. I'm quite sure how the ball ended up going as straight as that. He had everywhere on the leg side to try and find runs, and unfortunately for him, he's hit it to the one man who could have stopped it, and had cut up there. That was the one to get hold of.
Yeah, it's right at the bottom of the bat.
Yeah, he's just couldn't quite roll the wrists on it and help it round the corner enough. It was more of a straight slap. Robinson to Phillips, who again has to be alert in defence. But anyway, they played that game, and I'm sure it was considered an official T20 at the time, but after that they got rid of it. Official status, no idea why, because there were 11 players on both sides. You know, normally if there's 13 versus 13 or something, it can't be an official game. But anyway, so unfortunately, I thought that Joe Phillips had scored his first T20 50 on his debut, as he did in his first-class innings, score a 50. But nope, Robinson tight to the crease bowls. Phillips drives down the ground, doesn't time it well enough to beat mid-on though. And so it is a maiden from Robinson. 3 overs have been faced, and Gloucestershire are 5 for no wicket, with Dent so far doing all the scoring. I can see you're hard at work with your
I've got to prep
calculations.
I've got to prep my updates for Sussex, Surrey, and Kent. So I'm just making sure that I know what I'm doing for them. But
I thought you were busy going through some extra permutations.
No, I never did go through the permutations because wickets started falling. But I shall come on to that after I've done this over and then gone away for updates. So I'm going to leave you on tenterhooks.
Oh.
Spoiler alert, it's not very exciting, as a Nadcat comes in and it's pushed out by Dent into the offside.
I was excited until then.
Well, yeah, don't be. Essentially, I think Middlesex are... because Middlesex have got their first batting...
Yes, they're only 8 runs away from a second one.
Are they now? Okay, so they are. So that would... With then a win and maximum points against Sussex on the final day, would take them to beyond what Sussex can get from bonus points in this, I think. As Dent plays that one down into the leg side for no run. So I think Middlesex have basically mean that it's still Sussex. A win would do it, but it's not as if Middlesex slipping up bonus point wise would bring it forward any sooner.
It doesn't seem very likely, but a draw in this game, would that be enough?
It depends. No, now I don't know. Hang on a minute, I can't remember. No, how many? I don't know if I added on the right number of bonus points for Sussex after the. Sorry, now we're going to. Dent played that one defensively. You've thrown me now.
All right.
Sorry. Actually, no. I think they need 9 points, so the 8 points wouldn't be enough. 9 is
the magic number.
The magic number.
And was that incumbent? Remind me. That was upon Middlesex getting to 350. Because they may get to 350.
Oh, I see what you mean. So
they're not going to get any
draw.
More than
yes,
that.
A draw could still.
Right.
Yes, a draw could still help Sussex.
Yeah.
But that obviously is still the end of the match rather than during this, if you like. So now an edge from inside edge from Dent. I'm not sure what it missed and how much by the. I think it was down the leg side and out down to fine leg for a single. So 6 without loss. All 6 runs coming to Dent, who's faced 14 deliveries.
Yeah, certainly didn't know a great deal about that, did Dent? He was playing a bit away from his body and a thick inside edge, like you. Not exactly sure quite how close to the stumps it was, but he certainly didn't know where that was going. Anyway, still there.
And Nadcat now comes in from the pavilion end, bowls, running over the wicket to the right-handed Phillips, and who's pushed that out into the offside. No run. I think it's the first time he's bowled to Phillips.
Yeah, I was trying to remember whether he'd had
I think so.
a go at him before, but yeah, I think you might be right.
And Phillips was one of his victims in the first innings.
Absolute beauty. I mean, it
Caught
was
behind.
It was just, you know, absolute perfect left arm over to the right hander, just going a little bit on with the arm, and he had to play at it, just a little feather through to the keeper.
Now he's coming round the wicket to Phillips, comes in and bowls, and Phillips cuts him through the offside. He's going to get one, just the one. Good bit of fielding. So Phillips off the mark. He'll be pleased about that.
Yes,
Avoids
definitely a
that
sense of relief.
Avoids the dreaded curse of 2 zeros to his name. I'm going to love you and leave you for a moment while I get my head around Sussex, Surrey and Kent, and I'll be back shortly.
Okay. So, I mean, at some point in your career, I would imagine most players, including some very famous ones on their Test debut, will achieve a pair, but this game will not be that game for Phillips. And there's still plenty of space for him to find runs, but he's got Ollie Robinson bowling to him in now, and well left by Phillips as Robinson tantalises him with one on 5th stump, and there is no shot. I need to just get the position of this mullion in front of me, the window join, absolutely right, because I've just stared over at the flats at the far end and been met with a gleam of the sun off one of the windows. Everyone's got their windows open today, as you'd imagine, because it is an absolute sun trap over there in those flats. Still 5 slips as Robinson bowls to Phillips, who drives through backward square off the back foot. It's running out towards the boundary. I don't think it's quite going to get there though. No, Foreman scoops it back in to his support act, who was Henry Crocombe, and Phillips picks up 3. So Gloucestershire move on to 10 without loss. And from what we saw of Joe Phillips last season, that's very much a strength of his, scoring runs again square on the offside. It's funny how Gloucestershire players who come through the academy seem to score their runs through that area. It's almost as if they know they'll be playing on slow Bristol pitches. In comes Robinson round the wicket bowling to Dent, who gets completely squared up by that one, but he'll squirt a single through a vacant cover. So there will be another run onto the total as Dent moves on to 7. But yeah, he was trying to turn that one away through the leg side and ended up going basically entirely in the other direction. Paul Farbrace just having a watch down from ground level, almost directly behind his skipper John Simpson, with a couple of the other members of the Sussex support staff. Robinson to Phillips, it's short. He's tried to pull it away, but I think he's missed it and it's come off his hip. Yeah, down to fine leg. So it will be a leg by, which will rotate the strike again and move the total to 12 without loss. But he tried to do the Sir Viv style pick up off the hip there to Phillips, but didn't make any contact with it in the end. But all of a sudden, an outburst of scoring from Gloucestershire as they've scored 5 runs in 3 balls. Just the 4 slips are enough for Chris Dent, as Robinson is in bowls and Dent calmly forward and tapping the ball defensively to backward point, and there's no run. Just an update on Warwickshire versus Essex. It won't surprise anybody to know that that game is over. Warwickshire have been beaten by an innings and 40 runs. Jamie Porter taking the last wicket as well, so finishing with 6 for 36 in the second innings. So despite the deduction for Feroz Koushi's bat, Essex have rebounded with a win. Robinson bowls and straying onto the pads just enough for Dent to nurdle a single through mid-wicket. So he'll keep the strike at the end of that over, and 5 overs have been bowled with Gloucestershire 13 without loss, still with 189 runs to try and overhaul. Glamorgan 179 for 8 against Yorkshire, and Yorkshire have just claimed, well just fairly recently anyway, claimed the potentially key wicket in that innings of Colin Ingram, who made 82, the only Glamorgan batter to pass 30. Matthew Fisher having taken 4 for 46. Northamptonshire leading Leicestershire now by 170, 373 for 8 plays, 203. James Sales eventually removed for 135. Unadkat running in from the pavilion end, bowls to Dent, who is forward and defending the ball so softly that it won't even make it off the pitch. Meanwhile, in the other Division 1 games, Surrey at 210 for 5 now against Durham, so trailing by 52 runs. Ryan Patel is 43 not out, and one of the Currans is 20 not out. I'm assuming that's Tom, likely to have come in below Sam, but this site that I'm looking at doesn't differentiate between the Currans when they're batting, only when they're bowling. I think it's Tom who's 20 not out. Unadkat bowling to Dent, who is beaten on the outside edge. It looked like he might have nicked that one because it shaped away from the left-hander. It was one of those where just the angle of things, he felt there had to have been maybe a thick edge through to the keeper, but Dent really forced into playing away from his body there and didn't get a touch. Worcestershire at 116 for 5. Mohammed Abbas has 4 for 17. Gareth Roderick holding the innings together on 57. And Adcat to Dent, who leaves. Hampshire having made 462, so they achieved maximum batting points. In the unlikely event that both Somerset and Surrey were to lose, then Hampshire might yet be in the conversation for the title, because
I
Hampshire
already
are
have a
playing
headache, so I'm not getting involved in any of that.
Hampshire are playing Somerset in the last round of matches. Nottinghamshire, despite falling just shy of maximum batting points, are having a decent day still, though, as Unadkat bowls, and that's worked into the leg side by Dent. They'll think about 2 as he's just hit that away from long leg, but decides not to come back for the second run to Crocombe, so Dent moves on to 9, 14 without loss. Kent 135 for 6 now in reply to that Nottinghamshire 433. And, well, wickets shared about a bit, but young Farhan Ahmed, who is breaking records all over the place just a couple of rounds ago, has his first wicket, 1 for 6.
It's looking like Kent will be relegated.
Yes.
In this round of matches.
And Adcat runs in and bowls to Phillips. It's down the leg side and flicked for 4. And Adcat's got his hands clasped behind his head, but I think, to be honest, that was always ripe for the picking. It just started a bit too straight, even though it did swing a little in. Even if that had hit the pad, it would have been going down the leg side, but Phillips was able to get the leg glance away, so picks up a boundary, his first boundary, 18 without loss.
How would you, obviously I wasn't here for the first day yesterday, how would you compare the conditions for Gloucestershire batting now compared to yesterday morning?
Well, I think there's a bit less pace in the surface now. And Adcat completes the over by bowling to Phillips, who is forward in studied fashion to defend the ball up to mid-off. And that completes over number 6 with Gloucestershire 18 for no wicket. Yeah, I think in terms of the pitch, it's just that little bit slower, so there's a bit more time to read things. There's less bounce. I don't think it's quite moving as much off the pitch. It's still doing a bit. There's still enough there that you'd have Sussex as very, very firm favourites. It's not one of those Bristol surfaces that just feels as if it's already completely flattened out. And sometimes you do see games here where you get to the third innings and it's just batting forever because there's nothing left in it. That's definitely not the case. But it should be a slight bit easier.
So Ollie Robinson then coming in and bowling to Dent, and Dent tried to... Oh, he's got an edge on that, as he's gone down to the third man boundary for 4. Sorry, I was looking at the wicket keeper. I thought he'd played a miss, but no. Big flashing edge on that. If you're going to flash hard, and
they needed
4
the
runs
5th
result.
slip.
Yeah.
They had a 5th for Phillips, but that's gone, I think, right where it was maybe he just got it up enough that it would have been a very hard catch anyway. But it was maybe a bit too close for comfort if you were Chris Dent. Anyway, 4 runs.
4 slips then Simpson has to his left-hand side. As Robinson comes round the wicket to Dent, and Dent is playing that down to the man at short leg. No run. And good fist of this so far for Gloucestershire in response. A long way back, trailed by 180 still, but no real alarms as yet.
Crocombe's already loosening up at mid-on, and what they did in the first innings was give... I'm trying to think who it was. I think it was Anadkat who got about a 4-over spell to start with. Robinson kept going, and then Anadkat replaced Robinson at the far end, so there was nearly always one of them bowling.
Robinson this time coming in and bowling, and this time he's beaten a fairly indeterminate prod from Dent.
It's a lovely delivery from Robinson again. It's just on that length that you don't know whether to come forward or back to, and on that line whether you don't know whether to play or leave. And
it's moved slightly.
Yeah, it has. I mean, it has almost slightly left him, or at least held its line anyway. I'm not surprised he was beaten by that one.
Robinson turns, comes in, up to the wicket now, and he bowls, and this time firmly in defence. Dent plays that out into the offside. So Tom Clark, Tom Alsop, Tom Clark, first and second slip, having a good conversation. John Simpson again fiddling with his gloves. I love the way wicketkeepers do that. Constantly just playing with their gloves all the time. James Cole's third slip, Tom Haynes' fourth slip, and Ollie Robinson coming into bowl past the umpire now, and well left by Dent, and goes through to the wicketkeeper John Simpson.
With the bounce of Robinson, he probably even towards the middle of day 2 you can still leave a lot of those on length, as dramatic as it looks when it cuts back in from round the wicket, as long as you can trust the surface. And so far, even though there's been a decent amount in it, we've not seen a ball keep low yet.
No, there's been no uneven bounce at all, really. And when there has been ones that have leapt up, it's when the bowlers have been really putting the effort in, as Robinson comes in and the attempted slash outside off stump from Dent. No real footwork to it. Goes through to the wicketkeeper. So at the end of that, the 7th over, Gloucestershire 22 without loss. There's 44 overs left in the day's play scheduled. So plenty more cricket. It's only 2:45.
We saw quite a lot of that as well, actually, yesterday when Gloucestershire were batting. Cuts underneath the ball, pull shots that were completely mistimed. Both Ollie Price and, he says, thinking back to that first innings, there were 2 dismissals to the pull shot. Of course, Van Buren with that filthy ball shortened down the leg side from Tom Clark that he swivelled round on and helped into the gloves of Simpson behind the stumps. But there were others as well, short balls, which they really struggled to time. So we'll see what manner of attack Henry Crocombe decides to go for. He's certainly got the pace and the bounce to attack these Gloucestershire openers with the short ball. A bit more protection for Crocombe as they've taken another fielder out of the corner. The third slip's gone out, so it's 2 in a gully. And a fielder at cover and a fielder at mid-wicket as well. So I guess allowing Crocombe to bowl that shorter ball if he wanted to. He starts off with a good one, which is also well left by Joe Phillips. Outside the off-stump bounce and carry there from Henry Crocombe, who I must say I've not, of course, got to watch as much as a Sussex fan would, but it was always exciting because he could generate that pace and that bounce, but he looks as if he's improved his accuracy a great deal from what I've seen of him recently. Is that is left again by Phillips, and he's looking like an exciting prospect.
He is, yeah. He's 23 on Friday, so he might, if the game goes the distance, he might be celebrating his birthday with promotion to Division 1, who knows. But his third championship appearance of the season. Wicketless in the first innings, of course, but
yes, he certainly bowled well enough to take one on another day, as Phillips dabs this one away out to backward point.
Just that Robinson and Nadcat got greedy.
They did, yes, and also Tom Clark picked up a couple of the wickets that possibly Crocombe had the assist in, if you see what I mean.
Yes, you do get a lot of that, don't you?
Yeah, and I dare say you also get it, unfortunately, in this country so much when you bowl that bit quicker and somebody who just takes a bit of pace off the ball ends up getting the wickets. It's so often the way. Crocombe runs in and bowls, and this is clipped in the air by Phillips, but it is to the right of mid-wicket off the bat. I thought that might be spooning straight into the hands of Ollie Carter there, but it was to his right-hand side, and Phillips takes 2 towards the mid-wicket boundary, moves into double figures, and Gloucestershire to 24 without loss. Whether that was just again the bounce of Crocombe just catching Phillips out a bit, but anyway, it was further away from the fielder than initially it looked. Crocombe bowling now and left alone by Phillips and tidied up by Simpson behind the stumps as the ball skipped through to him, deep square having been sent back. Just to mention, I think the one Division 1 score I didn't give you, which has moved on a little bit since I would have mentioned it. Lancashire have lost a couple of wickets at Old Trafford, where Matty Hurst is out for 19 and Rocky Flintoff out for 27. Lancashire are 168 for 6, so that is a lead of 162. Crocombe bowls a shorter ball and almost gets over the top of John Simpson as Phillips ends up dropping the hands on it. That really bounced, and Simpson had to get up high with one glove and grab it, or it would have been byes. End of the over from Crocombe. Another impressive one that hasn't produced a wicket. 24 for no wicket. Gloucestershire at the end of that one. He's got a bit of, as Crocombe, he's got a bit of the Bob Willis gather, which I don't remember him doing so much before. But
perhaps he's been watching
you
some
know that move.
Old videos, yeah.
Lauren Filer does it now for
yes.
England's women. I've watched a lot of Lauren Filer in recent times, so I don't know whether it's something that's coming back in vogue.
Ollie Robinson is coming in now and bowling and left alone by Dent. I've seen a lot of those just left. I think they're going to play balls only on their merits, just digging in, and nothing too risky at this stage.
I think they've come out at a good tempo. They've rotated the strike pretty well. Haven't always had the opportunity to do so, but when they have, they've taken it and have put away some rare loose deliveries as well.
Simpson now sending Ollie Carter, who's got the lid on, to a leg slip from short leg. He was dancing around all over the place, Carter. He wasn't quite sure where Simpson wanted him to be. As Robinson comes in over the wicket, that's why he's been moved, and Dent is forced into play in this one. I think that's possibly where the frustration is already for Sussex point of view is that Robinson round the wicket, they're just allowing, it's just, you know, first couple of balls he was beating the edge, but they're now lining that up and saying, right, there's no danger in that, so we'll let that go through. So he's just trying to mix things up a bit, coming over the wicket again now. And Carter has gone into a leg slip position as Robinson comes into bowl to Dent, and Dent is in behind that, plays it to mid-on. There's no run. Some good chat from the Sussex players out there. You can hear that in the middle there. Quite understandably.
That would be a rarity out in the middle. Good chat. I mean, it may be certainly in terms of actual
noise levels.
Yes,
yeah, the actual.
You're right.
Oh, the content.
The actual
of
content of the chat. Exactly.
I remain neutral on that. I am not judging the content, more the volume. But they've got every right to be as they try and get the wickets to take them to Division 1. That they've got to get through a stubborn Gloucestershire side as Dent plays the next one back up the pitch for Robinson to collect. Ollie Robinson, of course, trying to work his way back into the thinking of England selectors. But at the moment, available for Sussex in these final games and trying to see them over the line. Middlesex await at Hove. As Robinson comes in to bowl, that's well wide of off stump and left alone by Dent.
I think you're probably quite happy for that not to be called a wide if you're Gloucestershire at this stage. Just one more ball of Robinson seen off. It probably wasn't quite as wide as it looked from this angle because we've got the slightly kind of offside side of the pitch, but so there's no doubt that the arms would have been outstretched when a white ball going very, very easily.
Absolutely.
But anyway, they're fairly consistent about not giving first-class wides.
As Robinson comes in and bowls, and again Dent is in behind that. There's some hands up in the air as if to say, oh, if you'd have not got your bat down on that, you'd have been in trouble. But Dent is unmoved, and that will be the end of the 9th over. 24 without loss. Gloucestershire made an over for Ollie Robinson, who's bowled 5 overs, none for 10, and Gloucester trail by 178. And there's 10 overs till the tea break.
Yeah, the ice cream van is still there. We can just about see it through some of the bits of metalwork involved in the.
Was this a conversation I missed
stand?
When I was?
No. I just hadn't really thought about the ice cream van until this point.
Has it been there permanently?
About tea and, well, it comes daily. It's an institution of the ground. Crocombe to Phillips, who pushes this one out into the covers and then just holds his bat up to Chris Dent to say, no, we're not running for that one. Yes, there's a walkway behind the temporary seating where you can pick up your various refreshments: steak, burger, coffee, donuts, ice cream. What more could you want?
Absolutely.
Crocombe to Phillips, bowls, short ball, and Phillips gets on top of it, pulls it away through mid-wicket, and they don't have the fielder out on the boundary anymore, so that will go for 4 runs, narrowly missing the club photographer Robbie Stevenson. And it is 28 without loss as Phillips moves on to 14.
What would be your ice cream of choice if you were down at the van?
Well, when they are at Cheltenham, I tend to go for the cider lolly.
Oh.
But I just kind of feel like that's something special that needs to be saved for Cheltenham. I don't know. So I probably still would go lolly rather than ice cream, actually.
Okay.
Crocombe bowls, forward goes Phillips and runs this defensively out into the covers.
You can add your ice cream thoughts on the Twitter page.
Yes. Anyway, I don't like to complain. Actually, I do. But the air conditioning is, of course, broken in our box, so we are particularly wanting.
I was going to say the need for ice cream is
cooling
rising by the minute.
And ice cream, don't say rising. Temperature's rising as well. Driving Phillips, just not really going through with the shot fully, and it goes up to mid-off. There is no run. Yes, the ice cream unit was spouting forth water at a Victoria Falls.
Do you mean the air conditioning unit?
Is that what I
You
said?
said
The ice cream unit. Oh dear. Oh no,
Got it
we
on
wouldn't
the
have
brain.
that. That's dear. Absolutely not. Oh gosh. Crocombe bowls short again. Phillips pulls. He'll get it in the gap between the deep mid-wicket fielder and mid-on. It was a fairly late decision to come back for a second run. The throw has overshot the runway from Ollie Carter anyway. Annoyed that he didn't have the keeper's gloves. He thought he'd try and... No, he just...
Yeah.
was a little enthusiastic with his throw, and Phillips takes 2.
Can you imagine the letters from Gloucestershire members if they thought you had a ice cream
unit up here.
up
Oh
here.
yes. So we could get one for next season. There is a fridge
with nothing but milk in it?
Yes. And I wouldn't trust how new that milk is either if I were you. Crocombe bowls outside the off stump. It's left.
I had it in my
Phillips to end
tea
the over.
earlier.
Okay. Well, you seem roughly okay. So,
Well.
yeah, 6 runs from the over, and Gloucestershire 30 without loss after 10.
Anything that's wrong with me won't be the milk's fault. Put it that way. Yeah, so again, another team that are going along exactly 3 and over. This has been a common thread. Dent 13, Phillips 16. Phillips will be delighted now that he's away and off and running. So Anadcat is going to go to the other end now.
Robinson going off, or is he just going to field at fine leg? Oh, that's Crocombe anyway down there.
Yeah, Crocombe is
Cancel
going to
that.
grab a drink, and
Robinson's still at mid-on even.
so then Jaden Anadcat coming over the wicket with his left arm fast medium to Dent, who covers up, plays down the pitch. So straight, in fact, it almost goes on to trickle into the stumps at the other end before it's rescued off the surface.
So we've got just over half an hour till tea. I'm sort of trying to... Well, no,
You're
it was
still
nothing,
thinking about
nothing
ice
to do with the ice cream. I was just trying to work out exactly whereabouts Gloucestershire would be at that point. So I suppose if we're going by exactly 3 and over, they'll be about 140 behind.
As Anadcat comes in and bowls, and Dent again is solidly in behind that. No drama.
So if they could have it from... I guess where I'm going with this, have it from 200, 250, and if they could get there still with the opening pair there, then that would at least have negated some of the work done, particularly by Simpson and Carson. But anyway, there's a long way to go. There are many perils, no doubt, ahead for these two before the break.
Jaden Anadcat comes in and bowls and runs off the face of the bat, and a good stop in the gully region. Limits it to a single. It's a nice dive from the man on his first class debut, Bertie Foreman.
It does move so quickly.
It's the benefit of youth. 20 years old, Bertie. Basically half my age.
I went up in the lift this morning.
There's nothing more to that story, by the way. It's
got to the stage where walking in is enough, and then the lift is just far too much after that. I've done my exercise for the day. I plan on sitting here rooted into this chair for most of the rest of it.
As Jaden Anadcat comes in and bowls, and this one is comfortably dealt with by Phillips. And Foreman again collects. Busy man. Anadcat, always a threat. Done very well in his couple of spells with Sussex.
I do like the leg slip for him as well, because we did see that. We saw the fine glance from Phillips, and it just allows maybe a slightly off-line in-swinger from Anadcat maybe to produce a wicket still.
Yeah, James Cole's the man at leg slip as Anadcat comes in, driven back past him. It's got the legs, has it, to go up towards the boundary? I think it possibly has. Yes, it does. Keeps the fielder interested for a little period. Jack Carson chasing it down there, but a good straight drive that from Phillips from a Nadcat, and 4 runs to add to the Gloucestershire total.
There's a fine shot from Phillips, who has certainly shown that he's got the shots. And yeah, Sussex still on the attack. There's that fielder who's trying to cover both mid-off and cover as well.
And Nadcat coming in and bowling to Phillips. Phillips plays this one into the leg side, no run. And end of that, the 11th over, 35 without loss. Dent is 14. Phillips is 20 from 30. And Nadcat has bowled 4 overs for the loss, for the concession of 16 runs.
So I wonder whether we'll... Depends whether Sussex have picked up wickets, I guess. Whether they would just throw the ball to Carson for a couple before tea. I think I'd be considering that if I were Sussex, but...
Real conference going down on there between John Simpson, Henry
already
Crocombe and Ollie Robinson.
They're called, at least if it's not for the spinner, they're calling for shin pads, and in fact it is for the spinner. They're making the move straight away. Well, they might give Crocombe one more, but no, they're going straight to Carson and allowing him to have potentially 4 overs from the pavilion end before the tea break. And it's just a question of how patient you want to be, isn't it? Or also whether you want to throw the ball to Carson while the ball is a bit newer and a bit harder and might be turning potentially that bit quicker, which may well have helped Zafar Gohar when he was thrown the new ball about this sort of time to finish off that Sussex innings in the end. So yeah, I'm always all for getting the spinner into the attack sooner rather than later, apart from anything else, just because I like watching spin bowling. But yeah, I think this is a good move from Sussex, albeit it was a bit harsh on Crocombe to take him off after a couple of overs. I think he bowled that badly, but anyway, he can come on a bit later on. So Carson will have at least a slip and a short leg by the looks of things. Carter is the man who is jogging towards the spare helmet, having donned the shin pads. And on goes that helmet. So slip, short leg, backward point, extra cover mid-off, fielder out at deep cover, a deep backward square, a mid-wicket and a mid-on as Carson bowls and goes past the edge of Dent straight away. There's turn there, and actually probably straight enough that it didn't come absolutely out of the footmarks either, so Dent's going to have to be mindful of that. Ball turning away from him. Carson round the wicket, bowls to Dent, who is forward, getting in line. A straighter delivery that time, and it is just nudged out into the onside defensively. Can Carson add to his tally of wickets this season? Round the wicket he comes, and Dent is forward and smothering that one pretty much dead down into the ground. 45 wickets on the season, so there's a little incentive for him to pick up a fifer in this innings. Carson in, there's turn and there's bounce, but it starts from too wide and Dent decided not to have a cut at it. Just lets it go through to John Simpson. Already certainly something there for Jack Carson. He's there and bowling and a little bit short and allowing Dent onto the back foot, and he finds a single out through square leg, having just evaded Ollie Carter with his clip off the pads. So score advances by 1, 36 without loss. Still 166 runs the deficit, and Phillips will have just the one ball this over to have a bit of a look at Jack Carson. What turn is there available for him to the right-hander? We've not seen an off-spinner bowling from this end for a little while. Carson in, Phillips just with a little clip off the legs, but doesn't get it past mid-wicket, so there is no run. A decent start from Jack Carson, who I'm sure will be imagining that he's got a big part to play in taking these second Gloucestershire 10 wickets. Yes, there's still something there for the seamers, but it's clearly, at this point anyway, it's starting to look maybe a bit more like spin could be the threat this second time around. Certainly as much as seam anyway.
Yeah, and we saw 6 wickets for Zafar Gohar, and it's will be certainly a threat as this match goes on. We've got a Nadcat bowling from the other end, and that one is played down into the gully. And that's the test sometimes, isn't it? You've got a right arm off spinner, and then you've got a left arm fast bowler, and trying to switch between the two.
Yeah, we were talking about that variation in Sussex's attack, I think, on day one in terms of left arm swing bowler Robinson, who is a really versatile bowler as well, but he's always got that height that he can bring. Crocombe with a bit of extra bounce as well, and more of a hit the pitch type bowler.
And that cat comes in and bowls, and Dent is in behind that one as well. It's looking all very tidy at the moment, Chris Dent.
And then the ability to turn it both ways with the 2 offies and the slow left arm of Coles. His bowling seems to have come on a huge amount this year. It was a huge factor in their route to finals day in terms of the white ball stuff as well, Sussex.
Nadcat coming in now, and he bowls, and again Dent is in behind that one. Just plays it up the pitch. Again, no drama. It's all very solid from Chris Dent. Gloucestershire 36 without loss, midway through the 13th over. 166 runs behind. And after this over, we will be 6 away from the scheduled tea break. Nadcat waits, 4 slips in place. 3 slips in the gully, I suppose, as he comes in and bowls, and it beats Dent on the outside edge. Simpson takes it. The cordon have put their hands to their heads. Yeah, not far away from everything.
Gone so late as well, hasn't it? How you get a ball to do that? Extraordinary. I mean, it only moved basically as it was almost level with Chris Dent.
And Nadcat wants the ball on a string as he's coming into bowl to the left-handed Dent. He's up to the wicket now, and he bowls, and again beats Dent. Probably not quite as close to everything as the previous one. Watching that on the stream replay.
Yeah.
Carbon copy almost.
Pretty much, yeah. Maybe just
Unless it was the same replay, in which case.
No, I don't think we've done that one. Just a little bit further away, but not much. Yeah, doing exactly the same thing. And Nadcat's just hoping for Dent to come across his stumps a bit more, find that edge.
And Nadcat, final ball of this over, comes in and bowls, and Dent check drives the ball up the pitch for no run to mid-on. So maiden over for a Nadcat. Bowled 5 overs, none for 16. And Gloucestershire 36 without loss.
Surrey versus Durham continues to be an interesting look at from afar, as Tom Curran has been removed by Callum Parkinson for 22. Ryan Patel still there on 62, but 26 runs still the deficit with 4 wickets in hand. We know how deep they bat, Surrey, but at the same time it doesn't look as if it's going to be a charge off into the distance for them, and the nerves might just come back again for them.
And the problem they've got is that Lancashire-Somerset game is further advanced. So
yes.
If they see bad news coming from that match, it could add a bit of pressure.
Jack Carson into Phillips, turns probably a bit too much, and it's turned round the corner. There'll be a quick single there to backward square We'll move Phillips on to 21, 37 without loss. Yeah, Lancashire 191 for 6 now, with a lead of 185, so I mean, you'd probably say that you'd back Somerset in almost any chase, but they're clearly not going to have it all their own way either there. Carson round the wicket into Dent, who has to go back and just about cover up and defend.
Yeah, and so you know, on paper you'd say Somerset favourites to wrap it up, some point tomorrow. But of course that Surrey-Durham game looks like it could end up being a one-innings match.
Yep. Carson in. This is short and cut, and Dent won't get any runs for it. He's not got the middle of the bat on that. He was probably only thinking about a single with that fielder out at deep cover, James Coles, but was unable to beat the fielder in the ring. Tom Clark from short extra. Carson bowls, and watchful leave from Chris Dent. I thought he was going to play at it and then just saw a bit of turn and decided that no shot was necessary. A tempting sort of pace from Jack Carson. Bowls once more. Again, it's on the shorter side of things, and Dent is able to get back and turn it to mid-wicket. So, fairly whipping through this over is Carson as well. Already at the end of it after this delivery. Dent goes for the big one, and he's got it well enough for 6. Over the advertising boards, pretty much as straight as you like. And Chris Dent unleashes a bit of power as well. So 6 runs to end the over. He joins Joe Phillips on 21. A handsome strike that was from Dent, because I didn't think it was close enough to him to play that shot, but he's used his wingspan and his leverage to get underneath it and cleared the longer straight boundary here by quite a distance. 43 without loss at the end of the over.
So Nadcat will continue. Bowling to Phillips is on 21. And having a look at the field now. 2 slips and a gully. Close catches on either side of the wicket, mid on, mid off. And this one is played to the man at sort of short mid wicket for no run.
He stays quite tall, does Phillips, doesn't he? I think when he's playing most shots, actually, he's quite happy seemingly to reach down towards his toes almost when he's playing his shots from standing quite upright. At least that's the impression he gives off. I'd have to watch it more closely, but he doesn't look like somebody who really tries to get into a low crouched position, head right over the ball.
And Nadcat comes in and bowls, and there's a big appeal for LBW. No, says the umpire.
Well, I mean head right over the ball. I mean in terms of head being close to the ball, because that's not what people tend to mean, is it? When you talk about head over the ball, it's just mean in terms of being in line with it,
yes,
rather than being close to it. That did seem a little optimistic on the LBW side.
Yeah, I think that was we haven't excised our vocal cords in a little while, lads. Let's try something. But yeah, I saw a thing on Sky with Kevin Peterson who was saying he doesn't subscribe to foot to the ball, he subscribes to head to the ball. As a Nadcat comes in and bowls, and covered up by Phillips.
Yeah, James Healy just mentioning Tom Banton with that injury last week in terms of foot to the ball. I don't think that was really happening, and it's those reverse sweeps that he was playing off Shakib Al Hassan, basically standing upright and still able to get the reverse sweep away. Absolutely ludicrous hand-eye coordination.
Seagull has landed on the outfield as a Nadcat comes in and bowls. Now there's another big appeal, and this time he's been given. Jaden and Nadcat strikes again in this match. And Phillips has to go. He didn't seem to look back at the umpire to really see what the decision was. He seems to be hitting leg stump. Yeah, he did have a little look back, but the umpire pointed in the direction of the pavilion. I mean, not literally, but not geographically in this position. But Phillips has to go for 21, and Gloucestershire 43 for 1. Sussex have their first, and Adcat strikes.
Yeah, a bright innings from Joe Phillips, but a nice piece of bowling from an Adcat who'd come round the wicket, and Phillips clearly feeling that was straight enough that he could play round that front pad and access the leg side, but yeah, it did look as if it was going on to hit leg. So Gloucestershire's opening partnership, which was a more than handy one between these two new members of the opening partnership, with Ben Charlesworth out with a hand injury and Cameron Bancroft having returned to Australia. Chris Dent and Joe Phillips forming the opening partnership for this game. They got Gloucestershire off to a good start there. Would have loved to have seen them through to tea, but Phillips again removed by a good ball from an Adcat who's got him once from over the wicket and once from round the wicket as well. And Ollie Price comes out for Gloucestershire at number 3.
So we're going to see another slip in for the new batter as an Adcat, ball in hand, tosses it from left hand to right hand. Now starts his run, comes in, he's up to the wicket now, and he bowls, and that one's short and well swayed out of the way by Price. It was a welcome to the crease type delivery, that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he would have been fully expecting it, but he didn't play it as though he wasn't expecting it. He saw it pretty well. I mean, I guess it wasn't a delivery targeted right at his head, but
and you're not dealing
still
with Mark Wood levels, so
no, this is true.
You have to kind of there is a very, very, very small reaction time window here as an Adcat comes in and bowls, and Price is in behind that. They're going to set off for a quick single shy at the stumps. I think he would have been home anyway, even if there had been a hit, but there wasn't. So that was Price saying, I fancy getting off the strike here and getting it off the mark anyway, because he'll be facing the next ball, because that's the end of the over, the end of the 15th. 44 for 1 Gloucestershire. An Adcat with a wicket in that over, that of Joe Phillips, and Gloucestershire 44 for 1 then, behind by 158.
Yeah, and interestingly, Sussex have decided whether this is that they don't want to bowl spin to Ollie Price early in his innings, or whether the wicket has just meant that they want to get Robinson back on and have him bowl in tandem with an Adcat now until tea. Carson has been whipped out of the attack after just 2 overs, and it is going to be Robinson from the pavilion end. 5 overs for 10 from the Ashley Down road end, so he's not had a massive amount of rest, but he knows it's only going to be 2 overs. 3 slips for him as he bowls to Ollie Price, and inside edged, and it just misses the stumps, and it will go to the boundary to add to Sussex's annoyance. Ollie Robinson with maybe a bit of a word to Ollie Price there, certainly a stare anyway. As a large slice of fortune goes Ollie Price's way. Thick edge between himself and the leg stump, and they do have their fielder at much more of a long leg than a fine leg. It's quite difficult to defend that fine boundary towards the flats as short as it is. So 48 for 1 Gloucestershire, trailing by 154. Robinson moves in, bowls, and on a good length. Ollie Price just knocks that one on its head, and it's trickled away out to Foreman at backward point as the sunshine has very much returned now. We had a small period where it looked as if it might be slightly clouding over, but those have moved through, and with the 10:30 start as well. It shouldn't get too cool for the spectators for the evening session. Robinson bowls to Price, who defends out into the covers. There is no run. Free after tea, as ever, is in place for today. So if anybody does fancy coming along for a bit of cricket in the evening, then the gates are open. And of course the trophy should be making an appearance around about that point as well, so you can come and have your picture taken. Robinson in and bowls, and Price plays that comfortably from the crease again, and there's no run out to backward point. This little marquee, which I notice has been set up with the sponsorship branding behind it as well. Any excuse, eh? Board down there with the club sponsors behind, which the photo must be taken in front of. I think that's only for today and tomorrow, isn't it? Although we may not be here for day 4. Robinson bowls, and letting that one go is Price. So Robinson trying to make this a double strike for Sussex before tea. 3 overs left before the break, in addition to the 1 delivery in this over. Certainly going to be searching stuff with the tails up now of Robinson and Adcat after that early breakthrough. Full delivery driven into the ground by Price, and Robinson springs up in his follow through to pluck the ball out of the air. And that is the end of the over. 21 to Dent and 5 to Ollie Price. So still trailing by 154 runs. Surrey have just gone into the lead against Durham, as Ryan Patel and Jordan Clark seem to have decided that they're going to put their foot down. 264 for 6. So yeah, still all to play for, and Lancashire have just passed 200 at Old Trafford with Luke Wells on 23 and George Bell on 10.
It's going to be a fascinating title race.
It's great that we've got
last time really shook it up, as a Nadcat here comes in and bowls a fuller one, which Dent digs out well.
Because it's been, how many years has it been since we've had a real barnstorming end to the championship season? There's nothing better when you get it. We
were discussing off air before today's play about the 2016 title race with Middlesex, Somerset and Yorkshire all involved, and Middlesex winning on the final day at Lord's with a Toby Rowland-Jones hat-trick.
Was that the last time it really came down to the final day? In that conference year there was a bit of it.
And Nadcat bowls, and it's almost toe-ended back to him by Dent. I'm not entirely sure where that came from, because Dent had barely played a shot in anger for the last 20 minutes, and now he's tried to, I'm not sure what he's tried to do. He's tried to cut a ball or play a baseball type shot through the line of the ball, and it's almost been presented a return catch to a Nadcat, who I think must have been very surprised.
I've no idea how he's done that. Let's see if this might give a better idea. It's almost like he's scooped around the ball and
tried to almost got into a cutting position. It was far too close to him, and this time he's in behind that one, more orthodox, and it's squirted out into the leg side for no run. That would have been a bonus wicket if Dent had given it up there.
And again, though, seemingly Nadcat and Robinson can cause problems when they bang the ball into the middle of the pitch in a way that most of the bowlers so far, other than those two, haven't been able to. Actually, Crocombe in the first innings as well, he very nearly had Ollie Price caught at mid-on a pull shot, which actually was almost, well, in fact, that was hit even worse than that one, which we said was hit so badly he's got away with it.
And Nadcat, the only one to make a breakthrough so far for Sussex, comes in and bowls and has Dent defending on the back foot.
But I'm trying to think, in 2021, Warwickshire won that title on the final day, I think, didn't they? But it was sort of in the afternoon, if I remember rightly, and it just looked very much as though they were going to get there. It wasn't like the end of that 16 season when you had 3 teams in the hunt and it really came down to the absolute wire before Middlesex won it.
Ludcutt comes in and bowls, and again Dent is incorrectly behind that.
Incorrectly behind that?
No, incorrectly. He's incorrectly behind that. He's in behind that. He defends up the pitch, and there's no run.
Anyway, yep, it's good to have some. But actually, again, I mentioned it yesterday. It's just a shame that we've got this international, which is scheduled on the same day as the final day of the county championship season.
And comes a Ludcutt, and that one again is defended by Dent. Maiden over for the Pakistani bowler Jaydev Nagkat, who has 1 for 17 from his 7 thus far. And Gloucestershire, 48 for 1. They trail by 154.
Obviously, we, from a Gloucestershire perspective, thank the ECB for their awarding of an international to Bristol. However, it is a shame that it happened to be on the same day as the last day of the championship season. It's just, I hope that people have some. Yes, I hope that people have some time on that final day for the end of the championship. Who knows? It might all have been wrapped up by that point anyway. We might know in terms of promotion, relegation, etc. I mean, a couple of years back we had the excitement of the Liam Norwell 9-for, which wasn't for the title but for relegation, so hopefully there'll be something at least. Robinson into Price, that is, who is well forward and defends. But yeah, in terms of a really close title race, it's been long enough. Surrey have been ruining it for everybody over the last couple of years, and they've decided to give somebody a chance this year.
Well, if it hadn't been for that finish against Somerset.
Yes.
Yeah, what an incredible finish that was. We may be looking back at that as the turning point for the Div 1 title race.
Robinson in and bowls, and played right into the ground in defence by Ollie Price, who does pick the ball up for the third slip fielder, something that you would, I'm sure, not have seen in times gone by, but everybody's far too friendly now. But yeah, also Surrey will rue the fact that they played Somerset at the Oval with the Kookaburra ball in one of those early rounds where nobody could get a result. They were set something like 220 to win from 17 overs or something absurd like that, and got close-ish to it, but couldn't get the win. Robinson bowls short and down the leg side, and Ollie Price has had nothing to do with it, just ducks underneath it. So, again, they'll point to that. At least, though, this hasn't been like previous years where there's been 2 meetings between the 2 sides who've been battling it out for the title. In previous years, Surrey only playing Hampshire once, for example. Whether that was last year or the year before, that was rightly bemoaned. Robinson bowls, it's another short ball, and Ollie Price does leave the periscope up, but it wasn't particularly close to the ball, so allowing Robinson to expend some energy by bashing the ball into this probably tiring Bristol surface now. So for Robinson, just 2 deliveries left until a tea break, but still one more Nagkat over to come before the players will take a break. Robinson in, and it's another short delivery, which for the 3rd time in a row Ollie Price doesn't have anything to do with. Clearly the book on Ollie Price, and we saw Middlesex try and take advantage of this as well. The analysis, that's the one, analysis, there we go, get there about the 5th attempt, on Ollie Price is that he does like to take on the short ball, and that is certainly right. Most of the time he'll back himself to take it on with success, but at the moment Robinson can't draw him into doing that. Will it be another bouncer Robinson bowls. No, I think that was fairly predictable, really, after he'd shown no interest in going after them. Robinson wasn't going to waste his last delivery by not trying to target the stumps, but Price is equal to it. So maiden from Robinson. He's only gone for 14 runs from his 7 overs, 3 maidens. And just the 1 over left before the break for tea, and it will not be an Adcat to bowl it. It looks as though Bertie Foreman has been thrown the ball.
Oh yes, the over of spin before a break of in play.
What did he get? Did he get 2 overs or 1 over before the lunch break in the first innings? I can't remember. It was just the 1. Yeah, well, there we go. If you're on Debbie, you should be grateful for any over you get.
And it may be that you guide us through some of it, because I'll need to give our FM listeners updates in BBC Sussex, Surrey and Kent as Foreman comes in and bowls, and Dent gets that away backward of square for a single beyond the diving Carter at short leg. Picks up a run which takes him to 22. Gloucestershire to 49 for 1. I'll do this ball and then Ed will see you through till the tea interval. Bit of discussion before Foreman comes in off a long run up for a slow bowler as he comes in and bowls, and defended by Price up the pitch. I might get one more in, who knows.
Thought he was going to bowl medium pace.
Yeah, he does
start with, yeah, or at least, well, that
start a long way back and
anyway.
Walks in and then starts his run.
It's even longer than Tom Smith's run.
As he comes in now and bowls, an attempted drive from Price, but he doesn't get a lot on it, and it squirts out into the cover region. And I shall let Ed take you through to the tea interval. Gloucestershire 49 for 1.
Thank you very much. So 3 deliveries remain. Foreman to Price, who goes back, tries to force this one away out through the offside, and the second delivery in a row. There's no timing behind it, and Allsop fields out at cover. So he's not going to be a spinner that's going to absolutely rattle through his overs if this run is Foreman, but I do like to see a spinner with a bit of a longer run, a bit more momentum through the crease. This is over pitched though, and slapped away through extra cover. It's a long boundary out there, but I think the ball will just limp over the boundary rope. And Ollie Price picks up 4 and brings up the 50 for Gloucestershire. Just tossed that one up a bit too much, did Foreman, and Price, who's tall enough, is able to get a big stride forward, meet the ball on the low full toss and crash it away. So 53 for 1. And that's brought the deficit just below 150. Last ball before tea. Foreman to Ollie Price. A quicker delivery, which Price is forward to keep out. Picked up by Carter at short leg. And the players will march off for a 20-minute break. Gloucestershire at 53 for 1. Joe Phillips, the only casualty so far in the 19 overs that they've had to face. J. Devon Adcat pinning him LBW for 21. Chris Dent has 22. Ollie Price has 9. Gloucestershire still with an awful lot of work to do. They'll still be behind at the close, but how many wickets will they be down by? They'll hope for some big partnerships in the evening session. Earlier on, the story for Sussex, they eventually were bowled out for 311, with Jack Carson top scoring with 71. John Simpson made 61. That was the partnership with the bat that really built up this big lead for Sussex towards 200. For Gloucestershire, it was Zafar Gohar's day, taking all 6 Sussex wickets to fall today, as he claimed 6 for 76 in his 27th over. I think it's time for tea. Bye-bye.
on one based in Charlton.
Welcome back to Bristol, where it is time to get the final session of day 2 underway between Gloucestershire and Sussex, as Gloucestershire resume their second innings on 53 for 1, trailing by 149 runs. Chris Dent 22, Ollie Price 9, the two Gloucestershire batters resuming this innings and looking to continue to fight their way through this sizable Sussex lead that they built up earlier in the day, and it is going to be James Coles to bowl the first over after tea. So his first over of the match, with his slow left arm bowling over the wicket to Chris Dent, and he starts off with a ball down the leg side. Dent helps it on its way. I don't think he's quite got enough bat on it though to go to that short fine leg boundary, but still is able to turn it back for 2. So 55 for 1 is the Gloucestershire score. Ed Seaborn and Andrew Rayburn with you on the BBC Sport website and app and on the Gloucestershire live stream. Dent has moved his total to 24. Coles into Dent, and this is clipped out to mid-wicket for no run. So I don't know, I'd have thought maybe Coles more with Ollie Price in mind, maybe, but we'll see. He might be able to get the ball turning out of the rough into the left-hander. Dent works this one with the turn to short leg, but something a bit different after tea for Sussex to try and make further inroads into this Gloucestershire batting lineup, as Coles is in, and this is past Carter at short leg, who looks down at his right hand as though it had a hole in it. How did that one squeak by? And Dent picks up another run. 56 for 1 on the board, and Ollie Price will, by the looks of things, ask for 2 leg from Rob Bailey. 2 balls left in the opening over after tea. Spectators beginning to settle back into their seats, having picked up whatever they were after at tea time, as reaching for that one a little is Price, causing Coles to again jam the hands behind head, at the risk being taken there. But Price underway to his first ball after tea, so he's into double digits. 57 for 1. Coles into Dent and negotiated successfully into the ground and 2 short legs. So 4 runs from the opening over from Coles, and I wonder who's going to get it from the Ashley Down Road end. It's Carson, by the looks of things. So starting off with double spin.
They've seen that they're an over down on the over rate.
Oh yes, -1. This is
red
huge,
alert.
Huge problems.
Red alert.
Yes, this could be the point that makes all the difference. Oh dear.
Well, after last season's points deductions, let's not dwell too much on end of season shenanigans. So Carson, it is, just waving a fielder. Further back, further back, further back. A little bit round. That'll do, yep. Now he wants both fielders behind square to be further back on the 45 degree, just in from the boundary rope. Halfway really, as Carson comes in and bowls, and it's attempted drive on the offside, which squeezes away onto the leg side.
It's not looked particularly convincing yet, driving, his Ollie Price. He hit that one full toss from Foreman to the boundary, but other than that, he's looked as if he's trying to put a lot into it, and it's not really going where he demands it to.
Carson, tall figure, comes in and bowls, and it's flicked round, but very fine, down towards the fine leg boundary. It'll be picked up by Crocombe, thrown in. John Simpson tries to grasp it, but picked up a single.
Only round 1. It's a little bit surprising. It's quite a long boundary down there. Which is, there was plenty of time for a second run. I mean, I
certainly with the throw that came in.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
There was time for 3.
Thought about Crocombe's cannon for an arm, and then
Carson Round the wicket to the left-handed Dent, who's on 25, and Dent prods forward, and Ollie Carter in at short leg collects.
That was about the longest single I've seen all season.
And it's amazing now when you look at cricket, even from the 90s, when, you know, things that people didn't take singles to that they would do now, as Carson comes in and bowls again down sort of leg side-ish and just dropped at his feet by Dent. Yeah, now you turn what used to be ones into twos pretty comfortably.
But of course everything was better in the past, wasn't it? As we know.
Carson comes in and bowls a bit flatter and a bit shorter as well, and cut away for a single. Tried to whip that through, but just got the length wrong. Price 11 from 22 so far. Gloucestershire 59 for 1 as he comes in and bowls, and edged and out. Caught brilliantly at slip, and Sussex have their second wicket. Great work from Tom Haynes. It was an attempted charge down the wicket from Price, and he got an edge, and it's a fabulous catch at first slip.
That is.
He went running away.
Reactions.
And
it's just stuck, hasn't it? What a great catch.
It's a great grab.
Because you're just not expecting that to come to slip, and certainly not that fine. He wouldn't have had a great sight of that past Simpson either. And Price,
it's a low grab as well.
Into that, and yeah, one-handed in the end to his left. And well might you celebrate. Wheeled off, doing the aeroplane wings, Tom Haynes, after taking that. For Price, that is a frustrating way to get out, given that Gloucestershire are still trailing by 143. But I guess he's thinking about trying to force Sussex's hand, maybe try and hit Carson out of the attack. He is strong against the spinners, but yeah, it's a couple of dismissals for Price in this game, and of course he's one of the players that is coming off finals day straight away, but he's got out to his pull shot off the seam, which is one of his strengths, and now he's got out against the spin and to a shot that he was hitting over the boundary for fun in the T20.
At the same time, you can't be expecting that grab, though. That's the thing. He'd still be there without it.
Yeah, anyway. Coles to Dent, it's short, pulled away, and he's picked out backward square, so he won't get a run. But yeah, if he hadn't got even that edge on it, he'd have been stumped by a mile.
Oh
anyway.
God, yes.
You know, it
all
went,
run out by the slips.
It went horribly wrong. Coles to Dent, who's forward and turning this one past short leg, and he'll trot through for 1 and move on to 27. But yeah, just very Ollie Price-like dismissals, but there we are. In some ways, perhaps it is just a product of the particular environment. We'll see. Hammond, what's he got in mind? Does like a charge down the pitch. Coles first ball to him, and Hammond defends first ball. So we will see what Miles Hammond has in mind for this innings. The other man who was there at the end on Saturday, and a man who, as Coles is in, that was in the air and turned just in front of short leg. It was off the face of the bat, so Carter didn't have much time to react, and it was just in front of square enough that short leg couldn't get there. But immediately encouragement for Coles as well, who's in, and Hammond has not played that one with the middle of the bat either in defence. Kind of in two minds about whether to play on the leg side or straight. Yeah, it's caught the shoulder of the bat, that one that has eluded Carter to his right hand side. Coles to Hammond, who drives, won't get a run, thought about it, but Crocombe is there at mid-off. Hammond, who has had a spectacular few days, as with many of his teammates. The win at Lords, which Hammond was a huge part of with that 78 in the second innings, and then the half century to see Gloucestershire pass their local rivals on Saturday. But we will see what Hammond has in mind today, whether he's looking to dig in or if he's decided to play one of his innings where he's just going to go on the attack and it might come off, and if it does, it'll be spectacular.
Carson into Dent, and once again Dent is able to see that off on the leg stump and plays to Ollie Carter at short leg. Carson has the ball in hand again now, just ambles past the umpire. This one's a little bit straighter, and again Dent is in behind it. Been a stubborn resistance.
And also, does it take away the charge down the pitch now from either Dent or, well, maybe Dent in particular, because he's been out there? The fact that somebody's charged past one, do you do you think, oh, I can't do that myself?
Carson comes in, Fuller and Dent digs it out, and some oohs and ahs around the stumps. But Carson now with 46 wickets in the championship this season. Comes in again now, bowls round the wicket to the left-handed Dent, and Dent is just defending again. Gloucestershire 60 for 2. They trail by 142 earlier. Carson scoring 71, Simpson 61. Carson comes into bowl, and that's again down the leg side, and that's beaten Simpson, and that will go down for 4 byes. So a tad unlucky for, well, bowler or wicketkeeper really. Poor ball down the leg side, but Simpson goes against him. Last ball of this, the 23rd over of the Gloucestershire innings, second innings. Carson just steadies himself, takes a few strides in, round the wicket and bowls, and then cuts that, but straight to the man, Henry Crocombe, at backward point. No run. 64 for 2 at the end of the over. Gloucestershire trail by 138.
So another one of those overs that goes down as a maiden, although there were runs from it. Carson's first maiden over. And already Sussex's decision to decide to throw the ball to the spinners after tea has proven to be a good one. Dent on 27 at the non-striker's end. Hammond yet to get off the mark as he pushes forward to this first delivery from James Coles out into the offside, and not far enough away from the bowler that he can take a single. There is a backward point and a mid-off. Those are the two single saving fielders on the offside. There is a slip in terms of a catching fielder and a short leg as Hammond is forward, and that's what he was looking for. There's a fielder out at deep cover, but a huge gap between mid-off and backward point, so Hammond can get off the mark with just a little nudge like that one. 65 for 2. Coles into Dent, flighted delivery, and Dent plays this one from the crease. In defence, Coles crouched over onto his knees, no doubt waiting for the celebration or appeal, one of the two. Didn't come that time. Coles into Dent, who again back at the last minute. He's deciding pretty late here, is Dent, in terms of how he wants to play it, which is probably what you've got to do, whether is turn and bounce. Can't just immediately overcommit to one or the other. Coles in, and this is clipped by Dent off his hip area, but again, he's keeping, well, it's Carson that time at backward square leg pretty busy. Again, there's a fielder out at deep square as well, so a gap to be found on that leg side. Coles in and Dent forward and getting the pad outside the line, but ending up playing it with the bat anyway down to the ground. So Sussex starting to rattle through some overs here, as well as build this pressure on Gloucestershire again after Dent and Phillips got Gloucestershire's innings off to a bright enough start, and they'd done a fair bit of the work in terms of seeing off the new ball bowlers right at the end of that, and Adcat getting rid of Phillips. Now Dent and Hammond have to decide whether they just want to try and block out, wait for the bad delivery, or try and create something.
In comes Carson and bowls, and it's defended by Hammond. Into the offside, no run, and picked up by Tom Clark, who shines the ball and gives it back to Carson. Trots in up to the wicket now, and he bowls, and again Hammond just dead bats that and squirms out into the offside, and more work for Clark to do on the ball. Carson does some work of his own on it as he now comes in and bowls to Hammond, who plays that up towards mid-on. No run. Carson getting through his overs, as you might expect, pretty quickly. Got a slip and short leg in place. Catches on the drive on both sides of the wicket as Hammond forces that off the back foot. He's going to get a single out to the boundary rider at point, deep point, and get a single which takes him to 2 and Gloucestershire to 66 for 2, trailing by 136 in this second innings. And Carson, who has a wicket, 1 for 11, bowling now to Chris Dent. Dent waits. Again, puts solid bat on ball on that, despite the slight howls around the stumps.
Particularly theatrical, that one.
Ali Carter, once a wicket keeper, always a wicket keeper. They love to get involved and they love to chirp.
Yeah, both ears being chewed off, I'm sure, for Dent.
Dent goes back and plays that out into the offside. Again, no real alarms, but Carson has his hands on his head, and there's always a little bit of game playing involved when it comes to kind of riling the opposition batters and making them think they're under a bit more pressure than perhaps they are. Gloucestershire then 66 for 2, trailing by 136. James Coles bowling at this end. He was the Sussex's youngest first-class debutant when he played against Surrey at the Oval in
16
and 157 days in the Bob Willis Trophy. And he dismissed on debut Rory Burns, Ben Foakes and Jamie Smith.
Wow.
Not a bad trio to pick up.
A pretty young Jamie Smith as well, but Rory Burns and Ben Foakes in particular, yeah. In goes Coles to Hammond, who's on the back foot and playing defensively. And we talked a bit yesterday about all the Oxfordshire connections that both these clubs have. Sussex with the direct connection with Oxfordshire, and Gloucestershire sourcing so many of their players from that area, as this is played to mid-wicket for no run. When Somerset and Gloucestershire meet, there's a little bit of a kind of Oxfordshire versus Devon feel to it these days. The amount of cricket is coming from both those counties.
A traditional local rivalry.
Yes, exactly. Forward goes Hammond. He wants a single here and he'll get it as Simpson springs out from behind the stumps but realises that he's got no chance of running out Hammond, who at this stage looks to be content to mostly defend and take whatever singles are available. He's on to 3, 67 for 2. You just know at some point there will be an attacking option unfurled by Hammond. It's just a question of what it is, whether he comes down the pitch or brings out that reverse sweep of his. Coles to Dent. Not sure we'll see too much of that from him, as again he's going back and playing it to short leg.
It's interesting, a change in personnel rather than actual field. An Adcat and Crocombe swapping over.
Coles in, and Dent does get this one past short leg, but is again not finding the single that he was hoping for, with Carson across from backward square leg, so spinner helping out spinner. Coles delivers, and Dent is once more picking out Jack Carson just round the corner, although that time he was only really turning it to safety rather than looking for the run. And just the one run from that over as well. So Coles has rattled through 4 overs for 7. Carson 5 overs for 11. And really the one time Gloucestershire tried to impose some authority on proceedings, it led to a wicket and a spectacular catch. It slipped from Haynes. We've seen a couple of crackers from Sussex in this game. Tom Alsop took a superb catch. It slipped to remove Tom Price in the first innings. A swallow dive away to his right off a thick flying edge at first slip from Tom Price.
Carson now coming in to bowl, and Hammond is forward, and as you said, Ed, wonder whether he will want to cut loose at some point soon. There's a slip in place, short leg, and there's catches on the drive on both sides as he tries to cut, and a good stop by Crocombe at backward point stops the single, because Hammond was definitely keen to take one.
Yeah, fielded very well. Ground fielding, catching. There was one edge from Zaman Akhtar that went between 2 of the slips, but it wasn't an easy one. Apart from that, they've been fantastic.
Carson bowls, and Hammond is again leaning into this and plays it out into the cover region. The fielder is Tom Clark. One of those local Sussex boys, Clark, from Haywards Heath. As this time Hammond gets a shorter ball which he cuts away off the back foot. He's going to collect a single there. He moves on to 4, and Gloucestershire to 68 for 2.
What are the delights of Haywards Heath?
I live not too far away. Not that I'm one of the delights. 20 minutes away.
But you're going with that response. Yeah.
But what I mean by that, I'll just come on to Carson comes in and bowls. But I don't know it all that well, if I'm honest. I apologise to the people of Haywards.
Well, it's just one of those. I'm afraid it's one of those places that you pass through
on the train.
Isn't it, from London to Brighton, and you just think, well, is it? Am I missing out on something not stopping here? All these places, you just wonder.
Carson comes in and bowls, and a sweep from Dent, which is going to go fine. Is it going to go for 4? Yes, it is. So Dent now looking to open up his scoring opportunities, and he moves on to 31 from 86. He's been very watchful, very solid, and he's now swept Carson fine for 4 runs.
Yeah, I guess that's the sort of delivery that particularly Dent, and even so far in his brief stay, Hammond, the sort of one they may be waiting for, but particularly Dent seems to have set his stall out to wait for the bad deliveries. He's opened his shoulders just the once when he got a wide ball from Carson that he launched away straight for 6, but other than that, he has been patient. Coles into Hammond. It's a bit shorter, and Hammond jabs it out to mid-wicket for no run. Middlesex have been bowled out for 358, so they did get to a 3rd batting point, but no further. Coles is in, and Hammond guides this one away, plays it late with an open face of the blade to a vacant point region. They changed that offside field around, so there was not the gap at cover anymore, but the gap a little bit finer on the offside. And again, it allows Hammond to take a run. 73 for 2. Fairly gentle progress from this partnership in its infancy. Coles to Dent, a tempter maybe, which Dent just blocks back to Coles and demands another one. So Derbyshire have just begun their 2nd innings at Derby with a deficit of 185. Cole's in, Dent across his stumps to sweep and beats the fielder at square leg, and that is 4 runs. The fielder had come in off the boundary from that leg side, and Dent deciding to fetch that one. Yes, he was playing with the spin, but he fetched it from a fair way outside the off stump. Another big stride forward and rolling the wrists on it, even on the sweep shot to keep it down. So picks up 4, moves to 35, 77 for 2. Dent seems to have either lost something or found something. I'm not quite sure which, but he's handed whatever it was to Neil Bainton and marches back to face the next offering from Coles, who bowls, and Dent is... Well, he ends up defending the ball. I was going to say sort of restrains himself to defend, because it was short enough that maybe on a non-turning pitch you might think about cutting, but he had to be a little bit more careful than that. Coles is in, and again Dent can play pretty comfortably off the back foot and down to short leg. So 5 runs from that over. Gloucestershire to 77 for 2. And Middlesex have already picked up the first Derbyshire wicket. So Toby Rowland-Jones trapping Harry Kame LBW without scoring. So it's 6th wicket of the match for Rowland-Jones, who has match figures of 6 for 34. And he wasn't even bowling against Warwickshire. No. I'm not going to go there.
Oh, poor old Warwickshire. So Jack Carson to continue. It's bowling to Hammond, who's waiting, and Carson bowls, and Hammond is in behind that. Defends out into the offside. There is Tom Clark again to field. Lovely, I can tell you there is a lovely big park quite near the station at Haywards Heath.
Okay.
I wandered through once. As Carson comes in and bowls full of one, which again is defended by Hammond. Also, to our Sussex listeners, regular Sussex listeners, apologies, I don't have access to the usual emails that Adrian does, so won't be able to respond to any that you've sent. There's just one, again, defended by Hammond up the pitch.
Oh, that's sad. I mean, some people might have been spending all morning crafting those.
I know.
Harms is going to have a bumper crop to read out when he comes back.
He will. But you can always drop messages on the old socials at BBC Sussex Sport as Hammond plays that out into the offside, where again fielded by Tom Clark. He's one of the busiest men out there at the moment. Carson round the wicket to the left-handed. Hammond bowls, and Hammond defends again, and once again Clark is there to collect in that short extra cover region. Carson, off that very deliberate run-up, comes in and bowls, and cut away by Hammond, but straight to the fielder at point, so it will be a maiden for Carson. 1 for 16 from his 7. Gloucestershire 77 for 2, still needing another 125 to make Sussex bat again in this County Championship Division 2 clash. Penultimate match week of the season. What a long season it's been. A successful one in terms of T20 blast action for Gloucestershire. A successful one as it so far for Sussex in the 4-day game.
I got a real tinge of sadness when you said that, because well, it sort of hits you sometimes at the end of the season that actually it has been a very long season, but when you've had a kind of booster shot of a September day out, such as Gloucestershire have had, you don't really want the season to end, actually. You'd rather just admire it a bit longer.
And silverware, which was being displayed.
Yes, it's still down there, actually. I can see it. There doesn't seem to be any... Oh, no, there we go. Yes, I was going to say, there doesn't seem to be anybody guarding it, but yes, there is.
Bertie Foreman back into the attack.
So, change of bowling. Coles out of the attack. And, we almost got Chris Dent with a very wide delivery that started wide and got wider. And Dent, having committed to the shot, just had a sort of oopsie moment as he realised that he couldn't get particularly close to the ball and ended up just feathering it through either to the keeper or slip. Foreman round the wicket bowls and Dent drives, but only as far as backward point. No, there is a steward down there who is not letting a trophy leave his sight. In a blue jacket down there as a few more spectators move to have their moment with it. Foreman bowls to Dent, and another flighted delivery, which Dent just comes forward to and guides out to point, where Jada Vanadkat is fielding at that backward point position. They've gone back to the deep square, and the cover on the boundary now of Sussex in terms of fielders out. Foreman in his second over and gets a bit of turn, which Dent just has to watch carefully. He does so, pokes it out to point again for no run. So this might be Bertie Foreman's first multi-over spell in first-class cricket. He might be allowed more than one over this time. Foreman bowls. Oh, that's a beauty. Absolute beauty that turns past the edge of Dent, and there was some, if my eyes did not deceive me, there was some drift on that. Drift in, turn away, and that is a wonderful piece of off-spin bowling, which sadly for him hasn't produced his first wicket. Foreman bowls, another lovely delivery, which this time is a bit too full to turn, but again there's that little bit of drift through the air. He's giving it some flight, and he's just bowled a maiden. So 77 for 2 Gloucestershire remain, 35 to Dent and 5 to Hammond, so 125 runs still is that deficit, and at this rate, well, they might just about halve it by the end of the day. Whether there's any acceleration or not, we'll see, but it's certainly still going to be a decent chunk remaining even for tomorrow.
Carson continues, and Hammond is tickling that fine round the corner for a single. So that first, we've had back-to-back maidens. When was the last? Is that right?
Yes, you're right. It was to the fourth ball of the over before that. So yeah, broken up 14 straight dots.
78 for 2 as Carson comes in and bowls, and Dent leans forward and defends, and this time Simpson gets the honour of collecting the ball, but it eventually finds its way back to Tom Clark. Carson aborted his run up. Now stands ready to go again. Round the wicket. In he comes and bowls, and Dent defends.
Sometimes he defends so softly that...
Yeah, the fielders have to reach in front of his foot to get the ball.
And also you just cannot see where the ball has gone at all if you're commentating as we are at the moment with Dent's back to us.
Carson round the wicket, bowls to Dent. Dent this time clips it out into the leg side, but again can't beat the field, so no run. Bit of chatter and a bit of applauding. Ollie Carter getting involved. Carson round the wicket, bowls, and Dent can't work that away in the offside, and Sussex keeping things tight.
He's giving very little away, is Carson. And although these two, if they are to bowl in tandem for a time, Carson and Foreman both off spinners, they're very different off spinners.
Carson comes in and bowls, and it's left alone by Dent. So just the single off that over from Carson. So we've had one run from the last 20 deliveries. Gloucestershire 78 for 2. 20 overs left in the day on this second day of County Championship action. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Bristol, and online on the BBC Sports website and app. I shall be going off to do an update on my many matches.
Well, you'll have Kent being bowled out for the first time by Nottinghamshire to talk about as well, as they've taken tea there. Kent 225 all out. Foreman bowling to Hammond, who leaves alone. So Nottinghamshire could enforce the follow-on, but I suspect given the forecast and the way that things usually go, even though they were only in the field for 55 and a half overs, they'll probably think just bat for a bit, bat positively, build up a gigantic total. And
lead 208.
Yeah. Foreman in, a slog sweep and a miss from Hammond.
You said it was coming.
He was going to do something. I mean, you wait long enough, I suppose any batter's likely to play an attacking shot. At least there he picked a ball that if he missed it he wasn't going to be bowled to it, but still he did miss it. Foreman into Hammond, and he's played a sort of late cut shot, and there's a rather suboptimal piece of fielding from Jada Vanadkat there that is going to allow 2 runs to be taken where there should probably have been none. So it just allows Hammond to maybe not exactly get moving, but at least get his legs moving as he moves on to 8, and it is 80 for 2. When you've got somebody just ticking like that, you just don't want to allow them any runs. I mean, Hammond still might not feel particularly sated by those 2 runs, but we'll see. Maybe he'll go back to defending now. Foreman bowls, and he drives this time. Just a controlled shot through the gap, and he's up the other end with a single. 81 for 2. So Gloucestershire trailing by 121 runs now. Foreman causing some problems already with this slightly different trajectory, getting some drift and a bit more flight than Carson maybe to his stock delivery anyway, as Dent is forward to play this one to cover, and Foreman to complete his 3rd over again from this pretty long run, but he basically sort of starts, stops and then starts again, and that one is starting too wide to draw Dent into a shot that time, and the end of the over. So 19 overs left, and at this rate we might end the day pretty much bang on time, assuming that the spin continues. At some point you'd think that Sussex would want to give both Robinson and Unadkat a go in this evening session, but for now they'll probably be happy enough just to let the spinners do their work, because they're doing a fine job certainly of restricting the scoring, and whilst they're doing that they will feel they've got a player with attacking instincts naturally, and Hammond especially out there, that they might draw the wicket. Carson into Hammond, who strokes a drive away through the covers and moves to 10 with another single. 82 for 2. Yorkshire also batting again now after bowling Glamorgan out for 239, so Glamorgan did avoid the follow-on thanks to their lower order. James Harris, who's back in action, made 40. Carson in, Dent off the back foot, squeezes that one out defensively. Again, he's played it so quietly that it's almost hit his foot. Andy Gorvin, 23 not out, so adding some runs as well. Glamorgan falling short of the batting point, but at least avoiding the follow-on that Yorkshire may well not have enforced anyway, and Yorkshire in their second innings 13 without loss, so lead by 135. Carson bowls. This is paddled round the corner by Dent, probably only for a single. No, he wants two here, coming back for it. The throw hits direct from Tom Alsop at fine leg, but Dent was back well in time. He is very quick. And although there was an appeal to Rob Bailey, it was mostly just a cursory one. But I don't think Hammond really thought that Dent was likely to turn that one back for a second. It was a sharply run thing. And we've now got a silly point as well as a slip. As Carson is round the wicket, Dent going for the sweep shot, and it's gone round the corner. There was a loud shout from Carson to umpire Bainton. Let's see whether there was some bat involved here. Yes, there was. So Dent maybe with a little under edge that has saved him. He picks up 2 more runs. Again, he went pretty early for that shot. He was trying really to hit that one rather than to paddle it. And just enough seemingly to save him, at least from umpire Bainton's point of view. 86 for 2, Carson bowls. Dent sweeps again. He's missed it. There's an appeal for a stumping this time from Simpson. And again, Rob Bailey is not to be drawn into raising the finger. Simpson has sent some of those stumps askew. His foot twitches there, actually, but I'm not sure that it ever really raises. There is quite a lot of movement of the foot. I must say, normally the slipper's a bit more interested, who's also got a pretty good view if it's out. This has been a testing over from Carson that ends just with Dent defending out to cover. Oh, dear me, that's a little bit unsettling if you're watching on the the live picture feed. I started feeling a bit sort of what do you call it? I've got vertigo there. 86 for 2 at the end of the over. Don't do that to me, not after Saturday night, no chance. It's still not time enough for that sort of thing. Started feeling all dizzy. Camera angle off way to one side. 5 runs from the over, but certainly plenty to interest Sussex. Gloucestershire have the deficit down to 116. Foreman starts a new over and bowls over pitches, but gets away with it. Hammond drives to cover, and a sprawling Clark, who ended up spread-eagled on the floor, is able to prevent runs. He looked like he didn't particularly enjoy his meeting with the ground there, did Tom Clark, getting up slightly gingerly. Foreman bowls. Oh, that is another gorgeous delivery as an appeal, I assume for caught behind, but it was more bowler than keeper that was interested there. But that's another absolute ripper from Bertie Foreman. Again, it just has enough action on it sideways in the air, and then it really turns beautifully past the edge. Now sweeping is Hammond. He's top edge this one, and it's going to fall safely between the mid-wicket running back and the deep square running across. He'll pick up a single, and Foreman staring at the ground, a wry smile. He's done everything but take a wicket in these few overs. Hammond going for the aggressive option, completely miscuing it, but just away from the field. Does seem to be coming. 87 for 2. Silly point and a slip for Dent, who drives and might have taken a nick off Carter's shin pads there at silly point, and ends up with Tom Clark at cover. Foreman 13 on his back, in and bowls, and again there's some turn there, but this time Dent trusting that it is going to turn and lets it go. Even if it had gone straight, it wouldn't have gone on to hit the stumps. But magnificent over, and it's exciting to watch. the way that Foreman is bowling at the moment, and again Dent is forward to smother that one, but 2 deliveries in particular in his 3-over spell here from Bertie Foreman that have been as good a delivery as you could wish for from any off-spinner, although arguably maybe too good because both beat the edge with too much turn. 87 for 2 are Gloucestershire, 39 to Dent, 11 to Hammond, and there are 17 overs remaining as Andrew Rayburn has completed his latest updates of 7 or 8 different scores from all around the globe.
Feels like it.
Yeah.
Right, so we've got Carson bowling round the wicket now to Hammond. Hammond defends up the pitch, and there's no run. Gloucestershire 87 for 2, 115 behind in this second innings. Already into the third innings of the match, and we're in the final session of day 2. As Carson comes in and bowls, and edge just past the dive of first slip. It's going to run down towards the boundary, and it goes for 4. So producing an edge, Carson. 4 runs from it as Crocombe reluctantly throws the ball back in. Hammond. Let's see what went on there on the replay. Yep, just got the edge.
So hit it too near Tom Haynes after that catch earlier
No.
on.
Carson comes in and bowls to Hammond, who edges into his body and drops down in front of him.
Yes, he's not looking as if he's massively enjoying his time out there in these last couple of overs, Hammond.
Carter at short leg again, clapping, urging his team on as Carson comes in, and Hammond sweeps, and sweeps well for 4. That was a more convincing shot. Hammond moves to 19 from 38.
At some point he was going to get hold of 1, I suppose. Yeah, it's a very nice shot from Hammond. I mean, he's as firm a hitter of the ball as you could wish for when he does get going. But it's not easy with the amount of turn and bounce and variation from these 2 off-spinners.
Carson comes in and bowls, and Hammond defends but squirts out towards short leg.
Came down very late on that, didn't he? I mean, it wasn't quite short enough really to be as far back as he was, but just about saved himself with the hands.
Carson just subtly varying his lengths a little without ever going to extremes. As he comes in now and bowls, this one a bit fuller, and it's good, got down well on that. Hammond plays up the pitch, end of that over, end of the 35th. 95 for 2 is the score on the board for Gloucestershire in this second innings, behind by 107. So some good work done, but plenty more work to do for the home side. From a Sussex perspective, Carson 1 for 30 from his 10 overs. And they'll be looking for a couple more breakthroughs in this final session to set them up for something big potentially tomorrow. But all that is ahead, and there's a lot of work for both sides to go through here. This is the grind here and now.
16 overs left this evening. Foreman bowls and strays onto the pads of Dent, who works this one to deep backward square and moves on to 40 from 112 deliveries, 96 for 2. Dent, for the most part of these 2, has looked the more comfortable against the 2 off-spinners, but Hammond has the ability to turn defence into attack. Very quickly, Foreman bowls, and he's met that one on the full with a sweep shot as Hammond. He's not really middled it though, so just a single again out to the fielder at deep backward square. Hammond on to 20. It's sort of a mixture of the first part of his innings, Hammond, where he was extremely watchful, and then he's just got a bit fraught in these last few overs. There's certainly plenty going on now, whereas it was a fairly steady start to this evening session as Dent is well forward and just about seeing this ball leave the surface off his bat, as he again is doing his best to defend with as little force as possible so as not to bring that silly point into play. Foreman in and bowls, and Dent just angles the blade and holds the pose on it as again Carter is forced to traverse the pitch as the ball stops dead on it. Foreman bowls, flighted ball and pushed by Dent to short extra cover. There is no run. Shadows starting to lengthen in this just about mid-September. I'm not going to say late September yet. Still going to cling on to at least mid-September for as long as I can. Sunny afternoon. Foreman bowls, left by Dent, but a bounce there, but it started quite wide and Dent decided not to have a crash at a cut shot. So 97 for 2, 36 overs have gone. Nottinghamshire have enforced the follow-on against Kent.
Okay.
Perhaps just thinking in terms of time left in the game, and also I guess they weren't out there for that long, 55 overs. But yeah, I suppose towards the end of day 2, I'm sure there'd have been a lot of sides who wouldn't have enforced the follow-on there.
I can tell you Derbyshire are 19 for 2 in their second innings against Middlesex, and they are 166 behind. So Middlesex well on top at Derby, and that will make all of our discussions about bonus points and everything else irrelevant, because it will come down to, by the looks of it, Sussex winning in this match. So Jack Carson continues. 2 slips now for Hammond, plus the short leg, as Carson comes in and bowls, and Hammond sweeps as he swept straight enough. No, not quite to find the boundary, but he'll come back for a second run.
I wonder if Middlesex, though, will regret. Will they regret? Obviously, they'll regret losing the wickets as quickly as they did on that third evening against Gloucestershire to allow them that relatively low chase. But will they regret actually setting things up at all and not making the game more safe? Would the margins, I suppose it depends what happens here, doesn't it? They were trying to keep everything in their own hands, and they gambled and it didn't pay off.
And of course I keep referring back to Middlesex, but Middlesex won't be looking at Sussex at all. No. They'll be looking at Yorkshire, so the gap is reduced to Yorkshire, and this one is played back up the pitch by Hammond. It's Middlesex are, almost much more relevant for Sussex, and Middlesex fans will consider Sussex away and clear. But in terms of Yorkshire and that gap, quite possibly.
Although, Yorkshire are so far on top against Glamorgan that possibly they would still have had to do that.
Carson bowls, Hammond sweeps, and he'll get a single out there, and it takes Gloucestershire to 100 for 2, and a very warm ripple of applause.
Yes, you can tell there's good feeling around the club at the moment. For 100 when you're facing a 200 run deficit earlier in the season, you probably wouldn't have heard such a generous round of applause.
But it's all about the buzz off that trophy. As Carson comes in now and bowls to Dent. Dent's back and plays to Carter at short leg.
So they can feel its pull from the marquee down there. Another photo just been taken.
It's that just that silverware that is shining. The sun's gone behind a cloud here, I think, because there's no shadows out there now. Now a little little lap from clever from Dent, and that's gone for 4.
He's done that a couple of times, hasn't he? But that's probably his better execution of those little, as you say, lap sweeps round the corner. And Carson bowling a bit quicker than Foreman, allowing that pace to be used against him a bit more there. But Sussex have now had to Well, they haven't had to. They've decided to try and cut that option off.
Carson comes in again and bowls, and this time defended.
They knew that was going to be a dot ball already. How did they do that? Already had the dot ball up on the board and on the graphics next to us.
104 for 2 at the end of the 37th. There's 14 overs left in the day. Gloucestershire trail by 98. They've reduced the deficit, cut it in half, more than half. And like I say, there's still plenty more graft to be done this evening and into tomorrow by both sides.
And in fact, on that scoreboard, I was told earlier on that apparently he's known as Scoreboard Bob, but Scoreboard Bob, who's next door, Bob Smith, is retiring at the end of this game after something like 25 years of operating the board here. So all the best to you in the future. As Foreman bowls, this is swept again by Hammond out to deep square. So he's playing this sweep shot. That seems to have been his selection out of his armoury for the way that he's going to try and attack. But for the most part, he's not trying to hit it in the air. Although one of them did end up in the air. Fell between two fielders. 105 for 2 as Dent is forward and running this one out to backward point. Well, very backward point anyway, sort of closer to that than a short third anyway. When will Sussex pull the trigger and decide to go back to a Robinson or an Adcat? Might they decide that things are just starting to get to the point where they might want to go back at least to maybe one seamer? Foreman bowls down the leg side, swept on its way for 4 by Dent. And that was 4 from the moment it left the bat, really. Nobody anywhere near that. They've had that short fine for Carson, but not for Foreman. And that brings up the 50 partnership between Dent and Hammond. It's come up in 99 deliveries. And that one, that wasn't a premeditated paddle from Dent. That was just really about the first misdirected ball that I can remember Foreman bowling that Dent has just helped on its way. So Gloucestershire trail by 93, and the fielder from Silly Point moves to leg slip. Foreman bowls to Dent, who is forward and defending once more. A defensive technique from Dent has been given a serious testing by these two spinners. Foreman going past the edge. And a couple that have ripped as he bowls, and again Dent is just making sure with due care and attention that that is seen to safety, almost as though he's batting out the last over of a match. Foreman to finish off his 6th over. Bowls, oh, that turns. It turns too much again, really, if anything. And Dent, to his credit, he's not followed that and got himself in trouble by following it and bringing the slip in play. He's kept his bat pretty much there with his pad. And the ball has just done too much. So 109 for 2, 5 runs from that over. 13 overs left in the evening, and yeah, not surprised to see this move being made. I don't think they've bowled very well, Carson and Foreman. They could well have taken a wicket, but these two, Dent and Hammond, had just begun to get the scoring rate moving a bit more, and inevitably Adcat and or Robinson were going to get a spell this evening, and it's going to be Adcat who'll get the first go.
Indeed it is. The man who played a handful of test matches for India, one debut when he was a teenager, and he's now going to come into bowl with a couple of slips, a gully. And they're primed and waiting as he comes in and bowls to Hammond, who is defending up the pitch. And as you say, Ed, you started to sense that the game was in a holding pattern, really, of Gloucestershire being quite comfortable with, relatively comfortable with the spin option. So time to turn back to pace, back to the guile of these two, Anadcut and Robinson possibly to come. Hammond defends this one out to the point region, and just the extra sort of, energy it adds into the field, doesn't it? Sometimes that when you get pace in the game, you feel that threat. It's nice to be up close to the wicket as a fielding team, but sometimes when you add pace to the game, it can really leave batters in two frames of mind, which can get them playing full shots. Anadcut now running in and bowls and driven nicely between two fielders. It's a chase, but it's going to be it is going to be hauled in, but I tell you what, that's not the tidiest of fielding you'll see. And then there's a throw at the stumps, which has hit the stumps, but they were well home.
They're hitting the stumps with ease from the outfield.
I mean, Ollie Robinson there has run a long way, and
it was almost the escort service to the boundary.
Yep. And then we'll see the replay with the throw coming in and hitting the stumps.
So just ambling that second run. Then all of a sudden Hammond thinks, oh yeah, there's a chance of the third. He doesn't run his bat in. Be quite interesting to have a slower look at that.
Wasn't given, of course, and Adcat then bowls to Dent, who is defending on the back foot. Yeah, Robinson, I should just finish the Robinson anecdote, because he ends up pulling the ball back and then continuing his run
his foot's down
into the advertising hoardings. And then still managed to run in, pick the ball up, throw it down the stumps, and yeah, with
it was the sort of the laboured fielding became the sheer brilliance in a matter of seconds.
And then but he was home because
I think his foot was down, but wasn't the greatest.
And Nadcat income bowls, and Dent pulls that away into the very vacant mid-wicket area, and that's 4 runs, and it's 50 for Chris Dent.
Well, that is a 50 that will mean an enormous amount for Chris Dent. Not that you'd know it from his body language at all, but he would feel, I'm sure, that he would like to go on, but his testimonial year has been a tricky one for him, and this is just his 4th championship match in it, and he's not played in the white ball formats either, but this has been so far a pretty classic Chris Dent innings.
Nadcut comes in and bowls, and Dent leans on that one out into the offside. 126 balls, 7 fours and a 6 in that half century.
Yeah.
End of the over, 116 for 2, Gloucestershire trailing by 86. Dent 52, Hammond 27. And we've got 12 overs left in the day.
Yeah, for the most part, patient defence from Dent, but when he's gone on the attack, he's been decisive about it and has hit some really firm shots. That long 6 straight back over Carson's head, that pull shot to bring up a 50 was clattered away. So we are still going to see Foreman continuing, so it's not pace from both ends. And Foreman bowling to Hammond, who I thought he was twitching looking for the sweep there, but ended up seeing that the ball was quite full and just outside the off stump, and ends up driving for 1 more run. Coles, the fielder, doing the mopping up as the low sun now to negotiate for some of the fielders. 117 for 2. Foreman to Dent, who defends away. Again, there's more than the hint of turn there, but doesn't trouble Dent too much. Spectators pretty well spread out over the seats, basking in the late afternoon sun. Foreman bowls, swept by Dent this time, bringing out that shot and sending it for a single to the sweeper at deep backward square. 118 for 2. And Foreman was just asking Rob Bailey now if he'd missed that. Like he was exchanging some sort of a word with the umpire. Surrey are kind of doing what Surrey do. They've brought up a third batting point. Ryan Patel, 122, and how often do they have somebody come in at 9 or 10 or something and score runs? Tom Laws, 31 not out. Foreman bowls and run off a thick outer part of the bat from Hammond to backward point. So Surrey lead Durham now by 90 and still looking to build. Meanwhile, Lancashire, they lead by 246 against Somerset, are 7 wickets down. Foreman bowls, and that's edged wide of slip again. And 4 runs to Hammond, the second time that he has just sliced an edge wide of first slip. Nothing that Haynes could do about it. He had one of those off Carson, and he's now done it off Foreman as well. It wasn't really full enough to drive, and then it turned as well. And this has certainly not been a day where luck has been on the side of bowlers, full stop really. Foreman has suffered the way that some of the Gloucestershire bowlers were earlier on.
There will certainly be some bowlers who'll feel that their figures could be a lot better.
1-2-2 for 2. Foreman to Hammond this time. He can play it off the back foot. There's hesitation between the two Gloucestershire batters, and then Clark can't pick the ball up cleanly. He might not have had a shot anyway, but you'd have thought Hammond and Dent had batted together enough by now that the understanding would be there, but it wasn't on that occasion. It just seemed to slip from them. But anyway, it's a good over in terms of runs for Gloucestershire, but it certainly wasn't without its alarms. 7 runs off it, and the deficit now 79. 11 overs remain in the evening session. Just provide a bit more detail on that score from Old Trafford. Luke Wells is 43 not out, and George Balderson's joined him at the crease, yet to get off the mark. I see there's been 5 penalty runs there, so I might have to do a bit of digging to see how that happened, whether it was a helmet being hit or something else. It was like a bit of penalty run action. It means potential controversy, or at least intrigue.
So, Nad cut to continue. We'll dig into that penalty runs elsewhere as an cut comes in and bowls and driving Hammond, but driving without timing to mid-off for no run. Yeah, 5 penalty runs, probably a helmet thing. Or we could be missing the biggest cricket story in decades, who knows?
Oh, it wasn't.
No?
It wasn't for hitting the helmet.
Do we have to guess?
Well, it seems as though even people who've been watching it are trying to guess what it's for.
Ah, okay. A Nadcut comes in and bowls, and Hammond defends, covering up.
It looks as though, from the one person that seems to have tweeted about
Brilliant.
it, that it might be due to sort of fake fielding. So
right.
somebody's gone into a slide, hasn't picked the ball up, and somebody else has.
So we are single sourcing this. This is not good journalism.
Yes, no, it's not. I know, but there we are. I don't think it's particularly libelous to suggest that.
We should add that we can't substantiate that tweet.
No.
And Nadcat comes in and bowls to Hammond, again, who plays up towards mid-off. There's no run. No, that has happened once before, I think. Did it happen in the Test match once? Not England, but somewhere else, I think.
Well, I mean, it certainly will have happened somewhere, because they introduced that part of the law when everybody was doing it. You know, the infielder would just sprint out towards the outfield, go into a slide with no intention of fielding the ball at all, and then the batters couldn't see where the ball was. It was obvious distraction.
And Nadkat comes in and bowls an attempted drive, which is collected by Simpson. There were some interested yelps from... it was an ugly drive, really, from Hammond.
It's barely missed off stump. It's cut back in off the surface, actually. All of a sudden, one
missed the
has
inside
gone
edge
from the seamer. Yeah, inside edge, off stump. It's bisected them perfectly.
And gone into the gloves of Simpson. He was about the only person I don't think who was interested in a catch, but... yeah, you wouldn't have been surprised to see a stump go... cartwheeling at that point, would you? As the Nadcut now comes in up to the wicket now, and he bowls, and Hammond tries to cut, and it's cut straight to a fielder. Cover Carter.
His previous delivery was hit
up in the air.
Was played with far too much force. That was an indecisive shot that nearly saw him spoon a catch.
Right, badly timed, and past the dive of the short extra cover and out into the cover fielder. Quite like this field, actually.
Yep.
There's sort of just a circle of fielders. Slip, gully, short extra cover, and that one shorter and let go by Hammond. End of the over. So we have 10 overs left in the day. Gloucestershire 123 for 2. And Dent is 53, Hammond is 33.
Yes, certainly hasn't been without its moments, this partnership of fortune, and a couple in that over as well. Surely Robinson will get some sort of a bowl. Just a question of how many overs, 3 or 4 overs possibly. Well, that's all it can be now, unless Nadcat's about to be whipped out of the attack, which somehow I doubt. Foreman will continue, though. As he lopes in and bowls, and Dent is again forward and really studying that one until the last possible moment as it kisses the blade and goes to backward point.
Yeah, because whether a Nadcat would bowl all the way through, so they might replace...
Yeah. Foreman bowls, that's a little bit short. Rocking onto the back foot is Dent to carve this one out to deep cover for a single.
They may have decided to sort of knuckle down with pace at one end, spin at the other, all the way through to the close.
You imagine Robinson coming in at the end as well. It would be something he would quite enjoy. That's sort of, the theatre of the last few overs of the day, especially if there's a night watchman in or something. Foreman bowls, and Hammond with a defensive shot, which I'm not sure if that went into the ground or if it did loop in the air for a little bit, but it wasn't anywhere near a fielder. It sort of set the bat where he expected the ball to be, and the ball hit mostly where it was meant to. Foreman bowls, and Hammond is forward and just nudging this one back. Again, they like what they're seeing, the Sussex fielders out there, or at least they're certainly giving Foreman the impression, and there should be as well, because he's bowling a really nice line and length. As he's in again, and this is attempted to be driven by Hammond, and he is rather unconvincing in his efforts there. Again, I must admit, with this time of day especially, and the red ball, I'm not sure whether that was a bump ball either, or whether it did go in the air, but if that was on the full, then it wasn't that far away from the bowler. Foreman in. Oh, that's another gorgeous piece of bowling. This has been a fine spell from Bertie Foreman, and every time he's got one to go, it's done too much to find the edge. And yeah, again, I think you would say, if you were Gloucestershire, okay, if you nick that one, if you're Hammond, then that's just the perfect piece of bowling. But he's put his bat there on off stump, and it would take the ball doing just exactly the right amount, which it may well have done, to find the edge. But the key thing when you're facing that off spin as a left-hander, particularly from round the wicket there, is just don't go searching for the ball, and at least he didn't there. But if you're Bertie Foreman, you're not going to be thinking in those terms. You're going to be thinking, how on earth are one, if not both of these two still there? 124 for 2.
Well, he's booked himself another over, I think, after that delivery, that's for sure. As Jaydev Adhakat comes in now with his left arm pace and beats Dent outside the off stump.
It's a rare moment of indecision from Dent as well. We saw one from Hammond in the previous over. All of a sudden, Adhakat has seemingly put some doubt into these Gloucestershire batters' mind. It was a really airy shot from Chris Dent. If he'd got out to that, he'd have been furious.
Adhakat waits. Now starts his run up to the crease. He's up to the wicket now and he bowls, and that's left alone by Dent outside the off stump and on line and length, really. Ball cycles through a few Sussex fielders' hands. Ollie Carter at a extra cover has it. And it's thrown to Ollie Robinson at mid-off, and he hands it on to his strike partner, an Adhakat, who comes in now and bowls, and driven by Dent, the full ball which has stopped by a tumbling Carter, and there's no run.
We were mentioning it yesterday, I think maybe off air, that Adhakat was almost one of those bowlers that hasn't grown up bowling with a Duke's ball, but you wouldn't know it in the way that he bowls with it, because he can get the ball swinging both ways, he gets it moving about, but also what he's got is the ability to bowl on slower pitches and take advantage of maybe a bit of a grip in the surface as well.
And Adhakat comes in and bowls, and there's a thick inside edge which flies past leg stump and down towards Henry Crocombe, who collects and prevents anything more than a single.
Somebody's enjoying themselves down there.
I'm not sure if you could hear that on the FX mic. But
small child has made off with a trophy, James. You've got to get down there.
And Adhakat has to go and fetch the ball because oh god, it's been thrown a long way over him actually. It's gone right down to the boundary virtually.
Oh, go on, run in from the boundary now. 90 mile an hour heat seeker.
Well, if he was Josh Hull, he would do. I mean, Josh Hull's run up.
Gosh, yes. Well, he was bowling here in the game as he got called up.
In comes an Adhakat now and bowls to Hammond, who gets in behind that and defends up towards mid-on.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. I don't know how... And his expression doesn't change really for anything. He's a really poker-faced individual. And he never looks tired either, despite the fact that he's run about 20 miles by the end of each day.
Yeah, he sets off and you go, right, he'll be here in a minute.
Yeah, exactly. You can basically still keep talking amongst yourselves when you're describing him bowling, because it's, you learn quite quickly. You can't just go out on Hull sets off and he's still going. Yeah, he's still running. He's still running and still running. Oh, he bowls.
In comes the Adhakat off a shorter run up than that, and it's short and defended by Hammond on the back foot. End of that over. 8 to go in the day. I always thought it would be amusing if Josh Hull has a DRS review when he's bowling, because you know what the umpire protocol is. The third umpire comes on and says, "Yeah, I've checked both feet. They're massive." Because they are. But and it's not quite Wes Hall in his run up, is it? Because Wes Hall virtually used to run from the pavilion steps. But
yep. Yeah, some of those West Indian greats with their run in from the boundary. Bertie Foreman round the wicket to bowl to Dent, is on 55 and will make that 56 as he splits the gap between mid-wicket and backward square with a little work round the corner. 126 for 2. Getting towards night watchman territory, maybe not quite there yet. Gloucestershire have got a few choices if they want to go that route. Middleton coming in at 10 in this line-up. Sweeping Hammond, he's hit this one well in front of square, firmly and for 4. It wasn't actually that far for Jack Carson to go from deep square, but that was hit with a lot more power than some of Hammond's previous sweeps, which have just been designed to rotate the strike. And he's made quite a late decision to play the sweep shot, just recognised that the length was there for it. Yeah, he goes down pretty late and puts the hands through it and times it very nicely. So 130 for 2. Foreman bowls, that's short, and Hammond cuts firmly enough, but knowing that there is always going to be protection there. So Cole's out at deep point, limits it to a single. 131 for 2. So 71 runs the deficit. So actually the way that these two have started to push the scoring on a little bit, albeit with some moments of alarm, they will, as Foreman bowls and Dent is forward and defends just about. Well, more than just about actually. I thought that was going to be some bother for him when that ball came down, because it looked as if it was landing on right the same sort of area that he's caused the problems from, but Dent was able to keep it out. Foreman in and Dent back, and almost playing French cricket with that one to keep it out. There was a point when we were kind of saying, well, they might only just about halve the deficit, and I think that was with about 120 runs being the deficit, but they might do a bit more than that if this partnership were to stay together. Last ball of his 9th over, Foreman to Dent, who once again reaches forward and defends, and 6 runs have come from that over, so 7 remain. 131 for 2. I wonder whether Robinson might be getting the call for 3 overs from the pavilion end to complete the day. It's been a while since he's bowled. 7 overs for 14. Barely bowled a bad ball with the new ball, as you'd expect from him, really.
And that cut will continue. Hammond will face up, just getting the field into place. The helmet was there for the slow bowlers is dumped behind John Simpson, the wicket-keeper, who crouches and waits a slip in a gully. 2 close catches on the offside as well. 2 short extra covers, and rather unhelpfully it's on the hips and worked away into leg side for a single. I wonder if they'll have those. No, they won't have those in for Dent.
Yeah, possibly know that he's less likely to go hard at the ball than Hammond.
Mid off, mid on, extra cover, point, short mid wicket, a slip in a gully, and a short ball which is hooked by Dent, and it's gone for 4. Fantastic shot through that sort of mid wicket region. Takes Dent on to 60. And Gloucestershire chipping away at this deficit quite nicely. Really good shot that from Chris Dent.
I mean, it'd be one thing to have hit that for a single, but to whack it into the gap that he did for 4, really fine piece of batting.
Here comes a no cut again, bowls a shorter one again down the leg side, and it's sort of half ducked, half swayed from Dent.
We saw a lot of balls do something similar to that on day one when they were banged in. It was quite difficult for the keepers taking the short balls because they'd be banged in and then they'd go swerving off sideways. That one really did, but it was very short from an cut. Again, though, I think Gloucestershire would be pretty happy just to have negotiated the delivery at this point.
In comes an cut, bowls, Dent's defending out into the offside. Rehearses the stroke. No run. 136 for 2. And at the end of this over, there'll be 6 remaining in the day's play.
Yeah, just always thinking one more, aren't you? If you're the fielding side in this situation, just break this partnership, and well, then one more, whether it's a established batter or somebody sent in to see off the rest of the day.
And cut on his run in now. He's up to the wicket. He bowls, and Dent is a little bit tucked up by it. Plays out into the leg side for no run. Yeah, and of course, if you do get a wicket now and you get a night watchman in, and then even if you don't get them, tonight, you say, right, well, aim to get them out early doors, and a fourth wicket, even if you've got more established batters to come, just that early wicket gives you a little bit of extra push first thing. So this is quite a little crucial little spell, this, in terms of the match and where it might go. It's not quite moving day, as they say, but it's certainly, as Dent retakes his guard, scratches away with his left boot, looks around at the field, wonders, where can I go? Because he's retaken guard and looks around at the field because Anadkat is going to bowl around the wicket, left arm to left arm, and he's let that one go across him. And that was just a little one-ball experiment at the end of that over. 136 for 2 with 6 overs remaining, and Gloucestershire trail by 66. Dent is 60, Hammond is 39.
Yeah, there's always that extra... Well, not always, but there's often that extra feeling of a bit more pressure at the back end of a day. Gloucestershire have worked really hard to get to this 136 for 2 that they are at the moment, and you just don't want to let that slip at the end of the day. And if that gets into your mind and you're not thinking purely about the next delivery, then that pressure can tell. Also, just sometimes the feeling of long shadows out there, especially if you've got a spinner bowling, you having your ear talked off, Yeah,
absolutely. Jack Carson's changing ends. Ollie Robinson is going through his warm-up, so I think we might be knowing where we're going here for the final
double
6
change
overs.
Then perhaps, yeah. So Carson is replacing Foreman, so keeping a spinner going. And he bowls now, and Hammond plays this one out into the onside. I'm not totally convinced that initially was where Hammond was looking to play it, but it wasn't too much of an expression of interest from around the bat, so anyway, it was safe enough, straight into the ground. There's only the slip now, so no second close catcher. Carson bowls, and Hammond is forward, and a solid sound of ball meeting batters. He defends out to Clark, who's fielding at short extra cover. Robinson continues to loosen up. Carson, 1 for 37, bowls to Hammond, who is forward and running this one in defence up to mid-off. So the 2 wickets to fall in this Gloucestershire innings. Joe Phillips, LBW to Unadkat, looking to work into the leg side. He went for 21. And then Ollie Price was Jack Carson's victim. Carson now bowling on the pads of Hammond and worked through square leg for a jogged single. Hammond moves on to 40, 137 for 2. Ollie Price came dancing down the pitch to Jack Carson and got a thin outside edge that was fantastically caught one-handed to his left-hand side by Tom Haynes at slip. Ollie Price departed for 11. Carson bowls right up to the bat and Dent digs it out into the offside. But Dent 60, Hammond 40, these two so far have more than doubled the Gloucestershire score. Last ball of this over, Carson in, and Dent again is reaching forward, but not too far forward, and is playing this one to Robinson at mid-on. So just the single from that over, 5 overs left, and now very much in Night Watchman territory. They've got a few choices, Gloucestershire, with Zaman Akhtar having come in at 9, Ed Middleton at 10 in the first innings, and Dom Goodman at 11. It'd be a bit harsh if Goodman were the Night Watchman and then Ed Middleton ended up at number 11, having probably been batted at about 8 in his first class debut, something like that, I suspect. Anyway, could find himself at 11 if that is the decision.
And as we predicted, because we saw him warming up, Ollie Robinson is going to bowl 3 of the final 5 overs of the day, and he's going to bowl over the wicket to Hammond, and Hammond lets that one go through to the wicket keeper John Simpson. 2 slips, gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid on, mid off, square leg, fine leg, and the sun back out with those lengthy shadows, very long shadows now. Only a few wispy clouds in the sky. I think we've got a threat of rain on Friday, which could make things interesting if we go the distance. Robinson comes in and bowls, and Hammond is in behind that. Defends into the cover region.
Yeah, definitely. By the looks of things, quite thundery rain, according to this forecast. Tomorrow looks very similar to today. It may be a cloudy start and then another beautiful sunny day with about 24 degrees predicted. But yeah, Friday could get a bit interesting.
Robinson turns, comes running in over the wicket to the left-handed Hammond. Hammond defends, and they go through for a quick single into the mid-wicket region. Shy at the stumps, misses. I think they would have been alright anyway. Keeping things ticking over. Dent 60, Hammond 41. Gloucestershire 138 for 2, behind still by 64 runs. And they're having to make the reparations from that first innings display when they were all out cheaply. But they're making a much better fist of it second time round as Robinson comes in over the round the wicket to Dent. Dent plays into the offside where it's collected by Ollie Carter, and there's no run.
The other thing with that forecast for Friday, whether it's forecast for that elsewhere, I suspect it probably is, as we mentioned before, the fact that that game at Old Trafford is so much further advanced than the one at the Oval could still come into the reckoning.
Robinson comes in and bowls, and soft hands from Dent plays that down into the gully area.
So Surrey leading Durham by 123, 8 down in their second innings. I suspect they would probably wish to get to that 400 and then probably get bowling because of that, and see whether they could force something tomorrow, because Lancashire, Somerset, even though Lancashire have batted pretty well, 270 for 7, a lead of 264, that looks as if it is going to end tomorrow one way or the other.
Robinson comes in and bowls, and Dent again defensively sound, no run.
And yeah, I mean that could still, I mean there's the other way round as well in terms of the bottom of Division 1, where if Lancashire were to force a win and rain intervenes at Canterbury, then all of a sudden Lancashire might yet save themselves, and Nottinghamshire could be in position at the bottom of that table going into the final round of matches. Kent 43 without loss in their second innings, having been forced to follow on.
Invited.
I wasn't going to say that. I was not going to say that.
Invited, but you can't say no.
Yeah, quite. Mind you, we've all been to family events like that. Carson round the wicket, bowls to Hammond, who's caught behind. Yeah, he is. He's been given, and there is a late wicket for Sussex. Exactly what they would have looked for. They surround Jack Carson, and Gloucestershire have lost a third wicket at the end. That is a huge blow there. Really smart catch from John Simpson, because that was turning from wide outside the off stump. Hammond looking to drive. It wasn't very full. It continued to turn. He did follow it, and he's got an edge through to John Simpson, and Jack Carson has his second wicket. Gloucestershire 138 for 3. We'll see who comes out. It's going to be Ed Middleton, who's making his way out down to our right, so there will be a night watchman, but that would have been enormous for Gloucestershire to have had Dent and Hammond still there at the start of tomorrow. But Hammond has been eked out by Jack Carson. Batted well for his 41, but falls with 3.5 overs still remaining in the day's play. And Ed Middleton, he's been sent out to protect James Bracey, who would have been in next. Well, he's thrown into the cauldron of Sussex with their tails up at the end of the day, trying to make every ball into a major event. Trying to see whether there's been a extra helmet brought out. No, they're just going to settle for the short leg for Middleton by the looks of things. Just the one under the helmet plus the slip. Middleton certainly not quite your usual night watchman in terms of the fact that I'm sure he certainly wouldn't consider himself a tail ender by any means, given that he scored a good bulk of runs at second team level especially. But no, we do have another fielder under the helmet. Tom Alsop is going to go into a silly point, so a close catcher either side under the helmet. There's a pretty short mid-wicket as well, and the field in tight on the ring as well. Backward square, conventional mid-wicket, mid-on, wide mid-off, and backward point. More of a silly mid-off now for Tom Alsop. 5 balls left in this Carson over. 138 for 3 now, Gloucestershire. And just maybe making Middleton wait here. Carson in now. He bowls to Middleton. It's on leg stump. It's worked away to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Quite the start that Carson would have been after, but he's still got a few more bullets left, as it were. Again, steering down his fellow spinner. Middleton open stance, waiting for him. Carson bowls to him. Middleton comes down on that and does turn it to mid-wicket again, although this time from a bit straighter. Gasps and cries from in close. Always love these periods at the end of the day. Carson in, and again Middleton working to leg with the turn on the bounce to short leg. So far not drawn into anything rash, and again this is Middleton's job really. Not about scoring runs. Carson in, and again played to safety by Ed Middleton out to Clark at mid-wicket. Ollie Carter, I'm sure, will be thinking I'd better get myself ready at short leg. Middleton absolutely towering over Ollie Carter at short leg. Doesn't even come up to his shoulders. It's a bit like when they always position Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley together in the England Test team line. 1 ball remains in this over, and there's going to be a silly mid-wicket as well as a short leg. They've moved that silly mid off to the other side. Carson bowls to Middleton, who plays with bat maybe on to pad but down into the ground and fielded at short leg. So Middleton's done his job for this over. Still though, 3 overs left. Robinson will be in the firing line to Dent. It was rather jammed at by Middleton, that last defensive shot. It wasn't the comfortable roll of the wrists, and it was maybe that field change that did precipitate that, but just didn't go in the air. So Robinson from the Ashley Down Road end, he's got 2 overs left. Can Dent get off strike? There's not too many options for singles. Deep backward point is being sent back. There are 2 slips and a close gully. Robinson round the wicket, bowls to Dent, who leaves. Tight leave, but as it's turned out a good one, didn't carry through to John Simpson, who does the tidying up back there. Another one of those that Robinson just gets to fade back in, but it doesn't do as much as it was doing with the new ball when it really was massively threatening off stump. Dent at this stage should be feeling he ought to be able to leave all those ones. Robinson runs in, bowls to Dent, who squeezes an inside edge down to fine leg, so Dent will get off strike. And Middleton should be facing these remaining 4 deliveries from Robinson in this over. 139 for 3, trailing by 63. And we're going to finish mostly on time. Nearly all of the spectators have stayed in place. I think they'll feel they've got their money's worth from today for sure. Seeing Zafar Gohar with his 6 foot. Some runs scored by Carson and Simpson building that Sussex lead, and then seeing plenty of Gloucestershire bat. They've fought their way to 139 for 3. Can they keep it at 3? 4 slips in place, short leg. Middleton to face his first ball from Ollie Robinson, running in over the wicket, bowling to Middleton, who is beaten on the outside edge. And he did look to play a bit of a shot at that, and I guess that's the tricky thing when you're not a out and out tail ender. You actually feel that, yeah, okay, I can actually play a few shots here. I'm not just here to block, but in this position it sort of forces you into having to block, and played away from his body, didn't nick it. Robinson bowls and again beats Middleton, although that time it was more just a terrific ball than anything else. Just slightly probed at it, did Middleton, but was a little bit away from it there, probably further away from it than the previous delivery, but Robinson passing the edge both times. This is a bit of a new experience for Ed Middleton in first class cricket anyway. Robinson leans forward and runs in to the crease. He bowls and Middleton gets bat on ball this time. Defends away to Carson, who fields up at mid-off. There's no run. Sussex certainly not going to put the field back and allow Middleton to take the single. They, if anything, do want to be bowling at Chris Dent next over, especially given that Carson would be the one to bowl it, continuing to turn the ball away from the left-hander. Well, I say they are fairly giving Middleton a single in front of square on the offside now. There's nobody in front of square on the offside other than the bowler, who is going to jog after this one as Middleton blocks it away. And so in the end, actually, they did pretty much give Middleton the single, which to say I'm a little bit surprised by, but maybe they're just thinking in terms of get Middleton out and get a fresh batter in, but yeah, I don't know. I'd probably have forced Dent into trying to find a single somewhere and then hope that created a wicket. But anyway, Sussex just thinking in terms of which batter are we most likely to get out. It's Middleton of these two, so bowl at him. 140 for 3. As Middleton gets off the mark, and even in this situation probably feel a bit better for having done that. Gone back to the, well, silly mid-off, but it's more of a silly cover, but again don't really seem to have that position. In goes Carson and bowls. Oh dear me, that's come off the pad of short leg and gone to mid-wicket, and Sussex are appealing to both umpires here, and at the moment they're not getting a decision from either of them. There's not going to be any consultation between Rob Bailey and Neil Bainton, as that hit the ground before it kicked off short leg. I can't see. Carson to Middleton. He bowls and Middleton comes forward, playing slightly across that one, but does get it back to the bowler. What a way to go that would have been. And that's what happens when you put close catches in. You get that sort of thing happening. Ricochets and extra chances at wickets. Carson to Middleton. There's turn. Middleton works it to mid-wicket for no run. Maybe this will give us a better idea. Yeah, that's hit the ground, hasn't it? So, good decision by umpire Bailey, and he obviously could see that clearly enough that didn't need to go and check with Neil Bainton. Into the ground, off the boot, I think, and then up into the air and caught at short mid-wicket. But from the angle that we've just seen, it certainly did look as though that made contact with the ground. 3 balls remain. Carson round the wicket to Middleton, and Middleton forward, playing back to the bowler. Carson with a slightly irritated pick-up of that ball.
Ticking.
Yeah. Want to make each ball count. 1 over left after this one. 2 balls of Carson's last over of the day. Carson to Middleton, forward, head over the ball, defending. Wonder whether Carson might come back over the wicket for the last delivery, but nope, he is sticking with around the wicket.
Been the star of the day from a Sussex perspective. 71 with the bat, 2 for 38.
Yeah, there we go. He's coming back over the wicket.
Oh, you're a clairvoyant.
Leg slip now. Short leg slip as... Oh, he goes past the edge of Middleton with a ball that goes on with the arm. It didn't turn, and Middleton was expecting it to. That is a fine delivery for Carson to finish the day off with. Quicker through the air. And yeah, we're having another look at that catch appeal, and again it does look as if it bounces very clearly in front of Carter at short leg before it goes into the hands of Clark, but Sussex obviously were going to go up for it. You do see him happen. In fact, there was 3 years ago, saw 2 of the same dismissal where the ball was hit into the helmet of short leg and looped up in the air and was caught by somebody. That happened both for Gloucestershire. It was Ollie Price on his it was his second first-class match, and then off the head of Tom Lace at the end of the season against Northamptonshire. Anyway, last over of the day.
Ollie Robinson coming in to bowl it, and it's short, and Dent gets his head out the way. Swamp just sort of arches his back through to wicketkeeper Simpson. 5 balls remaining in the day's play. Gloucestershire 140 for 3, trailing by 62. All set up for what will be, even if it doesn't wrap up tomorrow, it will be you get the feeling one side or another will take the initiative, and that one is left alone. by Dent. A good batting performance from Gloucestershire tomorrow could set up something on Friday.
Yes, I mean, it'll take them... They should be. If it all goes very well, they would be in the lead by a few at lunch, and then, you know, they'll still have to bat, if they can do, and that's a huge if they can do, they'll still have to bat a lot of tomorrow to set something up to a point that they might be happy with, but that is a long way away.
Robinson up to the wicket now, and he bowls, and Dent is forward, defending. 140 for 3 with, as I say, with 3 balls left. Ollie Robinson trying to give everything in this final over to try and get another breakthrough for Sussex. Just seeking a little bit of consultation. Now he turns, starts on his run. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls, and that's gone past the edge. Again, beaten Dent, but Dent survives.
Yeah, drew him into the shot, because I think that's probably the one that has come in and then just left him a fraction. Yeah,
beautiful ball.
You can see why he played at it from the reverse angle that we've just seen. Looked as if it was going to come in towards the top of off.
Like you said, it's not only the line, it's the length and the combination of the two. The fact that it's late in the day. You talked earlier about not wanting to make errors, and, you know, keeping your concentration to the end is vital as Robinson comes into bowl, and Dent is in behind this one.
Middleton lets out a huge sigh of relief.
don't have to, assuming, of course, everything goes to plan and there isn't something off a no ball, or he can't quite take off his helmet just yet, but he's perhaps mentally switched off. Dent can take the last ball of the day, which will be bowled by Ollie Robinson. Round the wicket to Dent. In he comes, and has got an edge and played down with soft hands through into the gully region. And so at the end of the day, the players applauded off the field. 140 for 3 Gloucestershire, trailing by 62 earlier. Fantastic knock from Jack Carson, and a big partnership with John Simpson helped Sussex to 311. 6 wickets for Zafar. That was a brilliant bit of bowling, particularly towards the end. And Gloucestershire 140 for 3 with Dent 61 not out, and he'll be looking to try and set something up for Gloucester tomorrow.
Yeah, how nice is it to see spin come to the fore? It's just a shame that we so often have to wait until September for that to happen, for the pitches to start to assist the spinners. But there'll be a warm reception, particularly for Chris Dent, who has battled away once again for his county and walks off 61 not out overnight. His grandma's down there. I can see her just applauding Chris Dent off, and he deserves that applause. It's been a battle for Gloucestershire against a really testing Sussex attack. They've got to 140 for 3 second time around, trailing by 62 runs. But yeah, as you say, Andrew, it's been a day that's belonged to 2 spinners, and for Carson, it's his work with the ball, getting that late wicket of Hammond especially, which has just again swung the evening a bit. 2 for 38, 71 with the bat, and then Zafar Gohar with another September. 5 for 6 for 76 for Gloucestershire, at least to limit Sussex to that 3-1-1. Still Sussex in pole position, but Gloucestershire have more hope this evening, I think, than they had yesterday evening, and that's probably all they could have asked for after their position after day one. Thank you for your company with us wherever you've been following, whether that be on the BBC Sport website or the app or on the Gloucestershire live stream. Andrew Rayburn and myself, Ed Seaborn, will be back with you tomorrow for day 3 coverage from just before 10:30. From James Healy as well, who's been operating the cameras as ever today. From all of us, goodbye, and we'll be back tomorrow.